Hey guys, and welcome to a new fanfic. Welcome to the first season of What If Naruto Fell in Love with INO and TENTEN and Mastered the FUINJUTSU. As always, if you want more seasons of this great fanfic, just let me know with a like, comment, and subscribe. So, we're gonna start the first season.
Chapter 1 The Awakening. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. H. He screamed with all his might. After a few seconds where he managed to control his breathing, he took the time to look around, confused. He didn't know where he was at that moment. What the hell happened to me? Where am I? He asked, bewildered. The last thing he remembered was fighting that snake woman thing when he had come to rescue Sakura and Sasuke. He had been holding the enemy at bay for a while, even taking the trouble to point it out to that boastful Uchiha. But then everything got complicated when she grabbed him with her disgusting long tongue, lifted his shirt and punched him in the stomach, and then everything went dark and he didn't know anything else until he woke up here. Good heavens. I hope Sakura-chan and Sasuke are all right. That thing was dangerous, and I'm absolutely certain it was toying with us. Naruto thought worriedly, looking around. Where on earth am I? This is nothing like the forest we were in. I hope they haven't kicked me out of the Chunin exams. He suddenly thought, realizing that if he wasn't competing in the exam because he wasn't in the forest, he'd be in trouble. My dream of becoming Hokage can't just vanish like that, he clarified. No, stop, Naruto, breathe. That's not important now. I need to make sure Sakura-chan and Sasuke are safe. That woman might still be lurking around. First, I need to figure out where I am, he thought more calmly. Naruto then stood up. Strangely, his body felt light and unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Without giving it much thought for the moment, he began to walk through the strange place with a feeling of anxiety and worry. The whole place seemed like something out of a suspense or horror movie. It had the feel of a huge sewer, the kind where he used to hide from the villagers when they hunted him as a child. Cammy, this is depressing. Everything is dark and damp. I need to get out of here soon and go back to my team. I need to know how they are, Naruto said worriedly. He wondered how he had gotten here, if his companions were still alive. But the worst part was that with every step the pressure in his chest grew stronger every moment. This place gave him a bad feeling and he couldn't wait to leave it and never return. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived at an enormous chamber. Confident in himself, he knew he'd never been anywhere like it before. The room was huge and dark, and in one corner, an imposing grate rested on the wall. Naruto approached it, admiring it. Damn, that's huge. I hope it's not the exit door. I doubt I can move it myself, he said, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Standing in front of the massive grate, he tried to push it. Ugh. Yeah, it'll be impossible to move it somehow, he said, seeing how heavy it was. Naruto was thinking about what to do next when something above him caught his attention. What's that over there? He asked curiously. He tried to focus his vision and saw that there was some kind of paper placed on the gate. It looks like a seal, he said to himself, confused, not knowing what a seal was doing there. But suddenly a powerful growl was heard behind the fence, causing Naruto to focus his gaze, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Then, large red eyes appeared and focused on Naruto, who lost the color in his face and became paralyzed, unable to move no matter how much he wanted to. Even with the fear that coursed through his body, he kept his eyes fixed on the fence, wondering who or what was behind it and with a fervent desire to never find out. A few moments later, a powerful roar erupted and sent Naruto flying several meters away from the fence. It was a very powerful pressure, more powerful than the wind that separated him from his team before the encounter with the snake. But after a few seconds that felt like an eternity, the roar ended and Naruto, trembling, tried to get up, but his body still wouldn't respond, no matter how much he longed to escape. By Kami, my feet won't move. I've never been so scared in my life. So, I just want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore, he thought, panic gripping his mind. The fear he was experiencing was unlike anything he'd ever known. Not the Nami no Kuni mission, the battle with the snake woman and her summons, or even his childhood encounters with the villagers. No, this was different. It was a horrible, paralyzing fear that wouldn't let him think of anything but the fact that his life was ending today. Neither his dream of becoming Hokage nor his love for Sakura-chan mattered now. The only thing that mattered was that these were his last moments, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. So the legacy of that disgusting fourth Hokage has come to see his prisoner. I must feel flattered, said a sinister voice from behind the bars. Yandame? Legacy? Prisoner? Naruto thought, confused, scared, and bewildered. Who are you? He spoke, his voice trembling with terror. Ha ha ha, worm. You don't know who's in front of you, do you? The voice laughed. Well, let me show you. A movement like a mountain shifting filled the entire room. Suddenly, a colossal beast appeared from the shadows. It was reddish-orange in color, enormous, with equally large ears on its head. But its most distinctive feature was the 9 tails that flicked wildly behind it. 9 tails? He thought as he realized who it was. Are you the Kyuubi? Naruto asked fearfully. Well, mortal, you are in the presence of the Kyuubi no Yoko, the most powerful being in this world, and you're right to be lying there, child. That's your place, at my feet like all the humans in this insignificant world, the Kyuubi declared, fixing his piercing gaze on Naruto. Many things were happening in Naruto's mind. He was facing the most powerful beast in the ninja world. It's the monster that the fourth Hokage supposedly defeated, he thought frantically. But then he remembered that it was never supposed to be defeated and was sealed inside him. Fear continued to paralyze him as he stared at the beast, preventing him from thinking of anything else. He knew it was very likely that it was all about to end, that this was his last time alive, and even though fear was present, a new feeling he couldn't yet identify was slowly growing inside him, keeping him from fainting. Kami, this is bad. What am I going to do? He wondered, frightened. That beast is enormous. It's terrifying. Now I see why the fourth Hokage couldn't finish it off. That thing destroyed the village like ants. That thing killed many ninjas and civilians, tore families apart, and scarred the village. That's why people hate and fear it, he thought. That's why when people see me, they hate me because of it. And suddenly, Naruto realized what this new feeling was. When he remembered everything he had endured because of having the 9 tails sealed inside him. Rage. Because of that damn thing my life has been a living hell, he shouted angrily in his mind. Naruto stood up and fixed his gaze on the Kyuubi, who was surprised by the boy's changed expression. Where there had once been fearful eyes, now there was cold anger behind Naruto's blue eyes. What's wrong, mortal? What's the reason for that look? The Kyuubi declared curiously. And you still ask? Because of you my life has been full of abuse and abandonment, he exploded. There hasn't been a single day where someone hasn't mistreated me because of what you did. All because of your damn fault, you disgusting beast, Naruto shouted. Kyuubi's eyes narrowed with rage upon hearing the child's insults. Who do you think you are, you filthy worm? Tio speak to me like that? He threatened. I don't care one bit about what you've been through. Your affairs are none of my business, he said angrily. I swear I will crush you for this offense. Of course they are, Naruto retorted fearlessly. Because I was sealed inside, people felt free to take revenge and retaliate for what you did to this village. It's not my fault that this trashy village took it out on you. It's all the fault of that fourth Hokage who decided to seal me inside you, pathetic kid. The Kyuubi replied furiously. Tell me why I had to pay for your actions. Why me? Naruto shouted. Enough! Roared the Kyuubi. As I told you, I don't care about what you've been through, and if you suffered it's because you're weak and allowed these insects to despise you. If I were free, I would have raised this village and every worm living in it, he roared. And if you want to know what really happened, I'll tell you it's all that disgusting Uchiha's fault, Kyuubi said with true contempt when he said Uchiha. Uchiha. What does Sasuke's clan have to do with this? Naruto asked, momentarily forgetting his fury. True, you have an Uchiha partner. I felt it when we fought with that effeminate ice bastard. Yes, that damned clan. They are all equally rotten, arrogant, selfish and treacherous, he said with venom and true hatred. One of them took control of me, like that damned Madara. Those repulsive eyes, the Sharingan, he said angrily. Sharingan? That technique that Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei have in their eyes, he thought, remembering the dojutsu of his team members. What does the Sharingan have to do with this? He asked curiously. Those cursed eyes have the power to control me against my will, he revealed with contempt. 12 years ago, an Uchiha appeared and separated me from my former jailer. I felt euphoric. I had finally escaped my prison after years of captivity. But it didn't last long. That Uchiha captured me and forced me to destroy this village, the Bijou explained with a growl. I honestly had no problem destroying it. I would have enjoyed it, he declared honestly. But I can't bear being forced to do it. What a humiliation it was for me. Me, the Ninetales, used as a mere tool by a mortal for his own purposes, especially by another member of that disgusting clan, like that bastard Madara. It was utter agony for my pride. But suddenly the control disappeared and I was embroiled in a battle with the fourth Hokage, as he wanted me to be locked up in that despicable Uzumaki again. He spat. Uzumaki? Were you sealed inside an Uzumaki before me? Naruto asked, genuinely interested. Here was someone who was probably related to him. Could this be my family? Kyuubi looked at Naruto in surprise. The kid doesn't know anything about Kushina? Huh? What else doesn't he know? Then he smiled maliciously. This could be useful to me somehow, he thought wickedly. Hey brat, before we continue, tell me what you know about your family, Kyuubi asked. The old man told me that my parents died when you attacked, but he never wanted to tell me their names no matter how much I begged him, I replied sadly. Oh, this is perfect. That old Hokage has been hiding his lineage from him, he thought with a smile. From what this kid has said, he's been the scapegoat of this village for the hatred they feel for me, without even knowing he's the son of their greatest hero. He smiled ironically as he gave Naruto an appraising look. It seems the brat is starved for affection and recognition, and the Hokage has denied it to him, probably to save his life from Namake's enemies. But it serves my plans, he thought maliciously. Well, brat, indeed I was sealed inside a member of the Uzumaki clan. Her name was Kushina, he continued with great difficulty. A powerful woman with an explosive temper, the best kunoichi of her generation. He felt disgusted saying these words because of the Uzumaki bitch, but they were necessary for his plan. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto repeated. A member of the Uzumaki clan. Was there an Uzumaki clan? So why was he alone? Was he the only one left? But more importantly, why had the old man never told him this? He thought frantically. Hey Fox, do you know anything else about the Uzumaki clan? He asked, genuinely curious. All I know is that they have enormous vitality as well as chakra. They were good at FUINJUTSU, sealing techniques. They could create amazing things with that art, he declared. I only had direct contact with 2 members of that clan, Kushina Uzumaki and Mito Uzumaki, the wife of Hashirama Senju, the Shodai Hokage. Was an Uzumaki married to the Shodai Hokage? Naruto asked in amazement, a feeling of pride for his clan growing with each passing second. Don't they teach them anything at their academy? The Kyuubi growled, seeing that the boy didn't know about this either. Wait, this is even more perfect, he thought as he focused his gaze on the boy. I wonder why they omit this information, he said in a mock questioning voice. It's as if they want to hide all the information about the Uzumaki clan. But why does the Hokage allow it? And with a sinister smile, he continued, unless, what? Naruto asked. He too wondered why he had never heard any information about the Uzumaki. If an Uzumaki married the Shodai Hokage, he should be very well known. You see, child, the Uzumaki come from Yuzushigakure, in what was formerly Yuzu no Kuni. Like Konohagakure, they had a ninja village, they were strong, and as I told you, they were known for their powerful FUINJUTSU, he explained to the boy. They were comrades in arms of Konoha because they were distant relatives of the Senju, and their ties were strengthened when Hashirama and Mito joined them. But many villages feared them, so it was raised. The strange thing was that the third Hokage never did anything to help them. Konoha let Yuzushigakure die, and therefore the entire Uzumaki clan. The beast finished with a penetrating gaze. No, that's impossible. The old man would never have done that. Naruto tried to defend himself. The third Hokage had given him a home when he was expelled from the orphanage. He was the first one who went with him to eat ramen. For Naruto, he was one of his most cherished people, along with Sakura-chan, Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Ayam, and Tucci. That's a lie, the blonde growled. I gain nothing by lying to you, child. That's what happened. If you don't believe me, ask that old Hokage yourself. Ask him how Konoha stabbed your clan's home in the back. The home of Mito Uzumaki, the home of Kushina Uzumaki. He smiled. Your mother's home. What? Naruto asked, shocked. My mother? That's right, Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina was your mother, he revealed. No, it can't be true. Was my mom just like me? Naruto asked, lost in thought. This new information he had received was shocking. His mother had gone through the same thing as him, and now he knew her name, the woman who died 12 years ago. You, Naruto said furiously. You killed her, you bastard, he yelled. I won't lie to you, child. I did kill her. But remember what I told you. I was controlled by that despicable Uchiha. That clan is responsible for your parents and many other lives being ended by me. The Kyuubi told him, even though that wasn't true since he had killed Kushina while already in control of her body. The brat didn't need to know that, he thought shamelessly. I may have been partly responsible for your mother's death, but let me do something for you as a show of sympathy for it, he declared while his red eyes shone intensely. Something began to rise from the ground beside Naruto. A shape began to take form, and when it finished materializing, Naruto stood before a very beautiful red-haired woman. She wore a white dress with a green apron and had blue eyes, as blue as his own, and a sweet and loving smile adorned her face. Child, this is Kushina Uzumaki. She is your mother. Naruto was speechless. In front of him was his mother. Years and years of imagining what she would look like. Now he had her in front of him. She's very beautiful, he whispered, shocked. He slowly approached her and tried to touch her, but at the touch she disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Tears streamed down Naruto's face. He felt happier than ever, yet also miserable. Why is life so unfair? He thought, a lump forming in his throat. Everyone else had parents who loved and cared for them. But why was I the only one unfortunate enough to lose my parents? He said sadly, then realized something he hadn't noticed before. My dad? Do you know him? He asked anxiously. The Kyuubi smiled. Well, when I tell him that the Yondaime was his father and they hid it from him, it will fill the child's heart with doubts and he won't know who to trust, he thought maliciously. Of course, you see, your father was... Suddenly, Naruto and the Kyuubi sensed an evil presence in the air. That feeling, that chakra, I know it, Kyuubi thought, narrowing his eyes. Orochimaru, he growled. Kid, you have to get out of here and see what's going on. That presence is Orochimaru's, that damned snake Sannin. It'll be a problem if he's up to no good near us and you're here unable to do anything. Get out? But how? Where am I? How do I do it? Naruto asked, confused, not knowing who the hell Orochimaru was, although the name sounded familiar. We're in your mind, Gaki. You're still asleep. Try to wake up soon before something gets complicated, Kyuubi urged. But? My dad, the boy said, not wanting the conversation to end like this. We were talking about my family. I can't leave it like this. This was his chance to get answers. Answers that the Hokage refused to give him. That's not important right now, but if you really want to continue the conversation, come back when things are calm and try to do it far away, in case you run into your teammates again, so we can talk quietly without anyone finding out you know me, Kyuubi concluded. Fine. I'll come back, Kyuubi, and you'll tell me everything I want, Naruto declared. Kurama, replied the Kyuubi. My name is Kurama Mortal Dash. Okay, Kurama. Closing his eyes and putting on a concentrated expression, Naruto suddenly disappeared from the ceiling chamber. Things are going well. That kid will slowly start to trust me. It was good to tell him my name even though I'm disgusted by it, but it's necessary, he growled. Soon doubt will consume him, and he'll feel that his trust can only rest on me. He smiled maliciously. I doubt I can convince him to break the seal, but I could use him as my tool, he plotted. Yes, that's how it will be, Uzumaki Naruto. Be grateful. I will make you a god among mortals, and thus you will fulfill my will, he said, still with a malevolent smile. Something tells me we'll end up being very good partners. Gaki, he added as his eyes gleamed. Chapter 2. Proposal hard to refuse. Naruto opened his eyes again. It feels like déjà vu. Damn, scene changes. He thought with annoyance as he remembered his past experience, but with the difference that his body felt heavy and very sore. He slowly sat up and looked around. He was no longer in the Q's chamber. No, Kurama. He had returned to the forest of death and was now in some kind of shelter inside a tree. He began searching the area for any sign of his companions, but only found his ninja gear and Sasuke and Sakura's gear. Where could they be? He thought anxiously. He was worried about them, but as he was wondering where they might be, he sensed that presence he had felt when he spoke with Kurama. He left the tree, following it to its source, and what he saw left him in shock. He saw Sakura hugging Sasuke very closely. All this in the middle of an open clearing. What the hell? What is Sakura-chan doing hugging that team? He thought furiously and with jealousy growing in his chest. He was about to go and give a piece of his mind to the two of them when something caught his attention. Black markings on Sasuke's skin. What are those things? He wondered, observing them more closely. Suddenly, the marks began to recede toward his neck. What the hell just happened? Those marks just receded like nothing happened, he said to himself when he realized something. I'm absolutely certain that the energy I witnessed came from those marks, he thought, confused. But Kurama said it was that guy, Orochimaru. What's going on? Then he perceived more presences besides Sakura and Sasuke. 1, 2, 3, 9, that's 9, he counted. A very faint one near the ground. A large one at the top of a tree next to a normal one, 3 together, of different sizes but nothing extraordinary, and another 3 of regular size near Sasuke and Sakura-chan, he said, becoming even more confused as he focused on the chakra signatures. But how do I know this? He thought, having no explanation of how he could identify the signatures. When he set his sights on each of those presences, he saw Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, the girl with the buns on her head and the boy who looked like Hinata from the bushy-browed team, and the bushy-browed one himself was here. He was lying on the ground and looked badly injured. Also not too far away were the ninjas who attacked Kabuto before the first exam began. Naruto didn't know what was happening, and for the first time in his life, his instincts told him not to do anything and just observe. So he didn't make a move until he knew what had really happened, and he kept watching the whole thing until his intervention was necessary. He saw one of the Odo ninjas pick up one of his teammates, who seemed to be suffering considerably from arm injuries, and leave behind a scroll before disappearing into the trees. Wondering why they had done this, he almost missed the Hyuga boy carrying the bushy-browed one while his teammates stood nearby, keeping an eye on their companions. They both spoke briefly with Sakura and Sasuke and then left, but not before the Hyuga boy glanced at Naruto, who seemed to be the only one who had noticed him arrive at the clearing. Seeing that only Team 10 remained and that there was no more danger, Naruto decided it was time to let his teammates know he was all right and began to approach them, just as Shikamaru's team was also approaching their teammates. Hey guys, what just happened? Said Naruto, surprising the 5 genin shinobi. Why were bushy-browed Naruto and the kid from Odo so messed up? Asked the blonde boy, looking around. What happened to that ninja from Kusa earlier who attacked us? Naruto, I'm so glad you're okay. I was worried, Sakura said, genuinely relieved. I thought something had happened to you. Naruto couldn't hide his joy, which manifested in a smile. His dream girl cared about him. This was almost a dream, which Sakura proceeded to ruin. I don't know how I was going to be able to defend Sasuke-kun without your help, the girl added, much to Naruto's disappointment and shattering his reverie. Sasuke, it's always Sasuke. Everything is Sasuke, because that idiot gets everything, he thought furiously. Everyone wants to fight him. Everyone wants to be his friend. And all the girls love him, especially Sakura-chan. Damn it. Why does that fool always overshadow me? The blonde added irritably, deciding that all of this was unfair. But I don't want to keep thinking about it for now. I need answers, he told himself when he realized Sakura's condition. Sakura-chan, what happened to you? Who did this to you? And then, Looking at Team 10, he demanded, "Why is Ino's team here? Explain to me what happened," he urged, truly eager to know what had happened while he was inside his mind with Kurama. "Well, you see," Sakura said, but Sasuke raised an arm, observing his blonde companion. "What happened here is none of your business, Dobe," Sasuke said firmly, looking Naruto in the eye. "So keep your questions to yourself and stay quiet," he declared. "But Sasuke-kun," Sakura tried. "I said no, Sakura," Sasuke growled, staring intently at Sakura before turning to the team. "The Dobe doesn't need to know what happened." "Okay, Sasuke-kun, as you say," Sakura said meekly, lowering her head. "No. Wait, you can't hide things from me. We're a team. That's not fair," Naruto retorted. He couldn't believe it. Sasuke and Sakura had decided to keep him in the dark. After his conversation with Kurama and discovering that people were hiding things from him, Naruto had resolved never again to let anyone deny him the truth or keep it from him, and now his teammates were also keeping secrets from him. "Sasuke, Sakura-chan, please, I need to know what's going on." "Naruto," Sasuke-kun said no, and if Sasuke-kun says so, it's because that's how it's going to be done, Sakura retorted. But, Naruto tried to speak, but anger and indignation made his throat close up. "Damn it! Secrets, secrets. Am I the idiot they can't tell anything to or what? Right after finding out about Gigi with what happened to my mother and my clan," the boy thought, although he still hoped what Kurama said was a mistake. Something inside him told him it was true. The discovery of the Uzumaki clan and the truth about his mother, still fresh in his mind, raised many questions about trusting other people. If Gigi hid that from me, what else has he hidden from me? Who else besides Gigi has kept things from me? He thought. Well, it's obvious Sakura and Sasuke do, he thought bitterly. Kakashi-sensei? Iruka-sensei? I don't think so. Do I? I doubt. Well, they knew the truth about Kyuubi and hid the truth from me. He thought sadly since he didn't know who to really trust. Ironically, he thought that the only person or thing that had been honest with him had been Kurama. "Hey!" I hear Naruto say. I turned to see Shikamaru speaking for the first time since the other teams disappeared. I don't know what happened, and it might be annoying, but I think Naruto should know what's going on too. He's part of his team, he finishes. Shikamaru. Sasuke-kun already said no. I don't see the point in telling that loser what happened. It's not like it would make any difference. Realize he just woke up and is only a burden to Sasuke-kun. And even though that big forehead might be a nuisance, at least he's done something for the team. But Naruto, he's surely been a burden to Sasuke and Sakura throughout the entire exam. What can you expect from the worst ninja in the class? Ino said. A burden? Does she think I'm a burden? For God's sake. I saved her precious Sasuke-kun from that enormous snake while he was wetting himself with fear, and she calls me a burden. Naruto thought angrily. That bitch. She's looking down on me again, just like back in the academy. And noticing the silence of the others, he realized the truth for everyone. No one says anything in my favor. Do they really think that about me? Do they think I'm a failure? Then, looking at his teammates, he realized that they never thanked him for saving them. Sakura and Sasuke probably think what happened before was pure luck. Damn it! What do I have to do to get them to acknowledge me? Well, Shikamaru said, uncomfortable with the atmosphere. I think we'll be going. Ino, why don't you help Sakura before we leave, while Choji and I recover from the fight? If that's all right, come with me. We'll fix that ugly hair of yours. I don't want you to make it easy for me to win Sasuke-kun's heart, Ino said mockingly. In your dreams, Ino pig, Sakura retorted. How annoying, Shikamaru muttered. Sasuke observed Naruto, who had remained silent. It's strange. Usually I would have made a scene, but this time the loser is speechless. He gave up too soon. That almost never happens, he thought, puzzled by Naruto's unusual behavior. Well, at least I won't have to hear his whining, and everything will be quiet for once, he muttered internally, then thought about his next step. First of all, we need to go somewhere safe and rest. I'm still exhausted from my fight with that Orochimaru, and I need to talk to Sakura about what happened after I fell unconscious. I also need to figure out what that power was and how I can control it, he said, recalling the feeling of power that had coursed through his body. Dobe, we need to move to a safer place, so go get the equipment so we can leave after Ino finishes with Sakura. Sasuke ordered to a Naruto who was still silent. No, Naruto simply said and started walking towards the forest. What? Sasuke retorted in surprise. I gave you an order, Dobe, and you'd better obey. Sasuke growled. I said no, the blonde replied again. Understand, if you want us to move, go get the equipment yourself if you want it so badly. He retorted without turning to look at his teammate and continuing on his way towards the trees. Naruto, Sasuke-kun gave you an order. So do it, Sakura shouted from where she was. Ino had already fixed her hair and healed some of her wounds. Naruto, are you listening? She asked when she saw that he hadn't responded. And when Naruto suddenly stopped, she shouted again, Do it right now! Naruto turned his gaze to the pink-haired girl and she froze. In front of Sakura was a Naruto who looked at her in a cold and hostile way like never before. Those eyes, the girl thought with a shiver, but her thought was interrupted by a voice similar to the coldness of the eyes she was observing. I said no, the blonde simply said and walked away among the trees. What just happened? Asked a surprised Ino. Damn it! Stupid Dobe, Sasuke complained. Alright Sakura, we need to get ready. Now that that fool is gone, we can't go anywhere, he said, annoyed. Despite being a burden, we need him to pass this test, and he can still be useful, Sasuke said as he headed towards the shelter Sakura had made. Sakura snapped out of her daze and followed Sasuke, stopping and turning back to Team 10. Thank you for your help. Without you we could have died. And then continued on towards Sasuke. We should go, Shikamaru said, still staring at the spot where Naruto had disappeared. He was surprised. Naruto had never reacted like this before. He was usually boisterous and decisive, but this reaction had been cold and forceful. Maybe Sakura, Sasuke, and Ino finally pushed him to the edge. Like never before, he said, remembering how badly Ino and Sakura had treated the boy at the academy. How annoying, he thought. Well, it's not something I can do anything about, and I really have no interest in fixing other people's team's problems. Remembering where he was and what he was supposed to be doing, he turned his gaze to Ino and Choji. Come on, we still have to finish this test, and we still need to find the other scroll. But Shikamaru, Sasuke-kun, and the forehead are alone, and that loser Naruto became a burden again by leaving. We can't just leave them alone, Ino tried. No, Ino, it's not our problem, it's Team 7's problem, and we don't have the remaining scroll yet. And although it will be a nuisance to continue with the exam, I prefer to finish it and leave this forest, he declared with a lazy grunt. Or I might fall victim to my mother's anger, annoying women, he thought with a slight shiver. Onward, he finished and headed into the forest in a different direction than Naruto, with Choji behind him. Ino looked at Sasuke and Sakura. Damn it, that forehead will be alone with my Sasuke-kun. How I detest her. But I'm not worried. In the end I'll be the winner. That forehead is no better than that fool Naruto, and when Sasuke sees that she's no match for me, he'll choose me, she thought determinedly. Just you wait and see, Sakura. Your luck will run out very soon. Ino finished and followed Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke were in the shelter Sakura had built, making themselves safe to spend the night there because Naruto had left and they couldn't move from that place until he returned, and they didn't know when that would be. Well, they're gone now, and without that idiot around, I can ask you what happened after I fell unconscious? And what became of that Orochimaru? Sasuke asked while looking at Sakura. Sakura blushed. Sasuke-kun is talking to me. When he hears how we defended him, he'll be grateful that he'll go on a date with us when this exam is over, inner Sakura praised. Sakura then told Sasuke what happened. How Orochimaru bit him and gave him something he called the cursed seal. How the Oto ninjas appeared and she fought to save him, already Naruto, although she didn't mention it. How Rock Lee arrived and saved her, although she mentioned it didn't mean anything. How he fought against them and used a technique that almost defeated one of them. How the Oto ninjas ended up beating Lee, and how Ino's team rescued them and were willing to fight to help them, although she dismissed Ino's help, saying, she's not that different from Naruto. How Lee's team arrived and ended with what happened when Sasuke woke up and when he broke that Odo ninja's arms. Okay, I understand, Sasuke said. So that Orochimaru left a mark on me. He deduced that this was the source of the power he felt. I have to find a way to control this power, he thought resolutely. Although he felt disgusted at being defeated and marked by Orochimaru, a strange feeling of gratitude had been born within him. Orochimaru had given him a power to aid him in his mission to kill Itachi and restore his clan. Okay, Sakura, now, as I told you, I don't want Naruto to know. He can't do anything, and frankly, I don't think he could do anything other than be a loser. Okay? Sasuke-kun, I promise I won't tell Naruto anything, Sakura agreed. Although, like you said, I don't think he'd be able to understand what's going on. She knew she was being unfair to Naruto, but oh well, it was Sasuke's decision not to tell him, and Naruto certainly wasn't known for being someone who could think about anything other than eating ramen or causing trouble. Curse mark? Otoge cure ninjas? Rock Lee injured saving Sakura. Someone thought, unbeknownst to Sakura and Sasuke, behind the tree where they were hiding, Naruto had overheard the entire conversation. So I'm not able to understand what's going on. Huh? Sakura? He thought sarcastically. Naruto had reached the same conclusion as Sasuke. That mark was the source of the power he had detected. So Orochimaru marked Sasuke. I wonder why, he asked. It's worrying. That feeling of malice I got from that mark is terrifying, and I know that power coming from it wasn't Sasuke's, he told himself, starting to worry. Good, more than I need. Sasuke getting more power, he complained. I can't be left behind. I'm tired of being underestimated and looked down upon. I have a lot to think about, especially that cursed seal. Maybe I have something that can help you understand what's going on. Gaki? A voice said from nowhere. What the hell? Naruto sat up, looking around, trying to find the source of that voice. Who was it? I don't see anyone dash. It's me, Gaki, he heard again. I'm Kurama. I'm speaking to you from inside your mind dash. Kurama? He asked. But how? How can you talk to me if I'm outside and you're inside? This has never happened before, said a confused and surprised Naruto. It seems that damned Orochimaru not only left that mark on the Uchiha brat, but he also touched the seal that contains me, said Kurama's voice in his mind. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused. Come to my presence and we will talk. We will continue the conversation we left off, and I will also make you a proposal that I think you will like, Kurama invited. And how do I get in with you? Naruto asked again. He really wanted to continue the conversation with Kurama, remembering the pending matter he had. Just relax and try to focus on my presence, I explained. Remember the chakra you obtained on that bridge. It will help you find me, Kurama replied. Naruto closed his eyes and felt his body lose its weight. And when he opened his eyes, he was in front of Kurama's cell. I did it, said Naruto. I see that. Well, Gaki, we have a lot to discuss and I want to be as brief as possible, he grumbled. As I was saying, I have something to propose to you, and there is also the information I owed you about your father. But before we get to that, I will answer your questions about that mark on the neck of the Uchiha worm, he explained. Okay. Tell me what you know, Naruto replied. Well, that mark or curse seal, whatever you want to call it, is a Fuinjutsu, curse seal technique. They're similar to, yet different from, FUINJUTSU, sealing techniques, because they're used to subdue a person and maintain control, he explained. You might not know this, but your friend Hyuga's clan also uses this type of technique on some of its junior members, he added, surprising Naruto. Anyway, with this technique, Orochimaru subdues the people he chooses, but he also grants them a power boost. People start to become more hostile as the mark takes hold of them and maintains a link with Orochimaru. Uchiha might become dangerous, so keep an eye on him, he advised. Violent? Is there any way to remove that mark? Naruto asked. Honestly, he had stopped worrying about Sasuke after how he treated him today, but he didn't want to get involved with an out-of-control Sasuke, especially an Uchiha with a power boost. There was also the question about the Hyuga mark, but he would have to wait and ask that weirdo Hinata. I don't know if there's a way to remove it. Perhaps a seal master like the ancient Uzumaki could remove it, he suggested. But it also depends a lot on the victim's intention not to be controlled. For example, there's Anko Mitarashi, the woman who censored this part of the test, he said, remembering the woman. She was a victim of Orochimaru's seal and has managed to control it in some way. But as you've seen, her peculiarity and sadism may be part of how that seal played with her mind. Although it's also possible that she inherited it during her time as Orochimaru's student, Kurama said. And you're telling me that Sasuke could be like that woman or worse? Naruto questioned, remembering how that woman cut and licked him. I hope Sasuke doesn't do that, he thought, disgusted. It could probably be worse. You've seen how he acts, arrogant and totally unpleasant. Knowing him, I doubt he wants to fight the seal. You know very well about his thirst for power, Kurama declared. You're right, Naruto reflected. Well, I'll be on the lookout for him, he added. Now that you mention that Orochimaru did something with our seal, what can you tell me about what happened and how can we communicate outside of here? Naruto asked. Well, that snake used the Gojio Fuin 5-point seal on the Hack no Fuin Shiki 8-trigram seal that keeps me sealed inside you. By doing so, it caused an imbalance, preventing me from giving you chakra and causing your chakra to combine with mine, making it impossible for you to handle it, he explained. This makes your connection with me stronger on a mental level, but it's still dangerous for you to be like this. You would probably die in a fight because you can't properly manage your chakra. What? I can't use my chakra. How can we fix this? Naruto asked desperately. He didn't really understand all this stuff about seals, but he didn't want to be like this without control of his chakra, especially with a Sasuke who could go crazy at any moment. Well, you can wait for the Hokage to remove it from you since it was a Sannin who put it there. Only his master, the Hokage, can eliminate it. Another Sannin could do it too, but I doubt you'll find Jiraiya or Tsunade, who left the village years ago. So, I'm going to have to deal with this problem until Gigi does something? He asked. He might prevent me from continuing with the Chunin exam, or I could be killed before I even leave, Naruto said, depressed. Sorry, kid, but that's just how it is, Kurama said, watching the boy grow frustrated. In fact, he felt frustrated too. This brat has no chakra control and that could get him killed, and logically, me too. But there's nothing more we can do. We're not seal masters, and I'm sure only the old man and that damn perverted toad can do it, he thought. All right now, kid, since we can't remove that seal together, we need to work on ways to keep you alive until someone releases the seal and you regain your chakra control, he declared seriously. Because it would be risky to rely on jutsu due to that imbalance, we'll have to work on your physical abilities. You really have a poor taijutsu style, mainly due to your bad teaching at the academy, but you've also been mediocre in not solving those problems on your own. He paused and looked at Naruto. What that bitch Yamanaka said isn't far from the truth. You've been a pathetic excuse for a ninja, and all you've done is yell and bragging about skills you don't have. My power was what helped you save your team in this forest and fight that stupid ice effeminate fool on that bridge, he reminded him. I've been keeping you alive, but because of your carelessness, you brought us to this place with this problem, he growled. Kushina and Mito were excellent shinobi in their own right. They never needed my power. They had unique skills, strength, intelligence, and power, he pointed out. These are things that characterize an Uzumaki, but you, Gaki, have been a stain on that legacy. Instead of lamenting that the pink fox didn't go out with you, you should have trained. You prefer to blame others for your shortcomings and justify your mediocrity. And if you want us not only to survive this exam, but also for you not to be a laughingstock of a ninja, all of this must change and it must happen now. He finished with a roar. Naruto said nothing, slowly lowering his head, mute and hurt, as tears of helplessness welled up in him. He knew that everything Kurama had said was true, and it hurt and angered him to realize how pathetic he was. You're right, but what can I do? Kurama had looked approvingly at the brat's response. Good. Now I'll save myself a headache with his mediocre attitude, he thought. All right, it's time to see if that ability works. Concentrating on something within himself, Kurama began to fill his mind with information, sealing techniques more specifically. Heh, it worked, he laughed. Your abilities will be of great help, Mito, he pleased. There are some things I can do to help you not only defend yourself against that disgusting Uchiha, but also to become stronger. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. Yes, Kurama simply replied. Well, thanks, I guess, replied Naruto, unsure how to feel. Then he remembered. So, about my father, what can you tell me? Naruto asked anxiously. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to improve and had promised himself that after leaving, he would take his training more seriously. But the desire to know who his father was stronger now. You told me you knew who he was, he insisted. That's right, your father, Kurama said, his evil grin returning. Time to get to work, he thought. All right, kid. What you're about to learn might have a big impact on you, and you could get upset. But I want you to be strong and listen carefully because I'm not going to repeat myself. He paused for a moment to build anticipation. Who says I can't be dramatic? He thought. After a few seconds, he continued. Your father was a man known as Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. Naruto repeated. His father's name was Minato Namikaze. I wonder why my last name comes from my mom and not my dad? He thought. Confused. Naruto Namikaze doesn't sound bad. Namikaze? Wait, I've heard it before. That name sounded familiar. Something from the academy. Then he remembered a lecture Irika-sensei gave at the academy years ago. Flashback. And Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, single-handedly wiped out an IWA platoon and thus received the name of the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Fin flashback. It can't be. It's impossible. Naruto shouted. Yes, Gaki, your father was the fourth Hokage, the same one who fought me and sealed me inside you. Your father was the hero of this village, Kurama declared. But, it's not possible, Naruto murmured. It was very difficult for him to accept this information, but it had to be true. Something inside him told him that Kurama wasn't lying. Learning about his mother was a shock, but it didn't compare to what he had just learned. It was something he couldn't describe. His father was a Hokage, and his childhood hero was none other than his own father. Damn it! Why did you hide this from me? Naruto muttered to himself, feeling betrayed by someone he believed would never lie to him. It was my story, my family. Why did you hide it from me? I don't really know why the Hokage has hidden that information from you and the rest of the village, he continued, giving Naruto a malicious look. Probably if your village knew your ancestry, you wouldn't have gone through what you had to go through. Who knows, maybe some loving family would have taken you in. But why didn't anyone tell me? Naruto asked again, speaking to himself, his eyes filled with tears and a hurt look on his face. Well, let's add more fuel to the fire, he thought maliciously. I don't think many people know that secret, Gaki. Smiling inwardly, he decided to attack Naruto's wound. But one thing I am sure of, that Sensei Hatake of yours really knew it, since he was your father's student. What? Kakashi-sensei was my dad's student? He asked, starting to get angry. Then, he's been hiding things from me too. He's like Sakura, like Sasuke, and like the old man. Who can I really trust? Naruto asked, his despondency growing stronger and stronger. Well, remember that everyone hid my existence from you, and if it weren't for that Chunin trash, you probably wouldn't have known until now, Kurama said maliciously, reminding him that Irika had also lied to him before. It seems people don't really care about the suffering you went through and would have easily let you endure more, as long as they kept you in the dark. I think you're right. Irika-sensei and Kakashi-sensei have kept things from me, as well as the Hokage and my teammates. The old man and Kakashi-sensei probably also know what happened to my clan and are keeping it hidden like everything else, said an annoyed Naruto. Perfect, thought Kurama. Naruto sighed. Thank you, Kurama. As incredible as it may seem, you have been the only one sincere with me. Naruto spoke in a weak voice. Don't even mention it, Gaki. I hope it helped you to know who your father was, he said. Because it worked wonders for me, he thought wickedly. Yes, it has been enlightening, although I don't know how to feel. He was my hero and my inspiration. But now I know that it was him, my dad. He was responsible for you being imprinted on me, and that's why the town treated me the way it did. Don't think like that, kid. Your father trusted you. I'm sure he wanted you to be a hero to this village. But the worms of this village decided to make him his scapegoat. Kurama didn't really care how Naruto saw the fourth Hokage. He could easily have allowed Naruto to hate his father. Hatred was an emotion the beast understood. But after thinking it over, if the situation arose, he decided he would prefer the boy to see his hero as a role model, to strive for his own growth, and to turn Naruto against the village by asserting that they hadn't fulfilled Namake's last wish. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked, a faint hope in his voice. "Of course, Gaki," Kurama said. "It's disgusting to have to say this, but it will be worth it," he thought irritably. "Now, Gaki, as you know, your father was a legend, a powerful ninja in his own right. Tell me, are you worthy to follow his legacy?" Naruto reflected again on what Kurama had told him. Worthy of his legacy? Depressed, he admitted once more that he wasn't a big deal, he didn't have any amazing jutsu beyond shadow clones, and he doubted that the Oiroke, sexy jutsu, could be of any use. It's not like he would save the world or stop a powerful being using some version of the Oiroke. Although part of his education had been sabotaged by the academy instructors, he knew that he had been negligent in his growth as a shinobi, limiting himself to just yelling and acting like someone superior. When he knew he could easily be at the bottom of the knowledge ladder, he never thought to go to the library and learn. I mean, I know I was banned, but it's not like the librarian would know how to recognize a henge transformation. Naruto knew he had vitality, extreme healing, and energy partly from Kurama's chakra, but without it, he had nothing else. "No, I don't think I'm capable of being worthy of Dad's legacy now. I don't have a clan to help me like the others, and my knowledge of the ninja arts is limited," Naruto admitted. "Well, Gaki, that has to change. I can't allow the ninja who's taking me to be a joke. We'll have to work on making you worthy of being the vessel of the powerful Kyuubi. I mentioned to you a while ago that I wanted to make a deal with you. I want to be part of your training and help you discover your true potential," Kurama said. "Help me be better? What's the catch? What do you gain from this?" Naruto questioned cautiously. "As I told you, you can't be a weak vessel for me, mainly because if you die, I disappear and it takes years to reform, and I want to avoid that," Kurama replied. "Okay. How can you help me?" Naruto asked, a little more confident. Well, he has good arguments, he thought. To pass this round of exams, you must train your body because your ninjutsu cannot be used properly. I have recently gained knowledge of some techniques that will be of great help, but your body is not suitable for performing them. So, as I was saying, first we must train your body. I will teach you a FUINJUTSU technique that will allow you to train your body with gravity. You will be able to place seals on parts of your body that will make your body adapt to the tension it will receive with the new abilities you will have later on, he explained. Okay, gravity seals, it sounds difficult, but I'll do my best, declared the Uzumaki. That's right, to help you in this express training, we will also use Kagebushin to increase the experience, Kurama continued. Kagebushin? Shadow clones? Experience? I don't understand, a confused Naruto asked. Well, it seems that Hatake hasn't mentioned to you that one of the special abilities of the Kagebushin is that it gathers the information obtained from the clones and returns it to the user. It's certainly a great help in training, although few people possess a chakra like yours, which is not only great because of me, but also because of your Uzumaki blood, he said. Well, that's perfect. Another secret someone's hiding from me. Damn Kakashi. First he doesn't teach us anything relevant. Then he denies me this information that could help me grow, he thought angrily. Fine, now that I know, I'll use it. Tell me about that seal, dash. I'll teach you how to do it so you can do it yourself when you leave here. You'll train with 2 clones, doing continuous physical exercises without rest. As long as we have this restriction, we won't risk doing more. 2 will be enough for now. You'll only dissipate them at night so you can rest and recover. Do your best to keep your teammates and other ninjas from noticing your clones. Make them disperse. We don't want anyone else to find out about your new training, especially that Uchiha bastard, he warned. Meanwhile, focus on the exam. Like your clones, you'll have gravity seals. Try to get used to them and do light exercises away from your teammates' eyes. Don't worry about the strain. I'll help you recover. All this training will help prepare your body for a technique I'll be training for you. Okay, said a determined Naruto. Kurama then taught him the gravity seal, and when Naruto was sure he had learned how to perform it, he was ready to practice it in the outside world. All right, Gaki, it's time for you to go and train, Kurama said. Do your best and do it well. I'll be watching you, he finished. Hi. Thanks, Kurama. See you later, said Naruto, closing his eyes and disappearing in an instant. Well, now I'll try to figure out how I can get more of that knowledge. Who would have thought Mito was useful for something? He laughed. I wonder if I can get something from Kushina? Chapter 3. The Preliminaries The Prelude to the Battle. Naruto woke up in the silence of the room in the forest tower. He had rested enough and decided it was time to get up. Slowly sitting up, he looked around the room and found that Sasuke and Sakura were still asleep in their own beds. The sigh of satisfaction at not having to face them at this moment. They had arrived the day before at the building that was supposed to be the goal for the second phase of the exam. With a day to spare, they decided to rest to have energy in case it was needed. They didn't know what was going to happen after finishing the test, and they didn't want to get any unpleasant surprises because of the tiredness. He felt truly relieved to see his companions asleep. Things had been tense since their disagreement 2 days ago. Sasuke was against the actions Naruto had taken, defying an order and preventing him from carrying out a plan to his liking, both when he walked away after their battle with the Oto ninjas and during the time that followed. Sakura, for her part, was on Sasuke's side no matter what. So when he returned from his walk, Sakura gave him a lecture about not defying Sasuke-kun's wishes, something Naruto ignored, further provoking Sakura's anger. Since then, he has tried to distance himself from them, while continuing with the training Kurama had imposed on him. His body was slowly getting used to the weight on his body. His clones helped him adapt faster. He took his time doing simple resistance exercises. He knew that with his chakra problem, his physical strength would be his only card to avoid being eliminated or, worse, killed. 1 day ago, a couple of hours had passed since Sakura scolded him for disobeying Sasuke. Naruto was really irritated. Sakura's shouting, Sasuke's conceited face, and the exhaustion from moving his body with the gravity seals had made him grumpy, and he had withdrawn into himself as they jumped from tree to tree looking for a team to take their scroll and finish this part of the exam. Sakura, Dobe, Sasuke said to them, we're heading to the exam's finish line. We'll be keeping watch for any other teams nearby. I doubt we're the only ones planning this, so we need to be careful and surprise them before they surprise us. If things go well, we'll eliminate someone quickly and be able to move forward and get out of this damned forest. The Uchiha declared. Hey Sasuke-kun, a blushing Sakura said. Naruto simply nodded his head, indicating his agreement. This annoyed Sasuke, who was beginning to get irritated that Naruto wasn't acting like himself. His silence bothered him without him knowing why. Damn it. I feel like I missed the idiot being loud and stupid. Seeing him quiet and focused makes me nervous. I want this to be over so I can bring him down a peg and remind him where he belongs. Sasuke growled in his mind. Meanwhile, Naruto thought Sasuke's plan wasn't bad, but the fact that he didn't have control over his chakra made him nervous. He was afraid of encountering a difficult opponent and having to expose his problem to his teammates, who already considered him a burden, and now they would be even more likely to point it out. I'd rather die than have them despise and underestimate me again. I feel like I can fight hand to hand, and I think I can create a certain number of clones even if I keep the other two training, he thought. Naruto had sent his pair of training clones to stay close to him, but at the same time keep them at a distance so they wouldn't be found by Sakura and Sasuke. He also told them to be alert in case anyone was nearby, both so they wouldn't be discovered and so they could be reinforcements if a team ambushed him and his team. While Naruto was having these thoughts, he suddenly felt 3 presences approaching them from the right of his position, which snapped him out of his reverie. The presences were at a distance, but in a couple of minutes they would meet them directly. Listen, a team is approaching from that side of the forest. They'll probably cross paths with us in less than 23 minutes. Naruto informed his teammates. What on earth are you talking about, Naruto? Sakura replied. How do you know when someone is coming? She added. I just know it. Naruto replied sharply. Liar, I don't think we should listen to you, Sakura replied. It's impossible for you to know that someone is coming towards us. You don't have those abilities, she reiterated. Sakura, shut up, Sasuke said, surprising Sakura. Are you sure, Dobe? Naruto simply nodded. All right, Sasuke said. He knew Naruto wasn't lying. Something in his gaze confirmed it. Naruto's hiding something. How could he know a team was approaching? Does he have sensory abilities? Naruto's strange behavior was driving him crazy, and he had to admit he felt a little uneasy about him. There's something about his recent behavior that I don't like. I'll have to keep an eye on him, he thought cautiously. Well, if what the dope says is true, this will be a good opportunity to ambush a team and get a scroll. Naruto, do you know how long it will be before we run into them? Approximately 20 minutes at this pace. All right, let's get going so we can close the distance with them and set a trap for them, Sasuke replied. Hi, Sakura and Naruto said at the same time. The three ninjas moved from tree to tree with increasing speed, hoping to ambush the opposing team, so they quickened their pace. As they leaped, Naruto pondered how he could detect people from a distance. He knew he had done it before. He remembered waking up after meeting Kurama and identifying a group of people, recognizing the shapes emanating from them as their chakra. He could distinguish Rock Lee by the negligible amount, Shikamaru, Choji, and the Panda Girl by their unremarkable chakra, Odo's slightly stronger ninjas by the considerable amount, the Hyuga boy by the immense and twisted chakra of Orochimaru and Sasuke, and the minuscule chakras of Sakura and Ino. It really was a unique and useful skill to use, but the question was, where did it come from? He thought curiously. It's probably part of your Uzumaki blood? Gaki, Kurama explained. A clan's ability can be awakened in times of need, like the Uchiha and their Sharingan on the bridge of Nami no Kuni, and you're going through one. With the loss of your chakra control, some abilities for your survival may have awakened. He concluded from within. Do you think I can discover more? Asked an excited Naruto. Having new skills would be great. Not only will it help me take care of Sasuke, but it will also be useful on my path to greatness. I couldn't tell you, Gaki. Keep your eyes open. Likewise, having the ability of a sensor is an unparalleled advantage. It will help you stay one step ahead of your enemies. Use it correctly, Kurama said. Okay, thought Naruto, dropping the subject so he could concentrate on helping his team ambush the opposing team. Sasuke, we're at the exact meeting point, Naruto said, knowing that if the approaching team continued along the straight path, this would be the precise spot where they would have to pass through. All right, we have 7 minutes to prepare a proper trap. Here's the plan. Naruto uses a couple of clones and transforms them into exact copies of us. We leave them in the center of this clearing, making it seem like we're off guard, the Uchiha explained. They'll think we're easy targets, while we climb into the treetops and watch their movements. I suppose the dobe and I will be enough to neutralize them, so Sakura, stay out of our way and try not to get in our way, he instructed the pink-haired girl. But Sasuke-kun, I can help, Sakura replied sadly. It hurt her that Sasuke considered her a burden, and even worse, that he found more use in Naruto than in her. How are we going to show him that we're meant for each other and how wonderful we can be for him, if he treats us like a burden? Inner Sakura pleaded desperately. We protected him from the monsters of Odo. This is all Naruto's fault. His attitude has made Sasuke-kun desperate and unable to see how useful we can be, she declared. I've given you an order, Sakura. Don't waste time and get out of the way, Sasuke growled. It's okay, Sasuke-kun, Sakura murmured dejectedly. Naruto watched her leave among the trees, and although he wouldn't admit it, he felt a sense of justified satisfaction at how Sasuke was acting with Sakura, but he immediately decided to ignore it. He had to continue with the plan. So, making the hand sign, he summoned 3 clones and immediately used the transformation technique to transform 2 of them into exact copies of Sakura and Sasuke. Ready, they're in position, said Naruto. All right, then let's go to our positions. They won't be long here, said Sasuke as he headed to the treetops with Naruto behind him. Once up there, they took positions somewhat separated but with a clear view of each other to send messages and where they could observe how the upcoming events would unfold. Naruto watched his clones wait for the enemy team, while remembering that he still had 2 other clones in training. He noticed that in the short time he already had greater control over his body with the increased gravity. Knowing that this was a great step, he focused his attention on finishing this quickly so that he could continue with the exam and thus leave this forest and be able to train properly and thus improve his ninja skills. Naruto sensed the presence of his victims a few meters away and, signaling to Sasuke, prepared to ambush them. Sakura felt terrible. Sasuke-kun had simply pulled her out of the attack, even though she had almost lost her life protecting him. He still saw her as a burden. He sees more use in Naruto than in me, she said dejectedly. She wanted to blame Naruto for this situation, but frankly, Naruto hadn't done anything wrong. It had always been Sasuke-kun's way of seeing her. What do I have to do to make him notice me? She asked herself sadly. She had finished the academy with high honors. She had perfect chakra control, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up to Sasuke-kun. She had motivated herself by saying that Sasuke was a genius and the most talented genin of this generation, and that it would be impossible to catch him. But then Naruto appeared, surpassing her in the same way, something incredible that had hurt her ego, surpassed by the worst ninja of his generation, she thought bitterly. She wondered how this had happened. At the Naruto Academy, she couldn't even make a normal Bushin, clone, and was sure she had failed the genin exam again. But overnight she had acquired strength, power, and skills, leaving her as the weakest link in her team, her, the most talented kunoichi to come out of her generation. She thought angrily. She had already gotten over Ino, who despite being the daughter of a prominent clan in the village was just as much of a disaster as Naruto was. And there was also that strange Hinata. She wondered what kind of influence the Hyuga clan could have for that spineless girl with terrible taste in love to be a ninja. She was practically a walking ball of shyness, and worse still, she claimed to be in love with Naruto, something the fool hadn't noticed. Well, losers should stick together, she muttered with a certain venom in her voice. Returning to the topic, she recalled the satisfaction she felt at beating Naruto when they learned to climb trees on their mission in Nami no Kuni. She had hoped Sasuke-kun would congratulate her for being the first to master the feat, but instead, he seemed overshadowed and gave her a disapproving look, while he started a competition with Naruto to see who could master the climb first, ignoring her and her achievement. At that moment, incredibly, she felt jealous of Naruto. He had Sasuke-kun's attention, perhaps because they had both spent part of their lives alone, something that reminded her of when she had said those hurtful words about Naruto when their team was formed and Sasuke had first called her annoying. That has formed a bond between them, something I can't have with Sasuke-kun, she sighed in defeat. Sakura had been her parents' only child, spoiled and loved, which is why she couldn't understand the situation Sasuke-kun and Naruto were in. She remembered her childhood. Before Ino, she had no friends. Though a feeling of guilt lingered within her, she ignored it instantly. She was bullied for her prominent forehead, always hoping someone would defend her. Then she heard stories about the Uchiha boy, quiet and mysterious. When she saw him, she knew he was like a prince, and princes rescued princesses. So she decided to focus on him, knowing that if she could get him to notice her, no one would ever mess with her again. Goodbye to the insults and taunts directed at her. Sasuke-kun, why can't I win your heart? Why aren't you the one asking me out instead of that idiot Naruto? She sighed. Naruto had been a pest for as long as she could remember. Somehow, he believed he was friends with her or that she wanted him close. No matter how hard she tried to push him away, he wouldn't stop wanting to be with her. He was persistent to the point of being annoying. She really wished he would stop looking for her. She hated that every time Sasuke rejected her, he would try to cheer her up and invite her out. I don't need your pity, you idiot. All I want is for you to get away from me, to stop getting in my way to Sasuke's heart. I consider you nothing more than an annoying classmate, he growled, venting his frustrations. But unbeknownst to Sakura, she was being watched by someone, more specifically a clone who had happened to be passing by on his mission to train in increased gravity. What a vile woman. The boss really doesn't need to set his eyes on someone so despicable, he muttered as he walked away from that place and went into the forest to continue his training. Back with Naruto and Sasuke, they were still waiting for the other team. Naruto didn't want to admit it, but he felt nervous. If we have a battle, it'll be really hard for me to help Sasuke, and I don't want to get eliminated so close to passing this stage, he thought. Even though I could make more clones, I couldn't perform just any jutsu. It's not like I knew any other than the Oiroke, sexy jutsu, he said ironically, remembering the sexy jutsu he had invented. It might distract them, but I really don't want to use that jutsu again. It's a reminder of how pathetic I was. At that moment, Naruto realized that the enemy team had arrived, consisted of 2 men and a girl. When he tried to identify which village they came from, he remembered that he had no idea what the symbols and names of the other villages were. He recalled that the boy Kabuto had mentioned Suna as the place where the strange redhead with the gourd came from, but he didn't know the others, and he didn't know which village those headbands symbolized. You're from IWA, you'll need to add history and geography lessons to your training. You can't be a great ninja if you're a stupid ignoramus. Kid, Kurama said from inside him. Thanks, Kurama, and I was considering it too, Naruto replied guiltily. The now identified IWA team noticed the clones of Team 7. The girl signaled to her teammates and they began to surround the clones. Apparently she's the leader. She's probably the strongest or has an interesting ability, Sasuke thought from his place in the shadows. A second later, the IWA team attacked. While the men used shuriken, the girl used an earth release jutsu. It seems the guys aren't skilled in jutsu or prefer not to use them. She, on the other hand, has good skill in earth release. It's best to eliminate them first and then finish her off, Sasuke mused. Signaling to Naruto, I informed him that he would initiate the attack, hoping to weaken them, and then I would attack. Upon receiving the message, Naruto accepted. Well, those guys don't look that tough. It's best to eliminate them and finish her off together. It would be very difficult to fight her in my condition, Naruto thought. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi's team approached to see what had happened to the team they had attacked. Believing it had been an easy target, they lowered their guard. When they stood in front of the crater caused by their earth release technique, they saw a blonde boy, a black-haired boy, and a pink-haired girl unconscious and bruised. That was easy, said a conceited Kuratsuchi. Suddenly, the downed equipment exploded in a cloud of smoke, and her instincts kicked in, causing her to dodge a huge fireball coming from the treetops. That was close. Who the hell did this? She growled, trying to catch her breath. She realized her teammates hadn't been able to escape the attack. You're all idiots and useless, she said angrily. They're just a bunch of losers from IWA. What else did you expect? Said a voice. What did you say? Show yourself, coward, Kuratsuchi growled. Show your face if you know what's good for you. Well, we have an aggressive girl here, and I thought Sakura was the only grumpy one in this forest, said another voice. 2 boys appeared right in front of Kuratsuchi, and she recognized them as the men from the team that had just attacked. Damn them, they set a trap for us, Kuratsuchi admitted. You seem clever, so why don't you just hand over your scroll and save yourself some pain? The dark-haired ninja told her. Never. I'd rather die than give in to tree-hugging idiots like you, Kuratsuchi replied mockingly. Fine, whatever you want, said the black-haired ninja and took a fighting stance. Naruto, finish off the other 2 so they don't get in the way. And he went to attack. Naruto approached the other 2 boys. They were unconscious but still alive. Naruto considered whether it was necessary to kill them but deduced that in their condition they would not do any harm. Even so, he took their weapons and tied them to a tree, while checking if either of them had the scroll. Nothing. Then she has it. Well, not everything can be that easy, Naruto murmured. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi tried to defend himself against the black-haired boy. He was very talented with his taijutsu and gave him no rest before using another jutsu. These tree lovers are annoying. I know that with my team defeated I won't be able to continue with the exam, but I refuse to hand over my scroll without a fight, she thought angrily. While dodging the attacks of the black-haired ninja, she didn't notice the fist approaching her until it was just centimeters from her face. When she turned around, she received the blow to the side of her face, sending her to the ground. Before falling unconscious, she cursed the ninjas of Konoha and swore to get revenge someday. I didn't need your help, Dobe, Sasuke growled. I know, but I want to finish this exam quickly, Naruto replied. Anyway, let's see what's up with them. I hope we find the right one, otherwise all this was a waste of time, Sasuke murmured as he checked on the unconscious girl. Perfect, that's the right one. Now that we have both of them, we can finish this exam and get out of this damn forest. Let's go get Sakura and get out of here. Present tense. After arriving at the tower and releasing the scrolls, Irika-sensei appeared and congratulated them on successfully completing the second phase. He then informed them that they could rest in a room inside the tower since there was still 1 day left before the exam ended. The first thing they did was go to their room and rest for a few hours. They had arrived after midday, so a couple of hours of sleep wouldn't hurt. When they woke up, they were informed that it was dinner time and they went to the dining room according to the instructions of the ninja who woke them up. The day before, in the dining room were Team 8, Rock Lee's team, and Suna's team. Team 7 went with their food to the table where Kiba and his teammates were. "I see you made it, who would have thought?" Kiba said when he saw them approaching. "We've been here for a while now. I guess they were the first ones to arrive. If you're bragging," Sasuke grumbled. "I'd like to say yes, but that would be a mistake. When we arrived, that Tsuna team was already here. I don't know, old man, but they're dangerous. We saw that red-haired guy literally crush his rival. He murdered him right in front of us. It was the most horrifying thing we've ever seen," Kiba said in a low voice. "Tisk," Sasuke uttered. "That guy doesn't scare me. I really hope to face him to show him he's nothing," he muttered arrogantly. "But Sasuke-kun, if he really is dangerous, you shouldn't go near him," Sakura urged, worried about Sasuke. "I'm not a coward like you, Sakura, so don't interfere in my affairs," Sasuke replied coldly. Sakura remained silent and lowered her head. "Well, it's your funeral, old man." "Hey Naruto, you're very quiet. It's not very common for you. You're always causing a ruckus and bothering people." Kiba changed the subject, seeing the discomfort. "I simply have nothing to say, Kiba," Naruto replied. "Whatever," the boy replied, annoyed by how Naruto answered. Hello Naruto-kun. I'm glad you managed to pass the test and that you're doing well," Hinata murmured, her eyes on the ground, touching the tips of her 2 fingers together. "Thank you, the same to you, Hinata," Naruto replied. Now that he was with her, he had thought about asking her about the seal Kurama mentioned, but he decided to let it go. It wasn't something that interested her, and perhaps it was a private matter for her family. "Shino, how are you?" "Good," Shino simply said. "I see," Naruto replied in the same manner. "Okay, enough talk, we're going to rest. The exam ends tomorrow and the other teams can arrive at any time, and I prefer to have the advantage that we have all our energy. So see you later," Kiba said. "Good night, Naruto-kun." "Sleep well," murmured a shy Hinata. "We're going to rest too. We don't know if the next phase starts tomorrow, and we need to regain our energy," Sasuke said. As they were heading to their room, Sasuke stopped and faced Naruto. "Well, Dobe, confess, how did you suddenly become a censor?" demanded Sasuke. "What?" replied a surprised Naruto. Sasuke had noticed his new ability. "Damn, I was careless," he thought with annoyance. "What you heard, I know very well that you are a censor, or how else could you have known when the IWA team was approaching and in which direction they were traveling, so I repeat, how can you do that?" he demanded again. "It's none of your business, Sasuke, so mind your own business," I replied, as I continued walking forward and bumped my shoulder against Sasuke's. "Naruto!" Sakura shouted, but Sasuke and Naruto ignored her. Suddenly Naruto felt a tug on the collar of his jacket and turned to face Sasuke, giving him an icy stare. Furious, Sasuke grabbed him by the collar of his tracksuit to face him again. "I'm not playing loser. Answer now," he threatened. "Make me if you think you're so brave, Uchiha," Naruto replied coldly. "That's enough for both of you," said a voice behind them. When the 3 of them turned towards the place where the voice was coming from, they had the sight of their sensei before them. "Kakashi-sensei, Daijo Aliviata Sakura, I just found out that my team finished the 2nd phase of the exam. So I decided to come and congratulate them, hoping to see them celebrating, but what do I find?" Kakashi said sternly. "Wait, Kakashi-sensei, this is Naruto's fault. He's keeping secrets from the team. Sasuke-kun just wanted him to tell us the truth," Sakura argued. "Oh please Sakura, don't give me that keeping secrets nonsense. You hid from me what happened in the forest with the Oto ninjas, so don't be a hypocrite. I remind you what you told me. It's none of my business." "Well then, what happens to me is none of your damn business," Naruto replied furiously. This is different," Sakura said, trying to counter Naruto's argument. She was surprised. Naruto had never answered her like that before. It was very strange. "What happened in the forest is between Sasuke-kun and me alone, while what happened to you is the whole team's business." And why is it like that? Naruto replied. Because Sasuke-kun says so, Sakura replied, stating it as if it were an obvious truth. Well, I don't care what that stupid Uchiha says, thinks, or does, so don't interfere in my affairs, Naruto replied definitively. Naruto, how dare you? Sakura began an angry voice. Enough, Sakura, Kakashi cut short. Now is not the time for arguments. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, said a submissive Sakura. Oh wow. I think we need to strengthen team bonds. My cute little genin, Kakashi sighed. Alright, I need to talk to both Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura, please wait for us in the room. But, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura tried to reply, but seeing the look her sensei gave her with his one eye, she ended up giving up. Okay, sensei. She finished defeatedly and went to her room. Alright, Sasuke, you go first, the Jonin ordered. Naruto, this will take some time, and since I know you're not on good terms with Sakura, wait for me in the dining room. I'll come looking for you there. Sasuke, follow me. He finished as he headed down a hallway in the opposite direction. 1 hour later, Naruto was waiting for his sensei, although he didn't really feel like talking to Kakashi after learning that he knew the truth about his parents. But since he didn't want to arouse suspicion, he decided to wait and see what he wanted to talk about. About an hour later, he appeared in the dining room. Okay, Naruto. Good. How are you? Kakashi said, sitting down next to him. You seem different. It's nothing, sensei. I'm just tired of being humiliated by Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto replied. Sakura? Just Sakura? What happened to Chan? Kakashi questioned. I don't know. I really hadn't realized she'd stopped calling me Sakura-chan, he replied, somewhat surprised by this detail he'd overlooked. I guess she pushed me to my limit. It hurts, you know. I had so many hopes for her, not romantically, but in terms of friendship. She was my first friend, but it seems she doesn't remember what we went through when we were kids. I tried to convince myself that with time everything would be like it was back then, but I'm tired of being Sakura's punching bag and emotional garbage can. And it makes me think, I gave up on my mission to be the most important person to Sakura. My dream of becoming Hokage is no longer relevant. I don't have a vision of what I want to be, sensei. This was Naruto's speech, recalling what his clone had heard from the girl after she dissipated. That ended up breaking his heart. Well, that's quite an impressive thing to take in, given the fact that I thought you were like an immovable mountain with your dreams, but it's not wrong, Naruto. Not everyone can tolerate what you've tolerated and remain sane. My advice is to focus on the things you want to accomplish, being as realistic as possible and start from there, Kakashi wisely said. I guess so, Naruto murmured. What do I want to accomplish? He thought. I really want to be a renowned ninja and bring back the glory of the Uzumaki clan. I also want to be worthy of my father's legacy. I want to be recognized as the best ninja, worthy of my parents and my ancestors, he declared. I want to be a better ninja and have an unparalleled legacy. Whether I become Hokage or not is irrelevant. I want to be a successful and feared ninja. Naruto spoke enthusiastically. Well, that pleases me, he said with Kakashi's characteristic one-eyed smile. Well, what I wanted to talk to you about is what happened in the forest. I've spoken with Sasuke and I want to hear what you have to say. Naruto then told her what happened from his point of view, omitting his encounter with Kurama, but telling her about his attack on his seal. I see, so Orochimaru did something with the Kyuubi seal, Kakashi said thoughtfully, somewhat surprised that Naruto knew about the seal and also about Orochimaru, which, according to Sasuke's opinion, Naruto knew nothing about. If from then on I can't control my chakra normally, is there anything you can do, sensei? Naruto asked. Kurama had already told him that only the Hokage or one of the Sannin could do anything, but it didn't hurt to ask. I'm sorry, Naruto, it's beyond my capabilities. Only the Hokage can do anything, and according to the rules, we can't intervene until the exam is over, and that will officially be tomorrow, he said apologetically. I see. I suppose he can't do anything about Sasuke's mark either, he replied sarcastically. I see you know more than your classmates think, he acknowledged with a smile. Indeed, although with Sasuke's mark I can intervene, it will only be after the exam is over, he revealed. Well, in any case, thanks anyway, sensei. He sighed. No problem, Naruto, Kakashi said, present tense. Naruto left the room and headed to the dining room. Observing the sun filtering through the window, he deduced that it was past noon. He was surprised that they had slept for so long. We were really tired, he murmured. In the dining hall, he took a tray and served himself some meat and vegetables. Oh man, how I miss ramen, he lamented. He looked around and everything was empty. The other teams were either resting or doing something else. After finishing his meal, he went out onto a terrace and decided to do some exercise to warm up. Kurama, I don't think it's a good idea to use the clones now. If there are still some things to do, it's best not to exhaust myself, Naruto said to Kurama in his mind. You're right, Gaki, your energy shouldn't be wasted. As you say, we still don't know what will happen, and you only have your physical attacks to rely on. Wearing yourself out would be counterproductive, the tailed beast replied from within. Naruto, the Hokage requested our presence at this time. We must meet in the main hall. He will tell us what happens next. Sakura shouted from inside the tower. I'm going, he replied. Upon entering the room, he saw a huge sculpture of two hands forming a ninjutsu seal. There stood the Hokage, the Jonin leaders, their examiners, his classmates, and the teams that had successfully completed this phase of the exam. Team 8, Team 10, the bushy-browed team, Team Suna, Team Odo, and Kabuto's team. He approached Sakura and Sasuke, taking his place in line in front of Sasuke, while Sakura stood behind him. Suddenly, Naruto sensed everyone's presence. He already knew the other 9 rookies, and now Team Guy and Team Odo were there too, as well as the Hokage, the Jonin, and the examiners. He realized that the adults were powerful people, and a sense of respect for their power filled Naruto. Kabuto's team was strange. They had a high amount of chakra, which was understandable since they were much older, but Kabuto stood out. He had a very high chakra, almost like a Jonin's. How has someone so powerful failed the exam so many times? He wondered. But his thoughts were interrupted by an enormous, terrifying chakra emanating from the red-haired boy with the gourd. What kind of monster is that guy? His power is immense. He thought with a slight fear. Gaki, I recognize that presence. It's Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. That twisted raccoon is highly unstable. Be careful with him. We're not in a position to face him right now, and it seems Shikaku has more control over his jailer than you and I do, Kurama said. Damn lucky bastard, he muttered to himself. Damn, another one like me. I wonder if… No, Naruto, don't get distracted and think about anything other than finishing this exam, Naruto said to himself and focused his attention on the Hokage who had just begun his speech. First of all, congratulations on your achievement. Be proud of reaching this point. Before I tell you what the third exam is about, I would like to explain something about the exam itself, so listen carefully because it is necessary that you understand. He paused. The true objective of these exams is not only to increase the skill of the shinobi and promote friendship between allied nations, it is a representation of the battle between the allied nations, he revealed. Battles? Tenten asked. Yes, in a past time the allied nations fought each other for power and territory. In order to avoid the destruction of their military power, they decided to choose champions who would fight on behalf of their country and in a neutral place selected by mutual agreement. That is how the Chunin selection exams were born, said Hiruzen. But we're fighting to get promoted, because you're making it seem so warlike, Sakura asked. It is true that this exam is a promotional event, but it is also an opportunity where genin can proudly represent their nation in a battle that could be to the death and thus demonstrate their power, he replied sternly. Power? Sasuke asked in his mind. Many leaders and prominent people from various countries come to this exam as guests, hoping to see potential and hire them for missions. This exam can determine the course of their work as ninja. They will determine which shinobi are competent to their liking and therefore become missions for that nation. This increases resources and also a better position in negotiations with neighboring countries. The Hokage continued. So we're both the merchandise and the entertainment of those leaders? Naruto asked sarcastically. You could say that, since they expect you to demonstrate your skills in a fight to the death, he said, surprised by Naruto's answer. And why should we risk our lives? Kiba asked. The strength of the nation is the strength of the village. The strength of the village is the strength of the shinobi. and the strength of the shinobi is demonstrated when pushed to their limits, as in a life-or-death battle. These exams are the means by which villages showcase the strengths of their shinobi, and thus the strengths of their nation. But don't forget, this is also a friendly competition, a test where your dreams and the pride of the village are at stake, along with your life. In the shinobi world, that is friendship, he concluded proudly. Well, that sounds good. I don't care about the pride of the village. I just want others to see how superior I am, Sasuke thought. Damn, this is a lot to take. I don't want to die and I don't want Sasuke-kun to either, Sakura thought. This sounds more dangerous with each passing moment, Naruto thought. Very well, I will tell you what the third test consists of. The Hokage could not finish because another ninja appeared in front of him. Hokage-sama, before we continue, allow me to speak first, said the newcomer. Go ahead, Hayate, replied the Hokage. Hayate then turned around and looked at all the genin. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you all. He started coughing. My name is Hayate Gecko and I will be the examiner for the third test of the Chunin exams. He coughed again, but more forcefully. First of all, I need you to do something. Since the number of participants is higher than usual, we will have to hold a preliminary round right now to reduce the number of contenders for the final, he revealed, surprising everyone. Preliminaries, Tenten said, confused. Exactly, they will be one-on-one battles. That's how we'll decide who's best suited to move on. The battles will be without gender restrictions and you might fight against a member of your own team. The rules are simple. Everything is allowed. The only thing that's not allowed is outside interference. The battle will be decided when one of the contenders surrenders, is incapacitated, or ends up dead. He finished with a cough. Wait a minute. You can't make us fight right after we finish the second exam. Some of us are exhausted, Kiba shouted. If you disagree, you can leave. In fact, anyone who doesn't feel able to continue can do so now, Hayate replied curtly. A silence filled the room, while the genin waited to see if anyone would decide to resign. Sasuke-kun, you should retreat. You know, after what happened in the forest, you're not in any condition to continue, Sakura said, worried. I'm not going to quit, Sakura, Sasuke said sharply. But don't you see that you're not in any condition to continue? If you have to fight the boy from Suna, I don't know what could happen to you. Don't you see that I'm worried about you? Sakura pleaded. Nobody asked you to do it. Don't meddle in my affairs, Sakura. Sasuke growled, even more annoyed. No, I have to do this, Sasuke-kun. I hope you understand that I'm doing this because I care about you. Sakura cried as she began to raise her hand. Sakura, said Naruto, turning his back on her. Sakura stopped her hand when Naruto's voice caught her attention. Leave him alone. You heard the Hokage. This is all about pride and power. You can't stop Sasuke from wanting to participate. Naruto, don't talk nonsense. To hell with pride and power. What really matters is not dying. Instead of talking stupid things, you should support me so that Sasuke-kun doesn't get hurt. She snapped angrily. You're the one talking nonsense, Sakura? Naruto said, turning to look directly into Sakura's eyes with a cold stare. You forget you're not Sasuke's mother, so don't interfere in his affairs. Then he continued in a lower, colder voice. And this idea that pride and power don't matter is also nonsense. We're shinobi, that's all that matters to us. Because of that foolish thought, you're a disgrace to the Kunoichi Sakura, and that's why you're a burden to us. Naruto, how could you? Sakura tried to say, tears welling in her eyes, shocked that Naruto could say such hurtful words, but Sasuke cut her off. As strange as it may seem, I agree with the dobe, so mind your own business and don't bother Sakura, he finished coldly. Sakura had remained silent. She was very hurt and humiliated. Her companions had stated that she was a nuisance. Not only Sasuke, who told her so all the time, but also Naruto, who to this day only spent trying to cheer her up and praising her for everything. I'm withdrawing, a voice was heard, which distracted the thoughts of the three and the other genin. It was Kabuto who had spoken. I think I've reached my limit dash. If you're sure, that's fine, you can leave, Hayate said, then coughed again. Thank you, Kabuto said simply and walked away towards the exit. That's strange. That kid has the power of a jonin and he's quitting. He's already tried like 7 times and failed, thought Naruto as he watched Kabuto leave. It's suspicious? What are you playing at? Well, since no one else has withdrawn, we'll begin the preliminaries. The first match will appear on the screen. While the fighters stay here, the rest of you go upstairs to watch and wait for your turn. Well, let's begin. Hayate coughed. Then the screen started displaying names at random. Everyone watched to see who would be the first to fight, some hoping it wasn't them, others eager for them to be chosen. These preliminaries had high expectations, especially from Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy, who wanted to prove that their students were superior to those of their colleagues. Preliminaries? Why can't we just call it a day and do this? Damn it! The worst thing that could happen is having a battle right now. Naruto complained to himself. Okay, calm down, Naruto. This has a solution. Let's analyze things. Even if I can't use jutsu, not that I know any others, I'll have to rely on my clones and my physical strength. I've been working on it, so I hope it'll be a significant factor. Then he glanced at the teams he had to compete against. Well, except for Sasuke, the one-tailed kid, Hyuga, Bushy Brows, and maybe Shino, everyone else is an opponent I can put up a fight against and have a high chance of winning. If I could fight Sakura or Ino, it would be a piece of cake. Hinata would probably faint. I still wonder what she's doing here. He thought with a bead of sweat as he considered what the Hyuga girl was capable of. I have no idea what the others from the other teams might do, so I just have to stay alert. That leaves Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. Shikamaru might be lazy, but he's smart. I remember him having those moments of intelligence back in the academy. Choji is strong. He would be a great challenge to my physical strength. Kiba is agile. I think of the three, Kiba would be the best option to face. He underestimates me and doesn't know how strong or agile I've become in this time. If I were to have good luck, I really hope my fight is with Kiba and that it's one of the last ones. He thought, hoping that would happen. Suddenly the screen stopped and displayed two names that left everyone in absolute silence. Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 4. The Preliminaries 2. Sasuke versus Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki. All the genin and jonin were silent, shocked by the first fight of the preliminaries. They did not expect the Uchiha prodigy to fight against the unpredictable number 1 airhead. As everyone went up to the next level to prepare to see a short and crushing fight of Uchiha over Naruto, many thoughts went through their heads. Well, Sasuke-kun will fight Naruto. I don't have to worry anymore. Naruto is no match for Sasuke-kun. I feel relieved, Sakura sighed. Oh, old Sasuke is so lucky, because it wasn't us who fought with the clumsy guy, said a disappointed Kiba. But Kiba-kun, Naruto can still win. He tried to defend his beloved Hinata. Come on, Hinata. This will be a piece of cake for Sasuke. Naruto is an insect compared to him. In fact, compared to most of us, he has no hope. He should just give up, Kiba replied. Ito, I suppose? But I must trust Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, not very convinced. This will be a short battle. How annoying. I was hoping it would be me who got Naruto. Shikamaru groaned. Oh well, at least I won't have to fight Sasuke, he sighed. This will be quite entertaining. How long do you think Naruto versus Sasuke will last? Shikamaru? Asked an amused Choji. Probably a couple of hits, he sighed. With my luck, I'll be the next one, and he won't even give me a chance to get ready. This will be over quickly, replied a lazy Shikamaru. Good job, Sasuke-kun. Finish off that annoying tadpole. Show him what it means to be a true ninja, shouted an excited Ino. I guess it was that loser's fate to end soon. This will be pathetic to watch. That nobody doesn't stand a chance against that Uchiha. They're not on the same level. I hope I'm the one who faces the Uchiha in the third round, so I can show him that there's only one prominent clan in Konoha, and that's the Hyuga, Niji said arrogantly. I don't know Niji, we can't rule out Naruto-kun yet. He can still demonstrate his youthful power, Rock Lee questioned him. Oh come on Lee, that Naruto doesn't stand a chance. Sasuke is the rookie of the year of that generation. Maybe he's as skilled as Niji. An unknown like the Uzumaki boy doesn't stand a chance. It's better that he gives up and saves himself the humiliation, Tenten replied beside him. A fight between members of the same team. This will be interesting, Kankuro said. Haha, I don't think that orange dwarf will last. He's nothing compared to the Uchiha boy. This will be a waste of time, said Tamari. Gaara merely observed, also believing that the Uchiha would be victorious, as he expected to meet him and offer him as a sacrifice to his mother. Damn it! Uchiha didn't touch me, and I wanted to get revenge for what he did to me, Zaka muttered angrily. Calm down. We can still find him later. We just need to win our preliminary matches, Dosu replied. Please, Dosu. It will be easy with all these losers, replied a confident Kin. We were surprised by the fools from Konoha. We got overconfident. But it won't happen again, she murmured. The Jonin instructors, examiners, and the Hokage were also thinking about the consequences of this encounter. So much so that they believed Sasuke would be victorious. Oh Naruto, this will be a great obstacle in your path. Will you be able to overcome it? The Hokage mused. Well, I'm not worried about the Uchiha brat having to be forced to use the seal. I feel sorry for the kid, but this is where his journey in this exam ends, Anko thought relaxed. She had been afraid that the Uchiha would use his seal, but apparently it wouldn't be necessary. I really hoped that Sasuke-kun would face someone who would force him to take the cursed mark. Well, I'll have to wait a little while, as my patience will be rewarded. I look forward to when I possess you, my dear Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smiled in his disguise as the sensei of Oto's team. Well, this will be easy for Sasuke. Sorry, Naruto, but you'll have to try again next year, Asuma muttered. Oh well, I feel sorry for Kakashi's kid, but he's no match for his teammate. I hope he doesn't get depressed about his defeat, but there's a clear winner in this battle, Kurenai thought. Something difficult to take on, young Naruto, but like any great man, face your rival with all your strength. That will make your flames of youth grow, even in defeat, Guy shouted in his mind. Well, Naruto, one of your goals has been achieved, facing Sasuke. Now it's up to you to show him and the others what kind of ninja you are. It doesn't matter if you fall defeated. Just show who Naruto Uzumaki is, thought Kakashi. Sasuke stared intently at Naruto, noticing his nervousness. Well, the loser knows this already has a clear winner. I doubt he'll give up, even with his recent changes. The clumsy one is proud. I really don't know how to feel. On one hand, I'm pleased to face Naruto. It will be easy. Even with his recent sensory ability and the strength he used in that forest, he's no match for me. But it also bothers me that I'm not fighting someone more challenging like that Hyuga or that green freak or the weirdo from Suna. They would be worthy rivals for me. Well, in the end, I'll beat them all in the next round. It's just a matter of getting rid of this clown quickly, Sasuke thought. And I was looking forward to trying out my new Shirshir Rundan, Lion's Barrage, but it would be a waste to use it on Naruto, just like the Sharingan. Although Kakashi already warned me not to use it, or it increases the control of the cursed seal, and the last thing I want is for that Orochimaru guy to influence me. I have to find a way to control the power without becoming that disgusting snake's puppet. Well, that's a matter for later, he finished. As Sasuke had said, Naruto was nervous. The worst thing he wanted was to face Sasuke, especially since he didn't have the ability to control his chakra at 100%. But he couldn't give up, especially not in a battle with Sasuke. This will be difficult. The odds are stacked against me. Naruto had heard all his teammates' opinions and they really bothered him. They all underestimated him and took it for granted that it would be a resounding victory for Sasuke over him. I'll show them that they shouldn't underestimate me, that I'm not a joke dash. But thinking about it was much easier than doing it. I had no plan of action, I was at a crossroads, and the battle was about to begin. Kurama, what will I do? Sasuke is talented. I must admit, how will I be able to beat him? I asked somewhat desperately. Gaki, it's something I can't help you with. Your chakra control is imperfect, and it's not like you can perform a helping jutsu. You've been working on your stamina and physical strength, but unfortunately, that won't help you more than defend yourself against the Uchiha boy for a while. The Biju replied. Damn it! What am I going to do? Naruto lamented. Sasuke has his Katan, fire release, jutsu, his taijutsu skills, the Sharingan, and to make matters worse, he has that power of the cursed seal. He tallied up his rival's abilities, unaware that Sasuke didn't intend to use his Sharingan and the cursed seal. Naruto was really starting to feel that the wisest thing to do would be to give up, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to live with himself afterward. And what do I have? The Oiroke, sexy jutsu, wouldn't do any good. The Kagebushin, shadow clones, would only stop him for a while. He had the stamina and strength from his training with the gravity seal, but he had no other abilities. His sensory ability wouldn't help him, and with his flawed chakra control, things were getting even more difficult. What am I going to do? It's not like, wait, I have an idea, but will it work? Sasuke continued to observe Naruto, his posture having relaxed. What could have happened? He wondered. A minute ago he was uneasy. Does he have a plan? He thought upon seeing Naruto's new attitude. I must finish this quickly. A few blows with my taijutsu and that will be it. I must not give him the opportunity to carry out whatever it is he is planning. While in his mind Naruto was finishing explaining his idea to Kurama. What do you think? Do you think it will work? He asked anxiously. That's a clever idea. I'm surprised coming from you, Gaki. I think it could work, but it depends a lot on the Uchiha boy engaging you in physical combat. If he decides to attack from a distance, it'll be almost impossible for it to work. The best thing is to provoke him, try to draw the physical battle in. Your stamina will keep you safe. If everything goes well, for attacks will be more than enough for your plan to succeed, Kurama said. Do you have the materials to start your plan? Yes, I have a few smoke bombs. I hope to do it quickly. I don't know if his Sharingan can see me. If he finds out what I'm trying to do, it's all over, replied the blonde. Let's hope not, Gaki. Show him what you're capable of when you focus and stop shouting, Kurama River. All right, I'm ready, Kurama. Today I'll show everyone that Naruto Uzumaki is a ninja you shouldn't underestimate, he thought resolutely. All right, this will be Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki. If the participants are ready, let the first battle of the preliminaries begin. Hayate coughed. Sasuke and Naruto simply nodded, never taking their eyes off each other. Give up, loser, you're no match for me. Your dream of greatness ends here. It's time I send you back to where you belong. I'll make you pay for the frustration you caused me during this test, Sasuke mocked. Keep dreaming, team. Today will be the day I show everyone else that I'm not the same Naruto as before. You won't see me down again, you'll never underestimate me again. Today I'll show you that I've already surpassed you, Naruto declared. HNN, Sasuke murmured in response. Come on, Sasuke-kun. Finish off the loser. Ino shouted. Come on, Sasuke-kun. This will be a piece of cake. Finish off Naruto. Sakura shouted too. Sakura, you're not supposed to be biased in a battle with your comrades, Kakashi scolded. But sensei, I only support Sasuke-kun, Sakura complained, and Kakashi just sighed. Come on, Naruto-kun. Do your best, Hinata murmured almost inaudibly. Hayate was silent for a moment and then said, Hajime. Naruto immediately released some smoke bombs and took cover. No one knew what he was planning since it was impossible to see what he was doing, although only his sensei could get a clear view of what was happening inside that field of smoke. What are you planning, loser? A cautious Sasuke wondered. Suddenly, 3 shuriken emerged from the smoke towards Sasuke, but he easily dodged them. Wow, that's very clever. I wonder if that will work, Naruto, thought Kakashi, who had seen what Naruto had done inside the smoke and recognized what his plan was about. Then, from the smoke, 3 Narutos emerged heading towards Sasuke. He prepared to fight them. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Huh? Not bad. Dobe, but they're no match for me, Sasuke thought as he attacked them with a taijutsu combo. The clones defended themselves against Sasuke's new offensive, trying to deflect his punches and kicks with the palms of their hands, but it became increasingly difficult. With each blow, the clones were put in a more difficult situation, until one by one they received a blow that forced them to disappear in a cloud of smoke. The original Naruto knew it was time for him to join the battle too, and taking advantage of a Sasuke distracted by the clones, he struck him with his palm on the chest, sending him back a few steps and putting him in a furious state. You damn fool! I'm tired of these games. I'll exterminate you right this instant. Sasuke began making hand seals to attack Naruto with a katan technique, and this was what Naruto expected. Now, he thought as he made a hand position. This is over, said Kakashi. If Sasuke-kun is going to roast Naruto, it was obvious he was going to win, Sakura said cheerfully. I didn't say Sasuke beat Sakura, Kakashi replied. Huh? What do you mean? asked a confused Sakura. Sasuke knew Naruto had done something when he made that hand seal, but it was too late. His attack was ready, and whatever Naruto had planned would be no match for his great fireball. He took a deep breath, ready to end this fight. This is where it all ends, Naruto. What you planned was in vain, he declared. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. But before the attack could even leave his mouth, Naruto was ready. It's over, Sasuke, I beat you. And with his hands in a hand position, he shouted, KAI. Without warning, Sasuke was thrown to the ground by a powerful force, from the very position where he had been standing. Unable to stop it, his jutsu was ejected and struck the ground beneath him, causing the attack to hit him directly and literally explode in his face. Sasuke Kun. Ino and Sakura shouted at the same time. Everyone else was speechless. They never expected Sasuke to end up being harmed by his own technique. What just happened? Kiba shouted. Oh dear, will she be all right? Hinata asked, frightened. What the hell? Said Niji. This is so amazing, said Lee. Impossible. Shikamaru muttered. There's no doubt Naruto did this using gravity seals, Guy thought, shocked. Very clever, Naruto. That was very clever of you. How did you do it? How did you learn FUINJUTSU? The Hokage asked. The smoke began to clear, and in its place stood a completely burned and injured Sasuke, motionless, but still conscious. What the hell happened? Why did my attack hit me directly? He didn't explain it. What did you do, Naruto? He murmured weakly as he looked up. You underestimated me and paid the price. I knew I couldn't beat you with skills or power. The only thing I could do was beat you with wit. What do you mean? Sasuke groaned, trying to get up, but his body felt heavy, as if he were being pulled to the floor. Only his head was able to lift to look at Naruto. Why did I wait for a slip-up on your part to give me the victory? He said as he approached. Don't you feel your body heavy, fear? What did you do to me, Naruto? Sasuke growled weakly. I used a gravity seal jutsu on you. I've been training with it, and I knew you were unaware I was capable of it, so it was a surprise that would give me the victory, he said, placing a finger on his temple. It was clever and easy, even for me. When I sent my clones to fight you, I had already activated the jutsu, which was located in the palms of their hands. Anything they touched would have the jutsu adhere to it. That's why, when you attacked with your fists and feet, it was easy to place a seal on them. Then, when I attacked you, I finished placing the last seal on your chest. Now I just had to wait for you to use your katan attacks, and I would force you to attack yourself when I pulled you to the ground, since I increased the gravity of the seals to an enormous level. It was a good plan where I had to play with you until the very last moment, and if I slipped up, I'd be finished. But you played my trap well. The blonde smiled arrogantly. Like I said, you are superior to me, you have talent and power, Sasuke. But you underestimated me and I beat you in something you never thought I would be superior to you in ingenuity, he said with conviction. It's over, Sasuke. I have defeated you. I will move forward. And you have been left behind, he finished as he made a leap in the direction of Sasuke. Naruto, you'll pay for this. But he didn't finish his sentence because Naruto had connected an incredible stomp on the back of his neck, crashing him to the ground again and knocking him out. I won, Sasuke, for real, Naruto simply said. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate concluded. Everyone remained silent. No one expected this result. It was something they never thought could happen. Before their eyes was Naruto, who without a scratch had just defeated a completely damaged Uchiha, simply by using his cunning. It was something hard to believe. No, it's not impossible. It can't be. Sasuke-kun can't be defeated, Sakura said in shock. It's a lie. Naruto can't defeat Sasuke-kun. That's what happened, Sakura. I advise you to feel happy for one of your teammates in his victory, her sensei told her. Incredible. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect Naruto to beat Sasuke, Shikamaru exclaimed in surprise. But how did this happen, Shikamaru? Asked a highly confused Choji. Naruto was more cunning than Sasuke. He had a plan already prepared, and Sasuke was resourceful and fell for it. Amazing. It's impossible, Shikamaru. Naruto couldn't beat Sasuke. Sasuke is stronger, smarter, and more skilled than that fool. He cheated, Ino exclaimed hysterically. Sasuke may be all that, but he was too arrogant to underestimate Naruto, we all did, and he proved he can be cunning enough to defeat the Rookie of the Year. Understand that, Ino. Sasuke was fairly defeated, Shikamaru retorted. No, I refuse to accept it. I'll make Naruto pay for this humiliation of Sasuke-kun, Ino declared. You won't do anything, Ino. Accept that the Uchiha boy was defeated and concentrate on staying in this exam, her sensei told her. Asuma was surprised. He never imagined that the Uzumaki boy was capable of such a feat. I think I underestimated him, he thought. This is totally crazy. I never imagined that fool could beat Sasuke. He really played with him, declared a surprised Kiba. I told you Naruto-kun would make it. He's amazing, Hinata sighed, blushing deeply because her love had accomplished another great feat. Who would have thought it? I had the Uchiha as the winner, but this kid Naruto was very clever. He was able to trick him and lead him into a trap. He's really been maturing since the academy, Kurenai thought in amazement. What did you do to Kakashi? How did you turn that talentless clown into a cunning and skillful shinobi? Kurenai wondered, surprised. Yash, good Naruto-kun. Your flames of youth burn brighter than ever. I can't wait to face you, shouted an excited Rock Lee with fire in his eyes. Calm down, Lee, Tenten declared, surprised. She had assumed the Uchiha boy would easily defeat her teammate. Sasuke was the Rookie of the Year like Neji. How could he have been beaten? She thought, recalling how Naruto had claimed to have used hand seals to defeat the Uchiha. What other kind of seals does he know? She wondered. She used hand seals for her Kenjutsu and was intrigued that someone at the Genin level could also use them. That idiot Uchiha underestimated his rival and beat him. He should have finished him off sooner. You're an interesting person, Uzumaki. I'll keep an eye on you in the next stage of the exam, Neji thought. Naruto, you used gravity seals, so you've been training your body. That's skillful, my young friend. I hope to see great things from you, Guy declared. That clown is amazing. He beat the Uchiha, said a surprised Tamari. I caught him off guard and outsmarted him. That teaches you that nobody is infallible. What do you think, Gaara? Kankuro asked. I don't care if Uchiha lost. In the end, they will all be my victims, Gaara said seriously. Damn it, Sasuke-kun. You were very naive to trust the Kyuubi boy. You should have torn him to pieces with the power I gave you. Now I have no way to see you succumb to my mark in this exam. I'll have to modify my plans a bit, complained a very annoyed Orochimaru. Amazing, Naruto. You managed to defeat Sasuke and you did it by showing ingenuity. Something worthy of your Otosan. Kushina? Minato, you must be proud of your son, declared the Hokage. Impossible. This kid defeated the Uchiha brat and didn't give him a chance to use the cursed seal. There's a lot about this kid that isn't immediately obvious, said an equally shocked Anko. Demons defeated Sasuke. We won't be able to finish him off in the next round, said an angry and surprised Zaku. We will have to kill him during the invasion. Don't despair, Zaku. He will pay for what he did to us, Dosu stated. Naruto walked towards the upper level where Sakura and Kakashi were, lost in thought. In other times he would have been shouting and making a scene about how he was better than Sasuke and how he was closer to becoming Hokage, but things had changed. He recognized that he only beat Sasuke because he underestimated him and because he had a plan. Before, he would have carried everything he had hoping to defeat his rival, but he knew that wouldn't have worked with his teammate. Since Orochimaru's attack and his encounter with Kurama, Naruto had realized he was making significant changes in his life. He was more cautious with his teammates, no longer felt that desire to win Sakura's heart, and could no longer tolerate her outbursts against him. He still didn't know how to act around Kakashi. Their recent conversation had helped him focus a little on where he wanted to go, but the fact that Kakashi knew who his father was and had kept it from him bothered him, as did the fact that he hadn't been present for most of his life. He said that your team is like your family. If that were true, why had he let his sensei's son go through hell in the village? He really wanted to confront Kakashi and get answers. Another person he wanted to get answers from was the Hokage. Naruto still hoped that everything Kurama said had been a misunderstanding, but deep down he knew that the Hokage was keeping secrets from him. If it hadn't been for the Mizuki incident, He didn't know how long it would take him to discover Kurama's existence within him. As he continued walking, he saw the looks on his classmates and the Jonin's faces. Most were surprised, others challenged, but Ino's was pure fury. He felt calm, truly hoping to show them that he wasn't someone to be taken lightly, that he was a real competitor. But he also knew that many would dismiss defeating Sasuke this way as luck. This really feels more like a defeat due to Sasuke's mistake than a victory of mine, due to my own ingenuity. With this thought, he resolved to push himself even harder and train and prepare for the next part of the exam. However long it takes, my goal is to shine brightly and prove to everyone once and for all that I am a true ninja and a future legendary shinobi. Well done, Naruto, very clever, and very well executed. I would have preferred that Sasuke didn't get hurt too much, but oh well, that was the idea. Kakashi congratulated him. Thank you, sensei. Naruto murmured. Naruto, how could you do this to Sasuke-kun? You could have killed him, and now he's not only seriously injured, but he's also out of the exams. You're a bad teammate. Sakura scolded him immediately. Are you stupid or what, Sakura? Naruto asked, exasperated. He was already tired of his teammate's attitude. Sasuke hurt himself. It was his own jutsu that hurt him. He decided to underestimate me, and there you have the result. And as for him being knocked out, what did you expect? That I'd let him attack me and give him an easy victory without a fight? She said sarcastically. Not in a million years. My goal is to become a Chunin, and I'll fight to achieve it. Naruto declared. I'm fed up with your attitude, Naruto. First you keep secrets from us, then you offend Sasuke-kun and disobey him, and now you offend and humiliate me. Do you think you're superior to us? She asked angrily. Well, I have news for you. You've always been mediocre and you always will be. So stop this nonsense and go back to being the stupid person we're used to. Ha ha ha. If I'm mediocre, I don't think there's a word to describe the failure of a kunoichi that you are. Sakura. Naruto mocked maliciously. Admit it, you have no talent other than your intelligence behind that big forehead. But what good is having a walking library if it's useless when it comes to action? He reiterated. You've been a hindrance on missions, on the bridge, even in this forest. Do you think trying to protect Sasuke makes you a great warrior? Well, no. You only distracted them for a while until they got tired of it, and when he was about to kill you, Lee came to rescue you. Pointing at her, he continued, Does everyone have to come and do it for you, Sakura? If it's not Kakashi, it's Sasuke, and if it's not Sasuke, it's me, and now it's bushy eyebrows too. When are you going to do something for yourself? He questioned venomously. Years and years of accumulated pain and attacks finally exploded in Naruto. All the resentment he felt toward Sakura, the one who had once promised never to abandon him and to always be his best friend, was taking its toll, like poison seeping from his system. Naruto vented. Recognize this. Sasuke has a clan, he has talent, he has the Sharingan. I have power, stamina, and abilities I haven't even shown yet. You have nothing. You're ordinary, not even worse than ordinary. I don't know how someone so weak could have been promoted to genin. That says a lot about the poor quality of the shinobi selection process. So, I have two solutions for you. He held up two fingers. Either you take your ninja life seriously, train, and focus your mind on something other than Sasuke, he said, lowering one finger. Or you continue with this mediocre attitude, flattering Sasuke and thinking about how you look while neglecting your training. He lowered the other finger and his entire hand. In the first one, you become a great help to the team, and in the second one you end up dead on a mission. Either way you stop being a burden to us, he concluded angrily. You're a... Sakura screamed with tears in her eyes, directing a fist at Naruto's face, humiliated once again. She was truly surprised that Naruto knew what happened in the forest. She felt anger, humiliation, and pain at her teammates' words. Nothing Sasuke had said to her had been as hurtful as what her former lover had declared to her today. When the fist was close to Naruto, the boy simply stopped it, surprising Sakura again. Naruto had never defended himself against her before. Naruto gave her a cold look. I won't let you attack me again, he whispered dangerously. I'm warning you, Haruno. I won't be your punching bag anymore. You try it again and I'll crush you. You better put your strength and mind into passing this exam, because being you, you'll really need all the luck you can get, he finished, letting go of her hand. All right, that's enough, you're making a bad impression, Kakashi scolded them. I think I should have stopped you from the beginning and not waited to see what would happen. Heavens, my team is falling apart day by day, he groaned. Everyone around was somewhat shocked and uncomfortable with the situation that had just occurred. Apparently, Naruto was still giving people something to talk about, but this time they had to agree with him. Sakura had a reputation for being a ninja with no future. Her motivation had always been Sasuke. She had no desire to improve herself, and the fact that instead of congratulating a teammate on his victory, she greeted him with verbal and physical attacks was justification for agreeing with the Uzumaki boy, well, except for one person. How dare he say such horrible things to Sakura-san? Rock Lee said furiously. I'll make him pay and take revenge in honor of my sweet Sakura-san, he growled, clearly intending to confront Naruto. Wait, Lee, you can't fight with him. It's not your problem. It's his team's problem. Tenten stopped him. Besides, he's right, she added. What are you talking about, Tenten? You don't know what you're saying. Lee defended her. I know what that Naruto kid said is true. First of all, she blames him for the Uchiha's defeat when this was a competition. From what we heard, she abuses him and looks down on him. That's wrong. What kind of teammate is she? She said angrily. She has very marked favoritism towards one teammate over another, and secondly, he was right to confront her. If she doesn't have the conviction to be better, she'll be a burden and will end up not only dead, but killing her team. The best thing she can do is leave the shinobi life and save herself and others from trouble, Tenten concluded. She really didn't like that girl Sakura. She and her friend Ino were a clear example of why the kunoichi of Konoha were a joke these days. They had no discipline, no desire to become stronger. They only thought about looking pretty for boys and playing the damsel in distress, something Tenten despised. She had strived to be the best weapons specialist in the village. Her chakra control wasn't that great, and her taijutsu was average, but she had perfected her kenjutsu. She longed to be a renowned woman, just like her role model and heroine, Tsunade of the Sannin, and she had done it all on her own, without the help of a clan. Being an orphan, she had to do everything alone, and that motivated her to be better every day. I won't allow you to speak about Sakura like that. But before he could continue, Lee was interrupted. Enough, Lee. Don't start a group fight among yourselves. That's not youthful, my student. Guy scolded him. Lee glared at Tenten, and she returned his glare in the same annoyed manner. I'm leaving here, she said as she headed towards Kakashi's team. Kakashi-sensei, I think I'll go somewhere else. I don't want to be here, said Naruto, walking in the direction Lee was coming from. On the way, the two met and exchanged death glares, although Naruto certainly did it because of his argument with Sakura. He didn't know what Lee thought of him. Without saying anything, they both held their gaze for a few seconds before each continued in their own direction. Hello, greeted the Uzumaki. Is it okay if I watch the matches here? He asked. No, feel free. I'm Tenten, by the way. Good victory you had, the bun girl replied. I'm Naruto Uzumaki and thank you, was all he said. Since the doctors had taken Sasuke to the infirmary, Hayate stood in the middle of the place and said, Okay, let's continue with the preliminaries, he announced as the feeling of excitement grew after a fight that changed history. Chapter 5, The Preliminaries 3, The Cherry Tree and the Orchid. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. That was the name that appeared on the screen. Two more encounters had already taken place since Naruto had unexpectedly defeated the Uchiha prodigy. The battle of the boy from Odo, Zaku against the weirdo Shino, also the encounter of the phenomenon of Kabuto's team, Misumi against the boy with the doll and makeup from Suna called Kankuro. In the meeting of Zaku and Shino, Zaku and Shino were interesting to Naruto because this boy was the one who had hurt Sakura, and even though he wasn't on good terms with her, the fact that someone would attack his teammate, especially a woman, made his blood boil. He didn't want to sound sexist, but he'd always had a protective side, wanting to keep girls from crying. There was also the fact that he was the one whose arm Sasuke had broken. He'd expected him to give up since he wasn't in any condition to fight, but he decided he would. He had to admit it. The kid had guts, even if he probably didn't have brains, he thought. Shino remained a mystery. The little he remembered of him at the academy was that he was always quiet and withdrawn, the complete opposite of himself. He also remembered that Shino was one of the few who never had anything hostile towards him. He certainly didn't play with him, but it wasn't because he had anything against him. It was just that Shino was a person who didn't play with anyone. He spent most of his time alone. What a weirdo, just like his team, he thought to himself. Shino's team was made up of truly strange people. Shino with his eccentricity, Hinata with her shyness and lack of character, and Kiba with his arrogance and bravado. It was the perfect example of an odd team. Though that's okay, it's better than a dysfunctional team made up of an idiot, a mediocre fan, and a loser, he thought, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. But he decided that problems with his team could wait as he watched the boy from Oto unexpectedly use his arm to attack Shino with a wave of wind. Amazing, he managed to recover an arm. His wind attack is powerful, he said in admiration. Zaka's attack had hit Shino directly and created a cloud of dust through which the adhering boy's condition could not be seen, although Naruto, using his ability, knew that Shino was fine, but suddenly he realized something he had missed when he used his detection ability both in the forest and before the preliminaries began. What the hell is that? What on earth is that phenomenon? He thought, puzzled. Inside Shino was a swarm of tiny beings, each of them bearing traces of Shino's chakra. Given the fact that it seemed to have no effect on the boy, Naruto deduced that it was part of him or something like that. He didn't have the necessary information, and he scolded himself again for neglecting the valuable information. He should add skills and clan history to his next studies after leaving here. The cloud of dust dissipated, revealing Shino without a scratch, and at the same time, insects were coming out of holes in his face. That's grotesque, he muttered in disgust. But what is that? Asked an equally disgusted Tenten. And how will it help her get insects out of her body? She added. Go behind your opponent, Naruto told Tenten. She looked and saw a swarm heading towards Zaku. When did he do that? She asked again, surprised that she hadn't noticed. When I was distracted after his attack, that boy can unleash a swarm, and I assure you there are many more where those came from, the Uzumaki acknowledged. How do you know? She asked him with interest. The boy next to her intrigued her greatly. I have a detection ability. I can detect people's chakra from about 1 kilometer away, he replied, knowing he didn't need to hide it and feeling a certain comfort with the girl. This piece of information interested the three who were near Naruto, who were paying attention to both him and the encounter. That's a good skill, my good friend. I wonder what else you have in store for us. Naruto-kun. Guy wondered. A detection ability? This kid is more than he seems. I doubt it's as good as my Byakugan, but it's good not to underestimate him like the Uchiha did. Niji thought. Wow, he's skilled with seals and he's a censor. This Naruto kid is an enigma. How skilled can he become? Tenten wondered in amazement. Well, in any case, the boy from Oto is at a crossroads. Either he attacks Shino with his good arm and risks being attacked by the swarm, or he defends himself against the swarm but gives Shino an opening to attack. The best thing he can do is give up, Naruto observed. I agree, Niji replied. Everything seemed to be against Zaku, but once again he had shown that he had an ace up his sleeve, since while still pointing one arm at Shino, he slowly put the other arm pointing at the swarm. Amazing, he can use his other arm too. This kid is a box of surprises, thought Naruto. And while they awaited Zaka's devastating wind attack, something unexpected happened. His arms imploded in that attack, and currents of chakra began to flow from between his arms. But how? What just happened? Naruto wondered, and then his detection ability gave him the answer. Incredible, that was very well thought out by Shino, he said. What do you mean? Tenten asked, confused. His hands, his arms, Naruto replied. I don't see anything, he replied, staring at the boy from Oto, trying to understand what the Uzumaki was seeing. Inside, she replied again, revealing. Niji, Tenten said, turning to look at her teammate. Understood, he replied as he activated his Byakugan, and what he saw shocked him. Incredible! What? Tenten asked again. There are insects inside the arms of the ninja of Oto, Niji replied. What? Shino cleverly placed his insects inside his opponent's arms while he was distracted. When he used his wind attack, the insects obstructed the exit of the things he was carrying in his hands. In this way, the chakra could not escape and accumulated, causing him to explode in on himself, searching for a way to release the pressure. Naruto reported. What kind of insects are those? Tenten asked. There is a clan of insect tamers in the village, very powerful and skilled, Guy reported. I've heard of them too. Apparently, they use insects to fight their battles. They have complete control over them, and as a form of payment, the insects can reside within them and consume their chakra. That boy Shino must be their heir, Niji declared. Well, it's a fact. I must learn more about the clans, Naruto mused. The match came to an end when Shino was declared the winner after landing a punch to Zaka's face, knocking him unconscious. This meeting was interesting. You really learn new things, said Naruto. I agree. By the way, Uzumaki, there are many interesting things about you too, detection skills, and you have a good idea of understanding things and the actions of others, Niji declared. I'm starting to question whether all those rumors surrounding you are false. What can I tell you, Hyuga? He replied with a smile. I'm more complicated than people give me credit for. Not bad. Gaki, Karama River, present tense. The encounter between Misumi and Kankuro had also been entertaining, ending with the victory of the boy from Suna, who had used a kind of puppet to incapacitate him. Naruto wondered if he would see any more interesting skills in these preliminaries as he watched Sakura and Ino descend into the arena for their match. Sakura had been shedding tears ever since Naruto had given her his speech about her weakness, and although he certainly knew she deserved it, something in him, the part that still missed the girl who was his first friend, felt sad about how things had turned out. He had had a crush on Sakura for years, since the academy, but before that, she had been his first and best friend. He still remembered those moments they spent together, and it hurt and wounded him that from one day to the next, everything had been like a dream. She stopped talking to him, claimed not to know him, and set her sights on becoming Ino's rival and trying to get Sasuke's attention. This duel is going to be boring, Tenten said. I agree, Naruto replied. I see you have a difficult history with your partner, the girl asked hesitantly, unsure how the blonde boy would take it. It's complicated. I still don't understand why she's so hostile towards me. I mean, I understand that she might be interested in Uchiha, but she openly attacks me. I've had enough of it, Naruto replied. And tell me, I see you dislike those two too? Naruto asked, trying to change the subject. It's not that I dislike them. It's their attitude that bothers me. They make Kunoichi look weak. They don't train. They're content to be a burden and be rescued like princesses. That shouldn't be the attitude of a ninja. I strive not to be seen as weak, as if I don't need someone to rescue me. I work hard, I train until I'm exhausted, and then they come along and ruin our image. Do you understand? Tenten explained. I see, they are the complete opposite of what you are trying to achieve. Well, that's fine. If they had the right attitude, they would be better and wouldn't be causing pity and forcing others to rescue them, Naruto replied, understanding her point. Exactly, I want to be like that, just like Tsunade of the Sannin, if you've heard of the Sannin, right? Asked the bun girl. Yes, I've already had the pleasure of hearing about them, Naruto replied sharply, remembering everything he experienced with Orochimaru. Okay, let's see how bad this can get. Tenten sighed as she turned her gaze to the arena, expecting a boring match. Sakura was nervous. She wasn't in the best condition to face Ino, worried about Sasuke. Still hurt by Naruto's words, she felt like she couldn't move forward. Control yourself, Sakura. We have to do it. We can't give Ino the satisfaction of being able to beat us, and let's prove that what Naruto said was a complete lie, she told herself. Shinaro, let's finish off that pig and prove we're a great kunoichi. Inner Sakura shouted. I never expected to face you so soon, Sakura, but I assure you, I won't make it easy for you, said a determined Ino. Try it, Sakura replied simply. Hajime, Hate said. Sakura charged with all her strength against Ino, who was already waiting for her and counterattacked. They began to have a close encounter of taijutsu, using simple blows and also employing kunai. They're battling cautiously, gauging each other's strength and waiting for the other to make a mistake, Tenten said. Naruto simply nodded, watching the kunoichi face off. Let's see what you're capable of, Sakura, he murmured, carefully observing his teammate. Meanwhile, Ino was defending herself and attacking Sakura, who matched her attacks. There must be an opening, something that gives me the advantage, she thought, and found it moments later in a lapse of Sakura's guard, where she was able to land a blow to her stomach. This is my opportunity, she said. Seeing Sakura's defense open, she prepared to punch her in the face, when something stopped her, a sensation, and instead of a punch, Sakura received a slap. The two of them were stunned, unable to move, just staring at each other. And now? What happened? Why aren't they fighting? Asked a confused Naruto. This is pathetic, replied an annoyed and slightly embarrassed Tenten. Sakura knew that the slap was because Ino had held back from attacking her. She felt annoyed. Ino was underestimating her. She thought she was someone weak who couldn't be attacked with everything she had. Listen to this, Ino. I'm not that little girl you knew and helped anymore. I've matured. I've become stronger and I won't stop until I beat you. I'll beat you here. I'll become a Chunin and win Sasuke-kun's heart. Did you hear me, INOPIG? She reprimanded her. Shut up. Big forehead. You don't know what you're saying. Ino replied angrily. And now they're insulting each other. This encounter borders on the ridiculous. Naruto groaned. I should go get a drink. Do you want me to get you something? Tenten said as she headed towards the dining room. A soda wouldn't be bad, Naruto replied. Since you're at it, you could get one for me, Tenten, Guy said. Me too, Niji murmured. It wouldn't hurt to have something to drink. Can I count on you to bring one for your sensei's rival? Kakashi asked. Well, I think that's more than enough for now, Tenten said with a bead of sweat on her forehead, as she headed towards the dining room. Hey, Sakura-san is fighting and nobody is paying attention to their fight, Lee complained. Don't worry. They're insulting each other. It only lasts a few minutes. They have a wide repertoire of insults to use, Naruto replied. Minutes later, Sakura and Ino were once again battling with close-quarters taijutsu. I really didn't see a winner at this point. Isn't it over yet? Tenten asked as she handed out sodas to everyone. No, this has already gone on for too long. It might take all day, Naruto replied while taking a sip of his drink. Enough, Sakura. Stop trying to believe you're on my level, said a very annoyed Ino. Obviously, I'm not at your level. There's no one so conceited and superficial who only cares about their appearance, Sakura mocked. I'm fed up, Ino shouted furiously as she grabbed a kunai and aimed it at her hair. I'll teach you not to make fun of me, she added, and in a strange act, she cut off her ponytail and threw it in Sakura's direction. Wow, I think he's gone crazy, Naruto murmured, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead. Let's end this, Ino said as she made a hand sign. What is that? Naruto asked. It's known as Shintenshin no Jutsu, Mind Transfer Jutsu, Guy replied. This jutsu allows the user to enter another person's mind by transferring their consciousness to their opponent, thus giving them complete control of the body until they run out of chakra, he explained. Amazing! Who would have thought Ino had such an interesting ability? Replied a truly surprised Naruto. Do you want to give up already, Ino? I know very well that this jutsu has a major drawback. You need Shikamaru to help you, since the movement of the Shintenshin no Jutsu is slow and takes time to return to the user's body if it fails to hit the target. That means if I move, you'll miss and your body will be left defenseless, giving me the opportunity to finish you off, the pink-haired girl said confidently. You think you know everything? Huh, forehead? Well, you're wrong. My jutsu will work, I assure you, Ino growled. If you're sure, go ahead. It'll be your funeral, Sakura mocked, as she ran off to the side. Shintenshin no Jutsu, Grito Ino. Suddenly, the two of them stopped. Everyone thought Ino had hit the target, but bad luck. Ino, Sakura mocked. Failure, Tenten asked. Not entirely, Naruto smiled as he realized. Okay, let's finish this, Sakura said. But at that moment she realized she couldn't move. What the heck? I told you I was going to break up with you, Sakura, were the words that came out of the very aware Ino. What did you do? Sakura asked. I only said the words, but I had no intention of using the jutsu at that moment. What I really did was create a trap with my chakra-infused hair. Now you're at my mercy, Ino mocked. Damn it! Sakura began to struggle, but it was too late. Shintenshin no jutsu, Ino shouted again. This time the jutsu had hit its target, as Ino confirmed when she mocked Sakura on her own body. This is over, he said, raising a hand. In Sakura's subconscious. No, 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 impossible, Ino caught me. Why? Why? Sakura moaned, feeling lost. Everything was going well. This was my chance to show what I was capable of, but it seems I'm still that weak girl, that needy girl. Naruto was right, she sobbed. Here's the deal. He was right. I am weak, a failure. I need others to rescue me. I have no future as a ninja, he continued. Here you go. Sasuke-kun will never notice me. My sensei sees no need to train me because I have no talent. And now my other teammate, the one who had always supported and backed me, has turned his back on me for being the way I am, she murmured sadly. Here you go. What? No te rindas, Sakura-chan. Suddenly, a blurry memory of a conversation appeared in Sakura's mind. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? Amy has been very cruel to me, and the other boys make fun of me. I'm afraid that when I get to the academy, they'll continue to make fun of me. What if all of that makes me fail? Of course not, you're very intelligent, you'll succeed. Don't pay attention to what Amy or other people say. And if someone makes fun of you, I'll defend you. Are you serious about doing it? Of course. Just don't give up, Sakura-chan. Thank you. You really are my best friend. Naruto-kun. It's true, I mustn't give up, the pink-haired girl said resolutely, regaining her strength. I won't give up. I won't give up. I won't give up, she shouted. Abroad. I, Haruno Sakura, admit that I give up. But Ino could no longer continue because a pain in Sakura's mind prevented her. What's going on? Ino wondered, shocked. I'm not going to give up, Shinaro. Sakura's mind screamed. Sakura? But how? Yamanaka thought in surprise. In Sakura's mind, Ino watched in shock as Sakura's consciousness grew and took her in its hands. If you know what's good for you, you'll get out of my mind, you Ino pig. Inner Sakura yelled as she crushed her. Kai! Ino moaned, returning to her body. Impossible. No one can escape that jutsu, Shikamaru said, shocked. Wow, Sakura. You've done something incredible. You've outdone yourself, said Kakashi. Who would have thought you had it inside you, Sakura? Said an interested Naruto. Sakura and Ino were panting after this battle of wills, where Sakura managed to break free from Ino's control. I will not give up, Ino. Whatever you do, I will come out victorious. I don't know what the hell you did, Sakura. No one has ever been free from my jutsu before, Ino growled. Well, that will teach you never to underestimate me again. Let's end this battle that has lasted so many years once and for all, and let it culminate with a winner. The best of us, Sakura declared. I agree. It's time to shut your mouth and show you who the superior kunoichi is, Ino replied. Both knew their chakra was depleted and that everything would be decided by brute force. Both, ready to end this fight, headed towards it with the intention of emerging victorious. It's over, Ino, Sakura said. This is the end for you, Sakura, Ino declared. I won, they both said as they aimed their fists at each other's faces. The two fists struck both of their faces squarely, causing them to be forcefully repelled. Both fell heavily and were unable to get up. What was that memory? Sakura thought before falling unconscious. Everyone remained silent, waiting for either one of them to react or for the examiner's decision, who, upon seeing both of them, evaluated his next decision. Since both contenders were unable to continue by knockout, I declared this match a draw, which means both are eliminated from the exams, Hayate stated. PFF worthy of both. Well, at least it ended, although I expected one to prove that she is better than the other. But I think they are equal, although Ino has something more promising, Naruto reflected. What do you mean? Tenten asked. Since she's from a clan, I suppose the Yamanaka must have better mental abilities. She'd be a good member of the interrogation squad and a great ninja in espionage. Well, that is if she gets rid of that stupid, sycophantic attitude she has towards Sasuke. Naruto replied. I guess so, Tenten simply replied. While Kakashi and Asuma were collecting their students, the blackboard began to display 2 more names. Okay, let's continue with the preliminaries, Hayate said as the screen displayed the next match. Tense versus Temari. Chapter 6. Preliminaries 4. Broken Pride and the Outcome of the Preliminaries. Tense versus Temari. Alright, it's my turn to shine. Let's show how a true Konoha Kunoichi should perform in battle, said a confident Tenten. Go for it, my young student. Show your abilities and make your flames of youth shine brighter than ever. I will be here giving my best effort supporting you, Guy declared, striking his characteristic pose. Niji made no move to cheer Tenten up, but knowing him all this time, she knew that you couldn't expect any displays of support from the ever-stoic Hyuga. Well, good luck in your match. Show what Konoha can do for its kunoichi when they focus on being true shinobi and not just giddy fanatics. Cheer up, Naruto. Thank you. I will. Tenten smiled decisively as she headed towards the arena. The arena was ready. The people were expecting an interesting fight between two female exponents from two different villages. The two kunoichi were ready to have an encounter that would truly show what a female shinobi is capable of doing. I hope you're not a failure like those two girls before. I've honestly never seen such poor quality in a kunoichi. It says a lot about how much of a failure this village can be. Temari mocked venomously. Don't compare me to those girls. I'm on a different level. I don't get distracted by nonsense like diets or boys. I'm focused on being a worthy and proud shinobi. Tenten growled. Well, we'll see. Temari laughed, looking carefree. The next meeting between Tenten and Temari will begin. The participants are ready. Hayate coughed. Both nodded, ready for the meeting. Good, said Hayate. Then Hajime. Tenten took a step back, creating some distance. This girl from Suna has something in her aura that says caution. I won't jump forward without having something certain. Let's measure her capabilities and then formulate a strategy, she thought analytically. You're taking things too slowly, little girl. Come on, attack me. I'm giving you the chance to be the first to strike. Show me what you're capable of, Temari said arrogantly, not taking a stand. Well, if you're persistent, said Tenten as she grabbed some shuriken and threw them directly at Temari, who didn't make any move to dodge them. What is she doing? Why isn't she dodging? The bun girl wondered. Well, there's no way my attack won't hit her directly, she thought confidently, but in the blink of an eye the shuriken were repelled, thus preventing damage to Temari. Impossible! How did that happen? Asked an astonished Tenten. What did she do? Naruto asked, confused. It's impossible. Tenten never misses. Every one of her attacks has always hit the target before. It's something that characterizes her, Guy declared, shocked. Well, this time it wasn't like that, Niji replied seriously. But how? Naruto asked again. His fan, said a voice behind Naruto. Turning around, he found Kakashi observing the encounter. Sensei? What are you doing here? What happened to Sakura? Naruto asked, puzzled. Well, it was very quiet over there, so I decided to join the conversation, he said, giving a characteristic smile with his eyes. As for Sakura, she's being looked after by Rock Lee, who hasn't left her side since their encounter ended, he concluded. I guess so, Naruto said, watching his teammate being closely watched over by the boy in the green tights. Whatever, he added, turning his attention back to the encounter. Somehow he avoided my attack. But what did he do? Tenten thought. Is that all? Temari mocked. I thought you'd be a challenge with all your boasting, but I haven't even broken a sweat, she added arrogantly. That girl is frustrating, Naruto thought with a twitch in his eye and a mark of anger. Come on, show her who's the best and shut her big mouth. Huh? What was the panda girl's name again? He wondered, unable to remember the girl's name. Sakura slowly began to open her eyes. She felt sore, her body tired. What happened? Suddenly, Lee's face appeared in front of Sakura. Sakura-san, you're okay. What a joy! The boy shouted excitedly. Sakura stifled a scream when she saw Lee's face so close. Lee-kun, don't do that! The girl cried out in fear. I'm sorry, Sakura-san. Lee apologized quickly. Don't worry, what happened? What happened to my encounter? She asked, starting to get depressed. I'm sure I lost. Damn Ino pig. She won't let me live with myself after this, she thought sadly. Well, your match ended in a draw after you both got knocked out, he explained. Look, Ino-san is starting to wake up too, Lee said, pointing to his side. Sakura fixed her gaze and saw Ino regaining consciousness. "Oh, my head." Ino groaned. "What happened? Looks like we tied." "Darn it, I thought I could beat you," Sakura said. "In your dreams, forehead girl," Ino growled. "Anyway, I don't feel good about tying with you. It's a mockery and a disgrace. But this won't stand, Sakura. Next time I'll beat you and win Sasuke-kun's heart," she warned as she stood up and headed off to join her team. "That remains to be seen, Ino pig." He looked at her defiantly, also getting up. "And where's everyone?" he asked as he looked around, seeing his sensei and Naruto near Lee's sensei and his other teammate. Lee's teammate was in battle against the girl from Tsunade. Naruto, Sakura thought. She was sure that something about him had helped her in their encounter, but she couldn't remember what had happened. "Come on, Lee-kun. Let's go with our classmates," the girl said, clearing her thoughts. "Of course, Sakura-san," the boy replied. "Okay, let's do that," Tenten said to herself as she started running around Temari. At that moment, she took out a scroll and, with a jump, unfurled it. The scroll began to spin in a showy and elegant way around her. "Amazing, I have no words to describe it," thought Naruto, slightly blushing. "All right, let's see if you can dodge this," Tenten shouted as she released weapons from the scroll and threw them at Temari. In an instant, a shower of objects was heading towards the Tsunakunoichi. "Wow, what is that?" Naruto asked. Keifu no Jutsu, unsealing jutsu, allows the release of objects previously sealed in a scroll with FUINJUTSU. "I must admit that the girl has skill," Kurama replied in the boy's mind. "That's right, she's good," the Uzumaki replied in his thoughts. "I don't see how," but Naruto's prayer never ended as Temari once again repelled the attacks with her fan. "But she is too," Naruto said seriously. "That didn't work either?" thought a slightly agitated Tenten. "What is that fan?" she asked. "I see you noticed," Temari said, showing the slightly open fan with a purple moon on it. "Do you see that moon?" she asked. "It's the first one. When you see the third one, I'll have defeated you," she threatened. "Don't be so sure," Tenten growled, offended. "Temari only if Rio. Well, there's only one thing left for me to do. I didn't want to use it now, I wanted to save it for the finals, but if I don't use it, it'll be the end for me." He sighed as he took 2 scrolls and placed them on the ground. "What's wrong? Is that your big strategy?" Temari mocked. Tenten said nothing while making hand seals. "Sashoryu, rising twin dragons," he announced. Suddenly, a loud explosion of smoke erupted from where the scrolls were activated, and 2 smoke dragons shot into the air, circling each other. "Amazing," thought Naruto. Tenten then jumped between the 2 scrolls and began rapidly summoning weapons and throwing them at Temari. But again Temari, using her fan, dispersed the torrential rain of objects and thus showed the second moon of her fan. "He failed again," said Naruto. "Wait," Guy said. "It's not over yet." Then Tenten began to control the scattered weapons with threads attached to her fingers to restart the attack. "I've got you," Tenten thought triumphantly. "Ha! Pathetic," said Temari, and using her fan again, she countered Tenten's attack, sending all of Tenten's weapons to the ground. "No, this isn't possible," Tenten said, shocked. "The third moon," Temari said as she disappeared in a flick of her fan. "Where did he go?" Tenten said, looking around. "I'm here," she heard behind her. Turning around, she saw Temari with the fan, ready to attack her. "Kamaitashi no Jutsu, Wind Scythe Jutsu," said the girl. Suddenly, a huge, cutting blizzard enveloped Tenten, injuring her as she screamed. But the vortex did not allow any sound to escape. "That blizzard," said Niji. "He has chakra," Naruto term. "It's over," Niji said. "Unfortunately, it was your destiny, Tenten." "You did well, Panda-chan," Naruto thought. Temari's attack ended as a completely injured Tenten fell straight to the ground. But she didn't hit the ground, as Temari interposed her fan and hit Tenten's back, causing her to spit blood from her mouth. "That girl is ruthless," Sakura said for the first time since she had joined everyone, grateful that she hadn't been Tenten. "That girl makes Ino look decent," she thought. Height approaches to check on Tenten's condition. "The winner is Temari," she announces. Wow, the shinobi of Suna are strong, Sakura said. I knew she was going to win. It's a nuisance, Shikamaru said. It was to be expected, said Kankuro. But before anything else happened, the victorious Temari smiled maliciously. Damn it, he's going to do it, said Naruto, who instinctively pulled out a kunai. Gaki, what are you doing? Kurama retorted. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked as she watched Naruto throw the kunai towards the sand. Temari then threw Tenten into the weapons scattered on the floor, but before she crashed and was seriously injured, there was a smoke explosion from which Naruto appeared, saving Tenten. Kawarimi no jutsu, substitution jutsu, said Kakashi. Very well thought out, Naruto. Praised Naruto, who had not made any movement to help the girl as he felt that Naruto was already going to her aid. Did you save me? Tenten moaned before falling unconscious. Oh, here comes the boyfriend to the rescue. Temari mocked. I'm not her boyfriend, Naruto replied, blushing slightly. But I'm not going to let her get hurt because you're a sore winner, he added resolutely. Ha! She's pathetic like all the girls from her village. She's just another little girl playing at being a ninja, replied the blonde from Suna. Strong words from the girl with the giant fan, Naruto said ironically. We have a comedian here. How about I shut your mouth right now? Temari muttered in a slightly threatening tone. Sorry, cutie, you're not my type. You're too irritating and I've had enough of an irritating girl in my life, Uzumaki replied mockingly again. Naruto, Sakura growled, an angry mark appearing on her head. Keep acting cocky. Kid, your luck will run out in the finals. The fangirl threatened this time. We'll see. I hope I have the opportunity to dance with you superscript 2 Hyogi-chan, he said while winking at her and giving her a foxy smile. Yora, Temari growled. That's enough. Both of you get off the track and Uzumaki-san. Refrain from throwing weapons into the arena again, or you will be penalized, Hayate scolded. This isn't over, kid, Temari said as she jumped towards where her team was. Naruto headed towards where the medical team was approaching to hand Tenten over to them. Gaki, why did you do that? Kurama scolded. I don't know. My body moved on its own, but I wasn't going to allow them to harm an innocent person. The girl from Suna had already won. That was unnecessary. Naruto defended himself. Stupid human emotions. We don't want another episode like with the pink-haired bitch, Kurama growled. What are you talking about? It's nothing like what happened with Sakura. I rescued her because we're fellow shinobi from Konoha. That's all it was, you understand? You stupid fox. Naruto snapped. Keep telling yourself that, Gaki, but I'm warning you. I'm not going to let you ruin our plans to find you a mate with that weird-haired female, the Biju retorted. Shut up, you stupid beast, said a blushing Naruto. It's nothing like that. I'm still too young for that. And her hair isn't weird. It's traditional and elegant. Naruto finished his conversation with his Biju, as he had already arrived with the stretcher bearers. Here you go, he said, handing Tenten over to them. Thank you, Uzumaki-san, said a nurse as he took Tenten and placed her on the stretcher. Naruto watched her leave as they took her to the medical ward. Naruto returned along with his team and Team Guy after handing Tenten over to the medical services. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi told him. Naruto-kun, I thank you for helping my student. It's a very youthful thing to do, Guy said gratefully. Lee simply nodded, observing Naruto. Although he felt grateful, he still had unfinished business with him because of how he treated Sakura. Niji made no gesture whatsoever. He stoically continued observing the arena. Sakura stared at Naruto, her head filled with thoughts. Wow, Naruto saved that girl. His move was clever. He hardly seems like himself. If he hadn't used the Kawarimi, Tenten could have been seriously hurt. But why did he do it? What motivated him to save her if he barely knows her? Could there be something between them? She wondered, unsure how to feel. She was glad that Naruto had turned his attention to someone else and stopped bothering her, so she could focus on Sasuke. But at the same time, something inside her felt inappropriate, as if the situation was wrong. What are you thinking? It would be beneficial if that idiot focused on her. She wouldn't be a nuisance with her invitations anymore, and she wouldn't get in our way of winning Sasuke-kun's heart. Inner Sakura scolded. I'm going to see Naruto-kun at the park today. I'm so excited. That was the unexpected thought that appeared in Sakura's consciousness again. My head hurts. What are these conversations that keep popping up? They appear suddenly and I can't remember them, she thought. Hey-8 cleared his throat. Well, the next preliminary match will be. The following encounters ended with Shikamaru's victory over Kin of Oto, where Shikamaru overcame a Kin who underestimated Shikamaru's shadow possession technique. Kin, using Senbon with bells, tried to confuse Shikamaru and turn him into a human pincushion, causing him to react to the sound of the bell she moved with her threads. But Shikamaru managed to trick her, and using the threads he was able to connect his Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow possession jutsu, with Kin and managed to control her body. It was just a matter of forcing her to knock herself out with the wall of the sand by dodging a shuriken. Naruto realized that Shikamaru was cunning. He knew that if he had motivated himself, he might have been Rookie of the Year because of his intelligence, but his lazy side always won out. But that doesn't mean he isn't a genius. We'll have to be careful with him in the finals, he mused. The next match was between Rock Lee versus Kiba, where Kiba was no match for the boy in the green tights. Kiba started by boasting that he would beat Lee and that it would be better if he surrendered. Lee obviously refused and encouraged Kiba to attack. Kiba launched a taijutsu attack, which Lee quickly dodged. Frustrated, Kiba called Akamaru, and together they performed a jutsu, creating an exact copy of Kiba. They then attacked Lee with their Getsuga, Fong over Fong, but it was a waste of time as Lee easily dodged the attack and then attacked Kiba's clone, who fell unconscious and transformed back into Akamaru. Lee then profusely apologized to Kiba for attacking his pet and finished him off with his Konoha Senpu, Leaf Hurricane, securing the victory. The next encounter was between Hinata and Niji, where Niji crushed Hinata. Their battle was intense and filled with personal hatred on Niji's part. Naruto felt somewhat sad for Hinata, as she was so kind and sweet. He truly believed that such hostility from Niji wasn't necessary. But when he learned that Hinata and Niji were cousins, and that there was a bitter, untold story behind that encounter, he knew he could do nothing but watch them resolve their issues. Although something about Niji's attitude bothered him, he was arrogant and talked about destiny and nonsensical ideas. Naruto was particularly annoyed by his indifference to the attacks suffered by the girl from Suna on Pandachan. I feel like being the one to teach you a lesson, Niji, Naruto growled. The next fight was between Gaara and another of Kabuto's companions, Yoroi. While the previous fight was a massacre, this one literally became one, as he used a deadly technique called Sabaku-Kyu, sand burial, crushing Yoroi and killing him instantly. Everyone was petrified by Gaara's display of cruelty, and most of the winners were worried about having to face him in the finals. That boy is sick. He kills without compassion or remorse, said Naruto. Be careful, Gaki. That twisted raccoon has affected the mind of its vessel. It's a dangerous enemy. We must make plans to be able to battle it, Kurama advised. It'll be one of the first things I do when I get out of here, Naruto replied. The last encounter was between Choji versus Dosu, with Dosu being the victor, by using his sound device to send Choji into unconsciousness. This concludes the preliminary round. Hey-8 coughed. Come forward, finalists. Naruto, Shino, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, Lee, Niji. Gaara y Dosu se dirigiron hacia donde se encontraba Hey-8. Anko, Ibiki y el Hokage. Well, I'll explain what the final round consists of, the Hokage said. It will be a challenge where your spirit and mettle will be put to the test. Your skill will be your weapon on this occasion, and consequently, you will be given a period of 1 month to carry it out. 1 month? Naruto asked. Indeed, 1 month. That will give us time to send the invitations to the leaders and prominent people who will witness that battle, and also for you to prepare better. I don't see why we can't do it now, Kankuro complained. Because many of us have already seen each other's abilities, 1 month is enough time to plan strategies and train to counter each other's abilities, said Naruto, observing Gaara, who showed no sign of noticing the look. Indeed, Naruto-kun, replied the Hokage, surprised by the boy's perspicacity. When did he become so eloquent? He wondered. As I was saying, this month will be a valuable opportunity to train and learn new skills. It will be decisive for you to succeed, so make the most of your time, he finished. 1 month, Naruto thought. All right, Kurama, in that month we must close the gap that separates us from the others and be able to surpass them. We will make these finals our opportunity to begin the path to glory for Uzumaki Naruto, he added. All right, Gaki, we're ready, Kurama declared. Now, to determine the final matchups, they will take a number from the box that Anko is holding, said the Hokage. Okay, I'll go to your places. Don't move, just take one, Anko shouted. Each one took a piece of paper, at which point Ibiki stepped forward. Okay, now each of you will say out loud the number that is written. We will go from left to right, start now. I have number 6, Dosu said. Lucky 7, Naruto said with a smile. 9, said Lee. 1, said Kankuro. I'm number 3, Temari said. 5, Gaara said. 8, said Niji. The 5, Shikamaru complained. I'm number 4, Shino concluded. Correct. Then the final rounds will be like this, declared the Hokage. Kankuro versus Shino, Temari versus Shikamaru, Gaara versus Dosu, Naruto versus Niji. Rock Lee will fight the winner of the battle between Naruto and Niji. I'm going up against Niji, that's perfect, said a happy Naruto. Yash, I'll have to fight against Niji or against Naruto. Either way, it's something I look forward to, Lee said energetically. Well, I won't fight Gaara directly, Temari and Kankuro thought at the same time. Against Uzumaki, something I really wanted, Niji thought as he smiled. Another time against a girl. How annoying, Shikamaru complained. Dosu looked at Gaara and frowned. Can I ask something? Shikamaru raised his hand. Go ahead, Shikamaru-kun, said the Hokage. Since this is going to be a sort of tournament, will the winner be the only one who becomes a Chunin? He asked. On the contrary, in these final rounds, important leaders, the Kazekage, will be the judges of these tests. Based on your performance, we will evaluate whether you have the aptitude to become a Chunin. That is to say, more than one of you may be able to achieve it, or none of you may be able to. It all depends on what you manage to show in that final round. That's why the more rounds you participate in this kind of tournament, the more opportunities you will have to show yourselves before the judges, declared the Hokage. Well, thank you for your patience. The exams will be postponed until next month, he concluded. Everyone dispersed. Naruto approached the Hokage. Hey, I need your help. I suppose Kakashi-sensei explained to him what that Orochimaru did with my seal. I wanted to see if you could help me. Oh, of course, Naruto-kun. Come to my office early tomorrow and we'll see what we can do, replied the Hokage. Naruto said goodbye to the Hokage and prepared to leave the forest that had suddenly changed his life. Several hours later that day, Naruto went to the hospital to check on Tenten and get news about Sasuke's condition, but the receptionist refused to give him the room information. Defeated, he headed for the exit when, Naruto, I was looking for you? Naruto turned around and found himself face to face with Kakashi. I have something to tell you. Tell me, sensei, is this about the finals? The blonde boy asked, intrigued. Actually, yes, Kakashi sighed uncomfortably. I don't know how to tell you this, but I won't be able to support you in your training for the final, he finished with a grimace. Seriously? Said an annoyed Naruto sarcastically. He really hoped Kakashi would train him. He could help him a lot, and with Kurama's help, he'd be better prepared. Most importantly, he could help him understand how he felt about him after learning that Kakashi knew his parents' secret. Why can't he support the only member of his team who made it to the finals? He added apprehensively. Well, the thing is, Kakashi said, sounding uneasy and hesitant. It's because of Sasuke, isn't it? Naruto growled. Indeed, you see, the council requested that I keep a close eye on Sasuke due to Orochimaru's attack and train him to stay away from the power of the cursed seal, he revealed. Typical, even though Sasuke didn't make it to the next round, they reward him with training, and then they wonder why he's such a conceited idiot, the blonde complained, clearly annoyed by the injustice. Come on, Naruto, don't get like that, you have to try to understand, Kakashi tried to explain. No, the one who doesn't understand is you, sensei. We've been a team for months, and you've significantly neglected us. You've only taught us the chakra control for climbing a tree, that's it. The great ninja who copies Kakashi's Sharingan has just been stalling us, the blonde declared furiously. I'm here on my own merits, sensei. You haven't done anything to help me or Sakura. I think that's why Sakura is so pathetic, why I was so mediocre. What an example you set for yourself. I really hope you didn't learn this from your sensei, because you would really make him look like a complete failure as an educator, he said venomously. Naruto, do you know? Kakashi thought. Anyway, I have training to do, said Naruto, turning to leave. Wait, Naruto, I was thinking of asking someone who could help you with your training, Kakashi said, thinking of Ebisu. Keep it to yourself, sensei, you've done enough already, he replied. Enough, Naruto. Don't be arrogant and show some humility, Kakashi scolded him. I said I need your help, sensei, Naruto growled. Well, maybe I can help you, said a voice behind them. They both turned to see who this new voice belonged to. You, Kakashi said, narrowing his eyes. Old man, who are you? Naruto asked rudely. Uzumaki-san, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've come to make you an offer. My name is Danzo Shimura, said the old man with the bandages. Chapter 7, the first day of the rest of your life. Uzumaki-san, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've come to make you an offer. Let me introduce myself. My name is Danzo Shimura, said the newcomer. Offer? Naruto asked, confused. The newcomer was an old man with black hair and a cane, but what caught Naruto's attention the most was that his entire body was bandaged, as if he had received incurable wounds or was hiding scars. Only part of his face and his hands were exposed. The rest was wrapped in bandages. Danzo-sama, what brings you here? Asked a cautious Kakashi. Hataki-san, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. As I said, I wanted to offer young Uzumaki-san my support for this month of preparation for the Chunin exams finals. Danzo replied. Kurama, who is this old man? Naruto asked. Kid, be careful, Kurama replied in a serious voice. This old man is a member of the Konoha Council, a group of decrepit elders with questionable ideas who run this village as they please. This man is one of them, but at the same time, he's very powerful politically. I also recall that he was proclaimed as the old Hokage's rival. If that's the case, he must be just as skilled and powerful. All of this is due to my memories with Kushina. She disliked him because he took more drastic measures to end problems, something your father didn't want. He was a pacifist to the core, Kurama concluded. Support? If I may be so indiscreet, Danzo-sama, what is your interest in Naruto? Kakashi questioned. No problem, Hataki-san, your concern is understandable. You are his sensei after all. My interest in the young man here is merely to support a future Konoha force. I have heard reports of what happened in his battle with the young Uchiha-san, and that has piqued my interest. My desire is to participate in the growth of a great shinobi who will serve this village. The man replied calmly. This caught Kurama's attention. Kaki, this guy is offering to support your training. You must accept. Having a council member on your side will be a great advantage. You would have political power on your side protecting you. You don't know what kind of influence this man can give us, and think of all the possibilities of power we can obtain. The Biju encouraged excitedly. Having someone like that on his side served his plans. Well, that power thing sounds good. Besides, if he's as influential as you say, it would give us a big advantage over the others. And I have no doubt that if he's Gigi's rival, he has great knowledge of techniques and tools to teach us, Naruto thought. Besides, outside help will be necessary, and this man has the means to help you, Kurama declared. And he will be a great asset when the time comes to take this village for ourselves. He finished, a sinister thought to himself. Well, I appreciate your concern and interest in my student Danzo-sama, but Naruto already has an instructor, Kakashi replied, trying to sound friendly. Oh, but I understand that your time would be totally and completely at the disposal of young Uchiha-san. I am very sorry for the awkward moment, imposing myself on your student. I'm sure you and Uzumaki-san must already have plans to train this month, he declared in a fake, lenient voice. Well, not really. I'll have to stay close to Sasuke since we have a pest problem, Kakashi said irritably. But I had planned to assign Naruto the help of an excellent instructor, trained to guide him and meet his needs, he concluded. I see in that case. But Danzo didn't finish the sentence because Naruto interrupted him. I accept, Naruto declared. What? Kakashi asked, surprised. I said I accepted your offer, old man. Danzo-sama, it will be an honor to have the help of a prominent man of the Konoha Council like yourself. Naruto said as formally as he could, ending with a bow to Danzo. Splendid Uzumaki-san. I see you have some knowledge of who I am. I like that. It will make it easier for us to get to know each other. I'll see you tomorrow at the Hokage Rock Summit at 3 p.m. We'll discuss the best course of action I have prepared for you, and we'll also talk about your training this month. So, without further ado, I bid you farewell. Have a good day, Uzumaki-san, Hayate-san, he finished, waving goodbye to both of them as he left. Danzo slowly disappeared into the hospital corridors while Kakashi and Naruto watched him slowly leave. Naruto, do you know what you've done? Kakashi asked, slightly annoyed, after Danzo had walked away and was no longer able to hear him. You don't know that man's intentions, he scolded. No, maybe I don't know them, but I don't care. What I need is someone who can give me the resources to overcome this test and, even more importantly, achieve my goal of becoming a better shinobi, Naruto replied, annoyed. You sound like Sasuke, Kakashi snapped. Well, said Naruto, moving towards the exit. Maybe Sasuke isn't so bad after all. We need power to achieve great things, he finished as he walked away from Kakashi. Naruto, what happened to you? Kakashi sighed sadly. The only thought Naruto had as he left the hospital was, Yeek. I said Sasuke might be right. I feel disgusted with myself, he complained playfully. Naruto was heading towards the center of the village, thinking about what had just happened with both Danzo and Kakashi. Stupid sensei. First he denies me training for helping his precious Uchiha when I was the one who beat him and was also the only one who came out victorious from these exams. And now he scolds me for accepting the help of that old Danzo. Damn it, why is everything so complicated? Either way, be careful, Gaki. That old man is both resourceful and powerful. Stay wary around him and try to stay on his good side. That man can make your life even worse than anything you've ever experienced. Kurama warned him. Okay, fine. Well, I'll see him tomorrow as well as Gigi to fix the seal, he replied. But at that moment his stomach growled. Well, before working on anything else, let's get something to eat first. And he set off in the direction of Ichiraku. Ichiraku ramen had been a special place for Naruto since he was a child. It was almost the only place where he wasn't treated like an outcast and where he was always greeted with smiles. Many people thought Naruto's fascination with ramen was strange, but the reason for his near obsession was that as a child it was one of the few things he could eat. He still remembered how the smell had attracted him and he had peeked inside to see what it was, and Tucci had discovered him. Instead of chasing him away or yelling at him like the other villagers, Tucci had told him to come closer and had given him a bowl. The flavor was exquisite, but more importantly, it was the feeling of not being hated by Tucci that he liked the most. The next day he returned after telling the Hokage what had happened, and the Hokage, with a smile, took him there again. There he met Ayamne, a cute girl older than him, who treated him very sweetly and chatted with him. From that day on, he had decided that this would be the place where he would always go to eat, the place where he had been accepted. When he arrived at the place he found it without customers, something common since Naruto became a regular customer. Many people stopped coming because they did not want to eat in a place that worshipped demons, something that neither Tucci nor Ayam cared about. Hey old man. Ayamne, I'm back. He announced his arrival as he sat down near the counter. And I'm hungry. Welcome, Naruto-kun. Ayam greeted him cheerfully. How did those exams you were taking go? You must be starving, she asked with a smile. Yes, I am, he said as his stomach growled, and the three of them laughed. I did well. I was the only one on my team who advanced to the final and I beat Uchiha Sasuke, he said proudly, making the victory sign. Amazing, Tucci said. You beat the kid everyone calls the Rookie of the Year, that's good. It was to be expected of you, Naruto-kun, he praised him. Ayam had come out from behind the counter and hugged him tightly. I knew you would do it, Naruto-kun. I'm so proud of you. Naruto was in shock. Ayam had always been kind to him, more than anyone else, but she had never hugged him. In fact, she was the first person he could remember who had hugged him well after her. His eyes began to fill with tears. He almost never received any affection or recognition. His whole life had been marked by rejection, aggression, and even hostility from his own team, who were supposed to be like family. But now IM had congratulated him, hugged him, and shown him affection like almost no one else ever had. She let go of him and looked at him with a radiant smile. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes with his arm. Thank you, IM. It means a lot to me. Really, Dash. You deserve it, Naruto-kun. And you also deserve a big bowl of ramen, don't you think? Dad? IM asked Tucci. That's right, IM-chan. Right now, just wait, Naruto-kun. As she headed to the kitchen. Sit down, Naruto-kun, while we prepare your ramen, she told the boy. Thank you so much. Guys, really? He said as he sat down. IM. Do you have anything to write with and somewhere to do it? He asked, slightly embarrassed by their requests. Of course, Naruto-kun, she said, handing him her notebook for taking orders and a pen. Is this okay? Yes, that's exactly what I need, she said as she took them. Okay, said IM as she returned to the kitchen. All right, Kurama, while I wait for my food, let's make a plan of the things we need to do this month, Naruto said to his Biju. Well thought out, Gaki. It's good to see you're focused and taking things seriously, Kurama congratulated him. Let's see, you must continue working on strengthening your physique. The gravity seal training will continue, but you'll mainly be doing it yourself. Your clones will be used in other ways. We need to work on jutsu, so you must increase your repertoire. You must also learn about your special nature, as well as the history of the villages and clans. That would be important, and you must also evaluate your opponents, especially the Hyuga, the Taijitsugaki, and the Shikaku container, he indicated. Okay, Naruto said as he jotted down everything that needed to be done this month. Well, that'll cover our preparation for the finals. I also think it'll be good to work on strategies against those three and the rest of the finalists. It never hurts to be careful and not underestimate anyone. I wonder what kind of things old Danzo will show me, he wondered. It's most likely a good thing, Gaki. An old council member doesn't look at just any genin, so don't worry about it. Now let's continue with your needs. You must stock up on your tools, which by the way should be of better quality. And for the love of Kami, change that outfit. He scolded him. Why? Orange is the best color, I don't want to get rid of it, he complained. You said you'd do your best to be better, Gaki, and you have to admit that with that outfit you're a walking target. Besides being a laughingstock, Kurama snapped. Well, when I got it was because it was the only thing I could afford since the supply store always charged me more for the other equipment. That's why my ninja gear is common. Besides, I managed to paint the Hokage rock with this without being detected, Naruto countered, defending his beloved orange outfit. Enough with the whining, brat. You need to find a way to get over this and stop blaming others. If they did it, then it's done, but it's up to you whether you continue with this attitude of not doing things because of others. That kind of attitude makes me sick, and if you keep going like this, you won't get far and you're just wasting our time, he growled. Well, after leaving here, I'll go to the village to get better equipment. You don't have to make a fuss, Kurama, Naruto mocked. Stupid brat, I don't make drama, Kurama growled. Yes, whatever you say. Naruto silenced the beast when he saw IM coming with her bowl of ramen. Here you go, Naruto-kun. The best ramen just for you? IM said as she handed him a bowl of pork ramen. Thank you, IM. Naruto said gratefully, his mouth watering. Hey Gaki, you should also take care of your diet. It wouldn't hurt to eat more than that ramen you eat, as if it were the only thing, Kurama scolded him. Well, before I couldn't afford to eat anything else since the other villagers. But he stopped talking when he heard Kurama's growl in his mind. Okay. I won't say anything else. Damn, you're being very sensitive, he thought with a drop of sweat. IM. Can I ask you a favor? Naruto asked. Of course, Naruto-kun, whatever you want, he replied. Could you teach me how to cook? He asked. Teach you to cook? IM repeated the question. Yes, you see, I need to start taking a little more responsibility, and well, I don't know how to cook and you're a great cook and well, I don't have anyone else to ask. Besides, it would help me a lot when I go on a mission and someone has to cook, Naruto replied. Oh, I see. I suppose you could come in here, and I'd give you a cooking lesson. Then her face lit up. I've always dreamed of teaching someone. Then she approached Naruto and whispered, Don't tell my father, but I know how to cook food other than ramen. food that only chefs at fine restaurants prepare. I did it secretly because my dad is very possessive about ramen, and for him, that's all there is. But I don't want everything I've learned to go to waste. Then she looked at him with a pleading puppy dog gaze. Tell me, Naruto-kun, would you help me so that my knowledge isn't lost? You would be my student, and you would be the one to prepare that kind of food that I can't make. Well, I guess so, he murmured, a drop of sweat forming on the back of his neck. Great, I am clapped. I'll see you first thing in the morning, while my dad goes to get supplies. Well, Nechan, I can't in the morning, I have to meet with the Hokage, he said hurriedly. Although I could send a shadow clone, he said, quickly thinking of a solution. And what is that? I am asked, confused. Well, he's a clone of me, he's exactly like me, and it would be like me being present because when he disappears, everything he learned from you, I learned too. I tried to explain as best I could. You ninjas and your amazing things. I am laughed. But hey, it might work. Then send your weird magic clone here, and I'll teach him how to cook, she said with a smile. Magic clone, Naruto repeated, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. What are you talking about? Tucci asked. Nothing, Dad. Naruto wants to learn to cook, and I'll teach him a few things so he can do it. I am replied. That's good. A man should be able to cook and be self-sufficient. Good for you, kid, Tucci told him. Thanks, old man, said Naruto as he finished his plate. Another one, please. An hour later, Naruto was satisfied and ready to leave. Well, I have to go. I need to get some things I need and prepare for the finals. Dash. I see you're in a hurry. It was nice seeing you again. Kid, come around more often, Tucci laughed. If that's the case, thank you so much, guys, for everything. Really? Naruto said gratefully. It's a pleasure, Naruto-kun. Keep up the good work. We're confident you'll overcome this challenge, and we'll be supporting you, I am said. That's right, kid. Keep your chin up. You have our full confidence, Tucci added. Thanks, guys. See you later. Tomorrow I'll send you my magic clone Ayamne so you can help him, Naruto shouted as he ran off. Okay. Take care, Naruto-kun, I am shouted. Okay. First things first, a new outfit, Naruto thought. Wait, Gaki. I was thinking, and it would be convenient if you waited a little longer about the outfit, Kurama told him. But? Did you say that? Naruto complained angrily, a vein throbbing in his head. I know what I said, Gaki, but I have my reasons. I'll tell you later, but just do it, the Biju ordered impatiently. TSK. Whatever, said Naruto. Damn indecisive furball, he muttered. Naruto then decided that he should stock up on kunai and shuriken, but he stopped himself. He knew very well that if he entered the store like that, they would refuse him service or raise the prices significantly. Then an idea occurred to him to avoid that treatment. What better option than to use a henge to avoid being recognized and thus be able to shop and walk around the village without having to endure stares, whispers, or abuse, he told himself. So, focusing on the result he wanted, something far removed from his real appearance, he transformed himself into an older boy, taller than Rock Lee and more muscular. He changed his features, becoming slightly darker-skinned, with long brown hair tied in a ponytail, black eyes, and no marks on his cheeks. His clothes also changed, leaving him with a long-sleeved black jacket, a white shirt with a red fire symbol on it, black pants, and matching sandals. I think this will be enough. I really look good. You should get an outfit like this later. As he strolled through the village towards the weapons shop, Naruto observed how peacefully the village lived its life. He found this village pleasant and lamented the difference it felt when people didn't stare at him coldly or speak of him with hatred and insults. This should have been my life if my dad hadn't put Kurama inside me. But oh well, there's no point in lamenting now. It's so peaceful here, I should have done this sooner. He muttered as he arrived at his destination, a weapons shop that, from what he'd heard, was where his classmates and most of the ninjas he knew bought their equipment. Welcome. Good afternoon. How can I help you? The manager greeted. Hello? I'd like to replenish my weapons inventory, as most of them are already obsolete, said Naruto. Yes, of course, come this way, the manager told him. We have the basic genin equipment, including shuriken, kunai, senbon, and cases to put them in, all for 5,000 ryo, he offered. Naruto wasn't convinced by that equipment, Do you have anything a little better equipped that you can offer me? Naruto asked. Oh, sir, you must be an elite ninja, and here I am giving you the basics. Excuse me, said the embarrassed clerk. Here we have the special tuning kit. It includes shuriken, kunai, senbon, explosive notes, smoke bombs, their cases, and 3 sealing rolls, at a good price of only 25,000 ryo. Wow, sealing scrolls, if that sounds good. I'll take it, said Naruto, remembering Panda-chan. Excellent. The manager applauded. I'll put everything on a roll of sealing tape. This one is a gift. I'll also give you instructions for unsealing it and sealing the others, he said kindly. Thank you very much. By the way, are you a ninja? Asked a curious Naruto. To seal them you need chakra, right? If so, must you be a ninja? Oh, well, I was, but I gave up when I saw the dangers you face, and I decided to open this weapons shop. Even so, I can handle chakra if required, the manager replied. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable with my question. It wasn't my intention, Naruto apologized. Don't worry, it doesn't bother me. The manager smiled at her. If you like, you can look around, and if there's anything else you like, don't hesitate to ask me, he said as he went to prepare his equipment. Naruto decided to take a look around the store while waiting for his order. Wow, they have a lot of amazing weapons here. He marveled. I wonder if… Don't even think about it, Gaki. You're not going to spend money on something you don't even know if you can handle. Stick to what's necessary, that's all. Kurama scolded him. You're not funny, Naruto complained. I am an all-powerful beast formed from chakra and hatred. Being fun is not part of me, he said proudly. I don't doubt it, Naruto replied sarcastically, but ended the conversation when he saw the manager approaching with his order. Here you are, sir? Asked the clerk, wanting to know his name as he handed him a roll. Nah. Gato, my name is Nagato, Naruto quickly corrected. Oh well, Nagato-san, have a great day. Come back soon, the manager said as he left. Thanks, I hope so, said Naruto as he left. Great, we have the ninja equipment now, he said to himself as he put the scroll in one of his pockets. There's nothing else to do. I could take a walk and see what's around town. I rarely get to go out without being bothered, he thought as he looked at many shops with different things for sale. After a few minutes, one shop caught his eye. Curiosities and antiques? Sounds interesting, let's see, he said to himself as he headed towards the entrance. Era, welcome. Come in and see. My name is Irisa Yamanaka. At your service? Greeted the manager, an attractive blonde woman with blue eyes. Thank you, Yamanaka-san, Naruto replied, greeting her. Yamanaka, huh? He must be related to INO. Naruto began to observe many interesting things, some of which looked ancient, others valuable, some were strange weapons. This place was interesting, but then something caught his attention. A square device with headphones connected to it. What is this? Naruto asked, observing it more closely, intrigued. Era. These? She thought as she put a finger to her chin. Well, I think it's a music player. I don't really know how it works. I didn't pay much attention to them when they were brought, but the merchant did tell me that they come from the lands beyond the ocean, Irisa said in a mysterious voice, moving her fingers dramatically. The lands beyond the ocean? What is that? The boy asked, confused. It is said that beyond the ocean surrounding the Shinobi Nation, there are more lands. Lands where civilizations have grown far from things like ninjas or chakra and have thrived on strange powers and unknown sciences, he replied. Naruto doubted that was true. But if those lands existed, shouldn't someone have already gone to check it out? Someone from one of the Shinobi nations? Naruto asked skeptically. That's the strange thing. Rumors say that all the explorers to those lands have disappeared without a trace, he finished with a whisper. Amazing, he replied, beginning to doubt. Do those lands really exist? Then, looking at the object in his hand, he decided to forget about it for the moment. Well, I'll take it. How much does it cost? Era. Well, I would usually sell it for more than 15,000 ryo, but I like you, so I'll leave it at 5,000 ryo. What do you think? He said with a smile. I'll take them, Naruto said, taking out the money and handing it to her. Suddenly the door opened and a blonde very familiar to Naruto entered. Ohio, auntie. I brought you lunch, greeted the unmistakable Ino Yamanaka. Era. Ino-chan, you're back. How did your exam go that you were so eagerly talking about? Arisa asked her niece. Did you manage to pass? Ino frowned. No, I was eliminated after tying with Sakura Haruno, she grumbled. Oh, how sad. But at least you had fun and saw your little friend, she said with a sympathetic smile. She's not my friend anymore, she complained, almost shouting. And I didn't have fun. I suffered like you wouldn't believe, she added. Oh, too bad. Well, that ninja thing is complicated. That's why I didn't follow that path like my Oni-chan, he said to himself while putting a finger to his chin. Yes, my dad is the ninja and you're a cute civilian and all that, Ino replied quickly, and then noticed Naruto in his henge for the first time. Wow, you have a customer. It's the first time I've seen one in a long time, she was surprised. Era. That's right. A happy Irisa remembered. If I introduce you to Era? I'm sorry, I hadn't asked your name, she apologized with a mortified face. Nagato, my name is Nagato, Naruto replied, giving that fake name again. Oh, he's Nagato-kun, Irisa replied happily again. It's a pleasure, Ino greeted casually. Well, Auntie, I'm going to leave. I went through hell in that forest, and I only have one wish and that's to rest for about a week, she said as she headed for the door. Era? Wait, Ino-chan. Take these things to my Oni-chan. Please, he said as he lifted a huge sack that clearly looked heavy. But, I won't be able to carry this, Ino complained upon seeing the size and weight of the sack. Don't worry, Nagato-kun will help you take him home. Right, Nagato-kun? I asked with a radiant smile. Huh? Me? Naruto asked, confused. If you do, that's what friends do, right? I replied with another radiant smile. Are we friends? He asked again, confused. Era? Aren't we? Irisa asked as her eyes filled with tears. Of course we're friends, he quickly replied to prevent Irisa from crying. Yes, of course. I'll help Ino-san with the sack. Thank you. Nagato-kun, you're a great friend. She hugged him tightly against her chest. Auntie, leave the boy alone. He hardly knows you. You're scaring him. Ino scolded Irisa for her shameless act. Era? Ino-chan, of course we know each other. We're great friends, said Irisa as if stating an obvious truth while letting go of Naruto. But you just met him, Ino shouted, angrily wincing. Anyway, let's go, Nagato-kun, we need to take this home, she finished, leaving the shop with a firm step. Yes, of course, said a confused and blushing Naruto, referring to what had just happened. Come back soon, Irisa shouted as they left. Once outside, the two were walking towards Ino's house. Naruto then broke the ice. Your aunt is special, huh? Naruto asked Ino. Special is the right word. She's too enthusiastic and kind to everyone. She's my dad's younger sister and she's only like 5 years older than me. That's why she acts so childish and all that, Ino complained. Well, I don't think it's anything bad. It's just a little cheerful, said Naruto. I suppose so, Ino replied. And tell me, who are you? You're not a rookie, are you? I haven't seen you before. Are you a genin too? She asked suddenly. Yeah, I'm not a rookie. I'm 2 years older than you, I guess, and I'm still a genin. I couldn't pass the Chunin exams in my previous attempts either, he lied. I believe you, these exams are a real pain, as my friend Shikamaru would say. Only the best were able to pass them, I'll have to admit, Ino replied. I heard a rumor that the Rookie of the Year was beaten by a fool in these exams. Is that true? He asked, trying to find out what his opinion was of his victory against Sasuke. A sign of anger appeared on Ino's forehead. He didn't defeat him. He only won because he cheated. Ino defended Sasuke's defeat. How can you cheat if they're being watched by an examiner? Naruto asked, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm just passing through, she retorted. As if in a million years that loser Naruto could beat someone like Sasuke-kun. He's far superior to him in every way. Naruto is just a pathetic excuse for a ninja who got lucky, and now he's acting all cocky because he managed to take Sasuke-kun out by sheer luck. But I'll make sure he learns his place, Ino threatened. Oh yeah? What are you going to do? Naruto asked, interested. As if that blonde, foreheadless Sakura could do anything to me, he mocked. Well, I don't know yet. But when I see him, I'm going to kick his ass, Ino said, raising her fist. Well, if you think you're capable, Naruto muttered, amused. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem. That boy was the worst student in the class. He has no talent. He'll be a piece of cake for me, Ino said confidently. Naruto chuckled inwardly at how arrogant Ino could be. This girl doesn't know her own capabilities. I could humiliate her any day now, even though I don't have full chakra control yet, but it'll be fun to watch her try, he thought. Well, I hope to see it when you do. Watching a loser get humiliated is always entertaining, he said, recalling the pathetic fight between Ino and Sakura. Yes, of course, what's more, you could help me. Someone like you wouldn't have any problems with Naruto, and it would save me the trouble of doing it myself. Oh, thanks for the compliment, Naruto said sarcastically, something Ino didn't notice. Could I kick my own ass? That's a great existential question, she thought, clearly interested in finding out. As they continued walking towards Ino's house, there were two civilians nearby arguing, and because of their proximity, their conversation could be heard by both of them. Did you hear the news? The Uzumaki boy defeated the Uchiha prodigy, one of them said. That's impossible. But if that kid is a loser, how did he beat the best genin in this village? The other replied. Apparently, the Uzumaki boy used a skill to immobilize Uchiha-san and caught him off guard. It wasn't strength or skill. He just defeated him by pure chance, but he still managed to defeat him, he explained. Damn it! How could that thing possibly beat him, young Uchiha-san? They should remove it from the competition, lock it up, and give its place to someone worthy like Uchiha-san. I don't know why the Hokage allows that beast to roam free. They should have sacrificed it, he said venomously. Shut up, idiot. Remember, we can't talk about that, the other one said, and they fell silent and took another path. Naruto just listened and clenched his fists in pure, contained rage. I will teach them. I will teach everyone in this village a lesson so they never underestimate and despise me again, he threatened. Calm down, Gaki. You'll soon shut this whole damn town up. Kurama tried to calm him down. Ino, who had also overheard, was confused. Why are they so hostile towards Naruto? I know he's a clown and a nuisance, but to want him dead, that's extreme, she thought of her own revenge. I just want to teach him a lesson, but not something as drastic as killing him. But her thoughts were interrupted when she realized she had arrived home. Well, I'll stay here, Nagato-kun. This is my home. I hope to see you soon. We must plan our attack on that imperative idiot. Ino said goodbye. Sure, Ino-san, whenever you like, I replied sarcastically, which Ino again didn't notice. As she walked away from Ino's house, she thought about how different aunt and niece were from each other. They don't seem like family, because Ino can't be like her. She complained. Well, let's go home and see how this device works, she said to herself as she thought about the device she had bought. The next day, Naruto woke up at 5 a.m. fully rested after a good night's sleep in his own bed. He had decided to get up early to do all the tasks for the day, which included seeing the Hokage, old Danzo, and sending a clone with Ayam to learn how to cook. She opened her refrigerator and saw nothing, checked her cupboard and only found bowls of instant ramen. I think I should go grocery shopping, she said, pondering the list of things to buy. I need vegetables, cereals, meat, milk and eggs. Well, I'll send another clone to do the shopping later. He started with a little warm-up to prepare for training. All right, I'm ready. He put the gravity seal on his arms and legs. Today we'll try something a little heavier. I'll increase from 30 kilograms to 75 kilograms, which is what I've been handling regularly with each seal, he said to himself. All right, Kai, he said, activating the gravity seal. Suddenly he was propelled face-first to the ground by gravity itself. Damn it, he complained, lying face down. Good morning, Gaki, Kurama greeted in his mind, laughing at him. Hours later, after finishing his morning training and eating a bowl of ramen for breakfast, he prepared to meet with the Hokage. Leaving his apartment, he looked around to see if anyone was watching him. When he saw that no one was, he created 2 clones and transformed one into Nagato, his undercover version, as he called it. All right, you'll go get the supplies. Here's the list. Make sure no one follows you on your way back. You're a good cover, and I don't want to lose you, he told his Nagato clone. And you'll go with Ayam. Try to be polite and learn a lot, he told the other clone. Yash, they both answered as they left for their destinations. Okay, let's go see Gigi, he said to himself as he put on his music player. Yesterday he had discovered how it worked and was amazed by such a device. How could I have lived without this my whole life? He said fondly. I don't know how you bought such a device. It's just a distraction, Kurama told him. You're just jealous that I can listen to good music while you can't, Naruto mocked. What do you mean I can't? I hear every second of what you hear. It's torture, Kurama complained. Calm down. It's something that keeps me calm and focused. It wouldn't hurt if you relaxed a little, Kurama. Your hair is going to fall out, the blonde said playfully. Tisuke, Kurama muttered. Damn kid. If it weren't for the fact that I already have my plans in motion, I would destroy you at the first opportunity, Kurama thought without Naruto knowing. Naruto had arrived early at the Hokage's office. When he arrived, he stood in front of the door, sighed, well, it's time for some answers, and knocked. Go ahead, came the Hokage's voice from the other side. Gigi, I've come as you asked me to so you can help me undo what that Orochimaru did. Of course, Naruto-kun, but first I'd like us to have a conversation. You and I, if you don't mind, the Hokage said. If it's okay, Gigi, you tell me, replied the Hokage. I'd like to know a little about the reason for your hostile reaction towards the members of your team, Hiruzen asked, looking directly into his eyes. What do you mean? Asked a cautious Naruto. Well, I've heard that your attitude towards your teammates Sasuke and Sakura has been nothing but openly hostile and unwilling to work on finding solutions to help heal those wounds. At the same time, I heard about your outburst against your Jonin instructor regarding the decisions made about your training, he said. Well, I have my reasons. I'm tired of Sakura and Sasuke openly attacking me. Sasuke is a complete idiot towards me, arrogant, and he minimizes my efforts for the team, while Sakura is clearly physically assaulting me, all under Kakashi's watch, and he doesn't say a word, he complained. And speaking of Kakashi, he hasn't taught me anything. The only thing I've learned from him is how to walk on trees. He's lazy and always late. Tell me if I shouldn't complain about that attitude? He doesn't help me or my teammates. Besides, I'm annoyed that he has to spend his time with Sasuke instead of me. I was the one who advanced to the finals. I was the one who beat his precious Sasuke-kun. Naruto exploded. Try to understand, Naruto-kun. The council cannot allow someone as valuable as the last Uchiha to be taken by Orochimaru. He is the last member of such a prominent clan, and since Kakashi is the only other Sharingan user, he has the ability to keep Sasuke-kun, let's say, happy, so that he is not tempted to fall to Orochimaru, the old man explained. So it's like I said, it's all because of Sasuke, that arrogant idiot who, if he says something, every person in this village has to be on the lookout and fulfill his whims, and all the rest of us don't matter. That's nice, he replied bitterly. The Hokage shifted uncomfortably. This conversation wasn't going as he had hoped. Well, in any case, that leads me to ask you, what do you plan to do about accepting Danzo Shimura's training offer? The Hokage questioned. You too? I just want to be able to work on my skills, and since Kakashi doesn't have time for me, I don't see why I should refuse that man's help, Naruto replied. Although I cannot prevent you from accepting Danzo's help, I would ask you to reconsider your decision. Danzo is a man with his own agenda, and I fear he only intends to use you in some way. The Hokage tried to dissuade him. Use me? He asked. I don't see how he'll do it. And in any case, if he doesn't help me, who will? Naruto said angrily. Well, I understand that Kakashi was thinking of asking Ebisu-san for help. He's a prominent elite jonin and very capable of teaching you what you need during this preparation time, the Hokage told him. Hiruzen really would have preferred to entrust the job of taking care of Naruto to Jiraiya, but he was missing and he didn't know when he would return, even though he had sent a message for him to return as soon as possible with the appearance of Orochimaru. He will be a great sensei for you, Naruto-kun. He has done a great job with my grandson Konohamaru, he said, hoping to convince the boy. Ebisu? You mean the closet pervert? No, I don't think it'll work. I already beat him. Look, Gigi, I'm going to accept old Danzo's offer. I'll be careful, so stay calm. And could you do something with my seal, please? Naruto said desperately, ending the discussion. "All right, Naruto-kun," he sighed. "Let me take a look," he said as Naruto took off his jacket and shirt, revealing his stomach. "I see you're using the gravity seals you used on young Sasuke-kun. Since you're concentrating chakra, that makes the QB seal visible. Well, let's see what we have here. I see. A Gojio Fuin, 5-point seal. That causes imbalance. Your chakra and the QB's chakra fuse unstably. You're right to come, Naruto-kun. Only my other student, Jiraiya, and I could do anything for him. So you can do it, Gigi?" Naruto asked. "Yes, try to relax. This might hurt a little, but it won't be harmful," he said as blue fires appeared on his fingers. "Ready?" "Yes," Naruto replied. Gojio Kaien, 5-point seal released. Naruto felt as if something heavy had hit his stomach. Losing his breath, he fell to his knees while coughing. "All done, Naruto-kun," the Hokage said. "The seal has been released. Did it work?" He thought, "I don't notice any difference. Do you notice anything, Kurama?" He asked his Biju, but he didn't hear anything. "Kurama? Can you hear me? What could have happened?" he wondered. "Well, is there anything else I could do for you, Naruto-kun?" the Hokage asked. Forgetting for a minute about Kurama's absence, Naruto put on his clothes and then looked at the Hokage. "Yes, indeed. I have some questions to ask you, Gigi," he said seriously. "Of course, Naruto-kun, you can ask," Hiruzen replied curiously. Without further ado, Naruto said, "Hey, what happened to the Uzumaki clan and Yuzushiogakure?" The Hokage was surprised that Naruto knew this information. "Who told you about it?" "I read it somewhere," Naruto lied. "It's not possible. The council made sure that all information about Yuzushio was zealously confiscated. But why is he lying? And furthermore, who told him about it? Could it be Danzo?" He wondered, recalling the conversation he had had with Kakashi about Danzo's interest in Naruto. "I know perfectly well that this village had ties to Yuzushio, the land of my clan, and that the wife of the first Hokage was an Uzumaki, so I ask you again, what happened to them? And why have you never told me anything?" Naruto questioned him. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but that information cannot be revealed. It's a village secret, and I'm afraid I can't divulge it. Even if you have a connection to that information," Hiruzen apologized. "Why not? It's something that should affect me. It's my roots. It's only fair that I know." Naruto questioned, annoyed. "I said no, Naruto-kun. Please don't insist," the Hokage said firmly. Naruto frowned. "Why is he hiding this from me? What's so important that you don't want me to know? Was Kurama right? Did you let my village die, Gigi?" He thought, hurt. "Fine," Naruto said icily. "Okay, don't tell me, but I want you to answer this. Who were my parents? I know you know. Ever since I was a child, I've always known that you knew their identity," he asked, trying not to raise his voice. The Hokage was in an awkward position. He had already refused to answer Naruto's request for the truth, but he couldn't tell him who his parents were. If other villages found out that Kushina Uzumaki's son, and even worse, Minato Namikaze's son, was alive, he would become a target and endanger the boy's life. "I'm sorry, but that's a secret too. I can't tell you," he repeated regretfully. "Secrets, secrets. Is that all you know how to say?" said a fed-up Naruto. "You and many others in this stupid village have secrets. You share them among yourselves, and you find it fun to keep me out of the loop, as if I were some idiot who doesn't need to know." The boy exploded. The Hokage was surprised by the sheer rage that had erupted in Naruto. Did he just call you a stupid village? Is he losing his loyalty to Konoha? That's impossible. His dream is to be Hokage, but it's clear he has a lot of resentment. This could be dangerous. If Naruto starts to become bitter, the beast inside him could influence him and escape. "Naruto-kun, calm down," the Hokage told him. "How do you expect me to calm down? Lies and secrets are all that surround me, and I'm tired of it," he said as he headed for the door. "Wait, Naruto-kun, we're not finished," the Hokage snapped. "Isn't it obvious? This conversation is over. You refuse to tell me something that's precious to me. You know how much I've dreamed of knowing something about my parents, but you don't care how a measly genin might feel, do you?" he said as he stopped, and turning around and looking at him with an icy stare, he finished, Have a good afternoon, Hokage-sama. Chapter 8, Shiho and the Konoha Archives Library. Naruto had stormed out of the Hokage's office in a rage. Liar, you're a liar, Gigi. I thought I could trust you. But I was wrong. Kurama was right. Everyone here is a liar. And thinking of Kurama, he remembered, that's right. And closing his eyes, he concentrated on entering his mind space. Upon opening it, he was in the seal chamber in front of the Biju prison. Kurama, I finally found you, I was waiting for you, Gaki. It seems that the fact that the seal was released caused our connection to return to how it was before. In other words, we won't be able to talk unless you appear before me as you are now. Although it's a nuisance that prevents me from talking to you as I please, and also prevents me from knowing what you're doing without you coming here to tell me, I have to admit, however, that it's a necessary price for our plans to be realized. We can't allow you to go around with poor chakra control. I hope we can solve this in the future, Gaki. But for now, tell me how your conversation with that old monkey ended. Naruto's expression darkened. You were right, Kurama. Grandpa denied me the truth about the Uzumaki and Uzushio clans, as well as my parents. He, like Kakashi and my teammates, have kept things from me, and I'm tired of it. Tired of people keeping secrets from me. Tired of people like Ino underestimating me. Tired of having to act like an idiot just to keep everyone quiet. I will teach them never to underestimate me again. I will be the pinnacle of greatness. I will show them how great I can become, and the name Naruto Uzumaki will go down in history as the greatest this village has ever produced. I will surpass Dad, I will surpass any Kage, not just from Konoha, but from the entire shinobi nation. Today is the day the story of Uzumaki greatness begins, he declared passionately. Well said, Gaki, Kurama praised. Perfect. That old Hokage has made everything easy for me. Now that the boy has severed his ties with his mentors, I can work on him to create a warrior to my liking. You will be my emissary of destruction and power. We will take this village as we please, and no one will be able to stop us. Gaki. Oh, it will be wonderful. So many deaths, so much destruction. And in the end, you and I, Gaki, ruling like gods among mortals, he thought maliciously. All right, Gaki, you still have to see what old Danzo has in store for you. It's past noon. You can go eat now, since if you have a physical exam or something, you'll need to have energy. So you can go to that restaurant of yours that you like so much and eat that filth you adore for now. Hey, don't talk about ramen like that, Naruto protested. Yeah, whatever, just go, Kurama replied. Tisk, whatever. I'll see you later, said Naruto as he disappeared. Well, things are going perfectly for me. The old monkey and the Sharingan idiot have only made this easier. Now the brat has lost his trust in them. Having Danzo on our side opens up a world of possibilities, although I'm annoyed by the attention the kid is giving that gun-wielding vixen. I'll have to keep an eye on them, though. The boy deserves to be rewarded for a job well done, and if we want to rule for generations, there must be offspring. And out of all the potential trash in this village, she's the only interesting girl. But it's still too early to think about a queen for the king I'll mold from you. So don't worry, Naruto, you're in perfect hands with me. He laughed maliciously. Meanwhile, Naruto was heading towards a Chirayaku to eat. All right, let's fill this stomach. Let's also see how my clone is doing with IMNA. I wonder how Nagato is doing? And what is he doing that he hasn't dissipated yet? I just sent him to the pantry. I hope he hasn't gotten into trouble, with Nagato. Sometimes ironies and coincidences are so precise. And that's what happens to Naruto's clone, self-proclaimed Nagato, who at this moment found himself in an awkward situation he never expected to happen. While he was in the park with all the groceries he had managed to gather, Sakura Haruno was clinging to him, crying a sea of tears, venting her frustrations as if there were no tomorrow. The awkward moment only intensified when tears of frustration filled Nagato's eyes. How the hell did I get into this? Nagato cried. A few hours ago, Nagato had set off for the village market right after separating from his original self and the other clone. As he walked through the streets, he saw that the first businesses were already opening their doors. Many people were moving about, some doing their shopping, others merchants arriving to stock up on supplies for their own businesses. He saw Tucci buying products for his ramen shop. He thought about going to greet him, but remembered that today he was Nagato and that Tucci didn't know him. So when he saw him leave, he didn't follow him. Coming here frustrated him because he felt like he was just a messenger, and even though he was created for that, it didn't change the fact that he didn't feel good. I know the chief can't come to the village without getting dirty looks, but why do I have to be Nagato? Why do I have to be the one doing the shopping? I mean, the other clone went with Ayamne to learn how to cook. I could have done that. Although I don't really want to study, and he must be studying, right? Thinking about it, it's not so bad coming to do the shopping. He mused, thinking about how bored the other clone must be. Okay, let's see, taking out the list that the original had given me, I need eggs, milk, some vegetables, some fruits, some cereals, meat, fish, that's all for the moment. Damn it, why can't he eat ramen all the time? Damn furball and his nutritional ideas. He complained as he headed towards the shops where he had seen Tucci a while ago. Half an hour later, Naruto, laden with groceries, headed to one last shop to buy fruits and vegetables so he could finish his morning and go off. Hello, I'd like to buy some fruits and vegetables, Nagato declared as he approached the stall. Welcome. Tell me what I can offer you? Asked the manager, an elderly woman with a kind face. Well, I hadn't really thought about it. Nagato wondered, embarrassed. Are you here to buy something without knowing what? Said a voice behind him. I'd say you're just like Naruto. Turning around, he saw Sakura Haruno wearing civilian clothes. Well, my luck is so good. I always have to run into Sasuke's annoying admirer out of all the people, he complained. Good morning, Sakura-chan. Are you here for your mother's errand? The manager asked. Yes, he told me he had already paid. I just had to pick it up, Sakura replied. Here you go, handing her a bag full of fruits and vegetables. So, you still don't know what to buy? Sakura asked Nagato. No, actually, it's the first time I've ever gone shopping, Nagato replied calmly. Mind your own business, forehead girl. Wow, it's funny to say that. I see why Ino repeats it so much, he thought, amused. Well, you could try the same thing I'm wearing. If you don't like it, just change things next time, Sakura suggested. If that would work. Excuse me, I'd like to get the same thing as this girl, Nagato said to the clerk, pointing her thumb at Sakura. Sakura, the pink-haired girl suddenly said. Excuse me? Nagato replied, confused. My name is Sakura, Sakura Haruno, she replied. Oh, Sakura, he replied indifferently, although he already knew it. The same as Sakura. It would be polite to say your name since I gave you mine, Sakura retorted. Oh, sorry, I'm just bad at this kind of thing, he said, putting a hand to the back of his neck. My name is Nagato, he revealed. I didn't feel like telling you, you know? Nagato? Your name reminds me of someone, the pink-haired girl replied. Nagato started sweating. Oh, yeah, he said slowly. Did he find me out? Yes, my teammate, he said, his gaze turning depressed. Oh, I couldn't tell you, I replied. Well, you're not that far from the truth. Then I saw her face. What's with that face? Did something bad happen? I asked, but then I scolded myself. What the hell am I doing? The last thing I want is to get involved with Sakura and have her find out who I am. There have been conflicts between us, she replied, even more melancholic. Oh, I'm so sorry, Nagato replied, as the clerk handed him his order. I hope everything works out, he said while paying the clerk. Well, but he couldn't finish because Sakura rushed at him and started crying. What on earth is going on? He thought frantically. Hey, Sakura, he patted her on the back. I'm sorry, it's just so difficult. I feel so confused. Suddenly everything was fine, our team was working perfectly, Sasuke-kun was great, I was doing my thing and Naruto was Naruto. But after those damn exams everything fell apart. Naruto became hostile towards me and Sasuke-kun. He wouldn't listen to us. He said hurtful things and I don't know what to do. We can't go on like this, she cried. Well, it would be right for you to talk to this kid Naruto. I don't know him, I couldn't help you, she asked, trying to escape. Sorry, boss, but it's going to be your problem, she apologized to her original self. Or you could try talking to your other partner, Sasuke, or your Jonin instructor, Nagato said, trying to get free from Sakura's hug. No, Naruto hates me, Sasuke-kun ignores me, and Kakashi-sensei frankly wouldn't be any help. My team is terrible in the area of camaraderie. I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. I cried harder. How the hell do you want me to say this? I'm just a stranger who's not supposed to know you, he thought, frustrated. This girl is becoming unstable. First she was normal and now she's a walking watering can. But it's strange. As far as I remember, Sakura wasn't like this, not with me at least. What the hell could have happened to her? He thought. Then something caught his attention. People were watching them. Nagato glanced around and saw more people approaching. Damn, we're attracting a lot of attention. If this keeps up, there will be rumors and being Nagato will be problematic. Ugh, damn Sakura. Hey Sakura, what do you think about going somewhere else and talking? This isn't a good place to do it, especially if you're so emotional. Or we could meet another time and talk about how difficult your situation is with your partner Naruto, he suggested, pleading with her to go home and leave him alone. Sakura lifted her head from Nagato's chest and looked at the people, a blush appearing on her face as she felt exposed. I think it will be for the best, she said while wiping away some tears with her hands. Nagato really wanted Sakura to say goodbye so they could talk another day. He was equally tempted to run away and never look back, but as if it were a sign of fate, Sakura took his arm and dragged him out of the market. Come on, let's go. I know a park where we can talk, Sakura said. Nagato couldn't believe her bad luck. She had simply come to buy groceries and now she had gotten involved in an emotional outburst from the former love interest of her original and now persona non grata. I don't care about studying. I would have preferred to go with IM, cried the Naruto clone, who called himself Nagato. Meanwhile, in Ichirayaku, then you cut the meat into thin pieces and marinate it with the sauce you had previously prepared. IM taught him. Wow, it's so easy, said Naruto's clone, while imitating what IM was preparing. Indeed it is, but you are also an excellent student. We've been at it for 2 hours and you've made great progress. Naruto-kun will be proud of you. Well, technically I am Naruto, I am a part of him, the clone questioned. You and your strange ninja magic, IM laughed. Well, let's continue with the desserts. I hope the boss and the other clone are doing as well as I am, Naruto smiled. Back with Nagato in the park, present time. Sakura had taken Nagato to the park. He remembered that he had transformed into Sasuke there to ask Sakura what she thought of him. Ironic, I'm back in a henge transformation, in front of Sakura right here, only this time. I'm not the original and it's against my will. As soon as they arrived, Sakura started crying uncontrollably again, while trying to tell him between sobs what had happened in the forest and what Naruto had said to her. Why do these things happen to me? Sakura cried. Well, maybe because you're a weak, Sasuke-obsessed woman who prefers trying to win his heart rather than trying to be a better ninja. And even worse, you're a bitch to Naruto who only ever loved, encouraged, and supported you, Nagato thought sarcastically. I don't know, frankly, I don't know you, but at first glance, I don't seem like a bad person, do I? I asked. What did you think of me when you met me today? A bitch, he thought angrily. Well, you really seemed like just an ordinary, simple girl to me. See, I'm not a bad person. I don't see why Naruto was so rude to me. I cried, not noticing the hostility in the simple word. Well, maybe there's something you're not seeing, Sakura. It's also important to know how Naruto is perceiving you, she revealed. Like a bitch, she thought. That might be the root of all this trouble. What's your relationship with him like? Well, I sighed. He's an idiot. He was always trying to impress me, to get me to go on dates with him, to be on my good side. He praised me for every action I took. There were times when I couldn't stand having him around anymore. He was always interrupting my path to winning the heart of Sasuke-kun, my other teammate. Sasuke-kun is my true love, my destiny. But that idiot Naruto doesn't understand that I see him as nothing more than a teammate, but he clings to being a hindrance. I finished. I see, Nagato said icily. She really is a bitch, he thought, annoyed. Well, have you tried to make her understand that you're just colleagues? Of course I tell him, no matter how much I yelled at him, insulted him, or hit him, he never stops understanding. He was always trying to get us to go on a date and trying to impress me. I think he's a masochistic retard. No matter how badly I treated him, he always tried to be more attentive to me, she replied angrily. Well, I see you finally got what you wanted, Nagato replied in a tired voice. What do you mean? Sakura asked, confused. Well, from what you're telling me, what happened is that he got fed up with you and walked away, the coffee-haired man explained. But, Sakura murmured, realizing for the first time that Naruto no longer pursued her like before. Since they left the forest, he no longer praised her, no longer asked her out. In fact, he no longer wanted to be near her. Did I succeed? I pushed Naruto away from me, but then why am I not happy? Why do I feel miserable knowing that he no longer wanted to be near me? She thought sadly. So, he? Look, Sakura, no matter what happens, in the end, if a person only receives insults and blows, they end up distancing themselves from what hurts them. I don't think that boy is a complete masochist to continue treating you the way he has been. It shows that he tried hard to be on your good side, but faced with so much hostility from you, he has developed an aversion towards you. In other words, you pushed Naruto away as you wanted, but now he probably hates and dislikes you, Nagato revealed. But I didn't want that. I didn't want him to hate me. I just wanted him to stop trying to be anything more than friends, to stop getting in the way of me with Sasuke-kun, Sakura replied, mortified. Well, to be honest, I don't think you ever intended to tell her you wanted to be her friend or partner, Nagato replied. Why do you say that? The pink-haired girl asked sadly. Well, you tell me that Naruto supported you, encouraged you, and believed in you. Well, that's what friends do. It's a universal law of friendship. By openly attacking him, and I suppose by praising your other teammate and belittling him, you gave him the idea that you didn't like him. Besides, all the things you said about him, well, it's very rude and hurtful. A normal person wouldn't have tolerated it for so long. But that boy managed to endure it for a long time. Although, well, that kid's limit has now been reached, Nagato explained. But what can I do? I don't want him to hate me. I couldn't bear to be hated again, Sakura said. She remembered how her life had been when Amy and her group openly hated her and made her life a living hell. It had traumatized her, and she always sought acceptance. When she and Ino began their rivalry, they both knew they didn't truly hate each other. For them, it was a competition. Otherwise, Ino wouldn't have saved her in the forest. She knew that when she won Sasuke-kun's heart, she would eventually regain Ino's friendship. Once the blonde girl was no longer hurt by Sakura's victory and saw how happy Sasuke-kun was with her. But now Naruto, the boy who had always praised her, supported her, and sworn to love her like no other, now hated her and was openly hostile toward her. Knowing that someone else hated her made her feel sick. Well, I think it's unlikely you'll ever go back to how you were before, I explained. Never in a million years, Day said critically. But you could try to apologize to be a better teammate. I can understand that your focus is on your other teammate, and that you think being nice to this Naruto guy might make your other teammate think you might have feelings for Naruto or something, but that's far from the truth. Teams need to build bonds and camaraderie, and it wouldn't hurt to treat Naruto a little kinder. Maybe that could lead him to forgive you and try to heal that wound and create a friendship, although it will be difficult. A lot of water has flowed under that bridge, and Naruto probably doesn't want anything to do with you. So it's up to you to decide whether you should make the effort or not. I guess, Sakura murmured tearfully. I'll try to be a better, kinder person to Naruto, so he can forgive me and not hate me. No, never. We must not show any sympathy to that idiot. He doesn't deserve it. He's a hindrance, a mediocre. Remember, he almost got Sasuke-kun killed in Nami no Kuni, and in the forest, he didn't listen to Sasuke-kun. And worse still, because of him Sasuke-kun was injured and will no longer be able to achieve his dream of becoming a Chunin. So no, we won't do anything for that monster called Naruto. Inner Sakura shouted, "Shut up. It's decided. I must be nice to Naruto and try to apologize, and that's what I'm going to do," Sakura challenged, who for the first time had rebelled against her inner self. Well, I think I'll go now. I need to take this before I get scolded. Besides, it's getting late. Seeing that time had already passed. Thank you so much, Nagato-kun. Sakura suddenly hugged him. You're a good person. I hope I can see you again soon. There's nothing to thank me for, and well, we're not seeing each other, the boy explained. Yeah, right, the first thing I'll do is clear my head and forget about this stupid team drama. Good luck with the boss girl, you're going to need her, he thought as he headed home. With Naruto, Naruto had arrived at Ichiraku for an early lunch and to kill time before seeing Danzo. Hello, I am Ne. I've come to eat. How's your day going? How did it go with my clone? I asked, entering the food stall. Hello, Naruto-kun. The day has been quiet and your magical little friend has been a great student. He's learned everything quickly. I think with 2 more sessions he'll be able to be a great cook. I am praised him. Hey boss, are you ready to dissipate me? The clone asked. You know I can't do it myself because if I do, I'll also dissipate the other one, and he might be with someone else, and it would be strange for him to disappear so suddenly. No, better yet, each one will dissipate when they are ready and safe. Naruto reminded him. Well, I'm ready to go. So, turning to I am Ne. Thank you for your help. You've been a great teacher. I promise your knowledge will be put to good use. He bowed respectfully. It's been a pleasure. I enjoyed teaching and you learned very quickly. So, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I am said goodbye. The clone wanted to tell him that whoever came tomorrow technically wouldn't be him, since he's part of Naruto, but it would be too confusing. So he just answered, hi, and vanished. Suddenly, Naruto had acquired all the knowledge. Wow, I've learned a lot. I think I can make myself dinner tonight with what the other clone brings, he said as he began to eat from the plate that Iam had brought him. Sometime later, Naruto said goodbye to Iam and promised to send his magical friend tomorrow so she could continue training him. Using clones is an advantage. I can do multiple things and learn at the same time. I hope to use them for my training soon. Then, looking at the sky, he guessed it was getting late. Well, it's almost time to see old Danzo. I wonder what skills I'll learn from this. Well, let's head towards the Hokage Rock. But halfway there, Naruto began to receive memories in his mind. The clone calling himself Nagato had dissipated, and with it, the memory of what he had been doing all morning since they said goodbye and he went to buy groceries. As Naruto processed all that information, a furious scream was heard throughout the village. That idiot! Naruto had arrived in time to see Danzo. He had calmed down after what he had seen of Nagato. It wasn't that he hated Sakura, but he didn't want to have anything to do with her again, or not so soon at least. She had already hurt and humiliated him enough to last a lifetime, and he didn't feel ready to face her without his dark side coming out. But he knew Sakura. He knew as well as he knew her that she would be insistent on his forgiveness and would pressure him until she got what she wanted. If she spent years and years trying to get Sasuke to pay attention to her, and he doesn't even give her the time of day, and she still hasn't given up, trying to fix things with me will be almost the same, and I don't have time for an annoying fanatic chasing me around right now. He sighed. Well, what's done is done. I'll just have to avoid her as much as possible. A few footsteps caught his attention, and focusing his gaze forward, he found Danzo walking towards him. Good afternoon, Uzumaki-san. I see you arrived early. I like that. Danzo greeted as he made his way towards Naruto. Good afternoon, Shimura-sama. It's a pleasure to see you. Naruto greeted formally. Kurama had told him to stay on the old man's good side, and that's what he planned to do. No, Shimura-sama. Naruto-kun. Can I call you Naruto-kun? Seeing Naruto's confirmation, he continued. You can call me Danzo. We'll be working together, so I don't see why we need to be so formal. Well, excuse me, but I can't address you in such an improper way. You are a prominent man of the village, a member of the council, so I can't help but speak to you in the manner that such an honorable man and of your station deserves. Naruto recited, trying to be as formal as possible. This is difficult. I'm always a bit rough when speaking to others. Well, if you insist, Naruto-kun, call me Danzo-sama, said a pleased Danzo. Now, straight to the point of this meeting, I've been observing your performance since you left that forest and entered the preliminaries. Let me commend your ingenuity in defeating the young Uchiha-san, something many doubted. In doing so, you showed that you are a reliable contender and shouldn't be underestimated. I'm intrigued to see just how skilled you could be if given the necessary tools, and that's why I want to be the one to help you obtain them, he told him. What do you mean by tools? Asked a doubtful Naruto. You see, my intention is not to train you, no, that won't be possible for the moment. My intention is to give you the material so that you yourself can seek to acquire the knowledge and increase the power you need to excel. So here your ambition will be put to the test. Naruto-kun. I will give you free rein to knowledge, and it will depend on you how much you take advantage of it, how much you learn, how much power you reap, declared Danzo. Naruto thought about what he had just said. Well, I was hoping to be trained, but this isn't so bad. In fact, this is perfect. This way, I won't have to show my skills to others. I won't need to depend on anyone else. I can do it at my own pace. He thought as the idea of teaching himself appealed to him more with each passing second. Thank you very much for your help, Danzo-sama. I hope I can prove that your trust will be well repaid by giving my best. Oh, I hope so, young Naruto-kun. Before we go to our destination, I'd like to talk to you about your training, or rather, advise you. You see, you're about to enter a battle where only the best will achieve their goal, to become a Chunin. The choice will be based on the power, cunning, and determination you show. That is to say, if you can gain an advantage over your rivals, you'll be a candidate for promotion. You're a ninja just like them. There are no rules against espionage and sabotage. I would advise you that if you could find a place to train without interruptions and without being observed, it would be very beneficial. That way, you wouldn't risk jeopardizing your chances, and you could prepare strategies without having to fear being discovered. And we also don't want anyone to find out about your new privileges and demand the same treatment. Someone like young Uchiha-san. True, Naruto thought. If anyone finds out I'm learning openly, they'll raise hell, especially that idiot Sasuke. I'd rather keep my progress and plans as secret as possible, but where? The regular training grounds are out of the question. I'd be too easy to spot there. I could leave the village, but that would be dangerous. I might run into rogue ninja. Then it occurred to him, what about the Forest of Death? He asked. It would be a good place to go unnoticed since it's so vast, and I know the area a bit better from the time I spent exploring it. Plus, it would be hard for the other genin to want to go back there after suffering through the second exam. Naruto replied. That would be an excellent option, Naruto-kun. I think it would be the wisest thing to do, but I can't let you go alone. Let me put a guard with you to support you, and you can also use him for training methods if you wish. Well, thanks. But I don't know. Naruto hesitated. Oh yes, it's for your privacy. I give you my word that what happens in that forest will only be known to you and the guard, and he will not reveal anything to anyone unless you tell him, not even to me. Okay, fine. Naruto agreed, thinking he could trust Danzo this time. Besides, Kurama advised me to stay on his good side. He added in his mind. Splendid. Well, allow me to lead the way to our destination. I'll ask our guard to join us further ahead, said Danzo, inviting Naruto to follow him. All right, let's see what this old man has prepared. Hopefully it's something big, Naruto questioned. After walking for a while, they arrived at a tall building that was built on the same mountain where the Hokage Rock is. Naruto-kun, I present to you the Konoha Archives Library dash. The what? I asked, confused. The Konoha Archives Library, said a voice behind him. Welcome. Behind them at the entrance stood an old man in a white coat. He had a kind face and his gray hair was combed back. He had the complete appearance of a professor or a researcher. Naruto-kun, I'd like to introduce you to Tatewaki-san, the chief director of the Konoha Archives Library. He has been very kind in granting us entry so you can learn, Danzo revealed. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Naruto bowed. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to enter your library. I promise I will not abuse your trust. The pleasure is all mine, young Uzumaki-san, Tatewaki-san greeted. I suppose you're the boy Danzo-san was mentioning would come here and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, sir. I hope I can thank Danzo-sama in the best way possible by showing that I can make the most of this opportunity, said Naruto. And you will, Naruto-kun. I trust in you and your desire to surpass yourself, Danzo told him. Well, if you'd like, let's go in and I'll give you a tour and a brief explanation of the place you've arrived at, Tatewaki said as he turned around and entered the building. Naruto walked through the halls of this great library in amazement. All this information, all this knowledge, think of everything I could learn, and I had thought of going to the public library or the academy library, but thanks to my new benefactor I had arrived at a much better place. Look at this high content of knowledge, I think I hit the lottery, he thought. I see you're interested in what you see, Naruto-kun. Here in the Archives Library, we have a lot of information about the history of this and other villages, information about active and inactive ninjas, and writings that describe known and unknown jutsu. Because entry to this library is only permitted with the Hokage's or the Council's permission, the information you will see here is secret. Upon entering, a FUINJUTSU will be activated that prevents you from disclosing what you find here to anyone except authorized personnel, he warned. Don't worry, I don't plan to reveal it, Naruto dismissed. I'd be crazy to reveal this wishing well to anyone else. It's my trump card, he thought. Excuse me? May I make some notes? I plan to take some information and put it into practice in a place that's out of the public eye, Naruto asked curiously, also noting that no one would see him use anything he took. Of course you can, but the same principle applies. FUINJUTSU makes it so that more than just you can read what you wrote, and if you try to share it, the knowledge will be erased from you. No one can remove that FUINJUTSU, not even Jiraiya-sama of the Three Great Sannin could, since it was made by the wife of the Shodai Hokage, a great expert in the art of FUINJUTSU. The Shodai's wife? Mito Obasan? He thought, drawing her attention. Is there any information about the Hokage's wife here? Tatewaki sweated somewhat uncomfortably and took a few seconds to answer. Well, yes, but... Don't worry, Tatewaki-san. I'll take care of this, Danzo said seriously. Well then, I'll take my leave. I have files to attend to. Feel free to investigate as you see fit, Uzumaki-san. If you have any questions, my assistant will be happy to help you with whatever you need. And he walked away towards his office. Well, Naruto-kun, judging by your reaction, you have some idea of the identity of Senju-sama's wife. I see, Danzo asked seriously. Naruto knew it was better to be honest, or at least to tell the truth about what he knew, not where he got it from. Well, I know she was an Uzumaki Mito, in fact. I've recently had doubts about my clan since I discovered her existence not long ago. But when I asked the Hokage about her and the Uzumaki, he refused to give me the information. I understand it's a village secret or something like that, Naruto explained, asking Kami to prevent Danzo from asking where he got that information. Well, that's true. I can tell you that this information is a secret of the S-class village, just like your status as a Jinchuriki, Danzo revealed. Jinchu. What? Naruto interrupted. Jinchuriki is the name given to the Biju containers. The term means living sacrifice, because technically that's what they are. They are turned into a sacrifice to contain a chakra being and thus increase the power of the village, he explained. Oh, was all Naruto replied. He knew he couldn't get angry because this was true. He always knew the village saw him as a weapon, an unprepared weapon. Although he didn't like being considered that way, he would have to accept that it was his destiny since his father sealed Kurama inside him. Well, getting back to the story, the secret can't be revealed by anyone, not even us on the council, he replied in an expressionless voice, and then, looking into his eyes, continued, but you could find information about Uzushio and the Uzumaki here, since we on the council decided to keep all that content here. Then he smiled at him. As I told you, Naruto-kun, you have free reign to learn whatever you want here. So if it's your wish, the history of your clan should be available to you. Available for me? He thought. Well, I'll do that, Danzo-sama. Thank you for the opportunity again. I won't disappoint you, said Naruto, eager to find the information he so desperately wanted. Then I won't take up any more of your time. Your guardian for your training will be waiting for you at the exit when you finish your studies. I hope they are fruitful, Naruto-kun, Danzo said as he turned and walked towards the exit. And Naruto-kun, he said without turning around, I hope that when you find the information about Uzushio you won't think badly of the village because of the decisions of a foolish old man, and I hope you can understand that I did everything I could to prevent it from happening. He finished and continued on his way. What could he mean? Naruto wondered, intrigued, as he turned around and walked into the tall, information-filled hallways. Some time later, about an hour had passed searching for information about Uzushio or the Uzumaki clan when Naruto decided to give up. I can't find anything and I'm just wasting time on this search, when I should be looking for information about jutsu or history or something like that, Naruto said, frustrated. Hello? Can I help you? I hear a voice behind him. Behind him had arrived a new girl. She had pale blonde and somewhat disheveled hair. She was a little taller than him, and she had a white coat that covered her down to her hips. Her skin was somewhat pale, as if she didn't go out in the sun much, but her most distinctive feature was a pair of bottle-bottom glasses. "Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you," he bowed. "Nice to meet you too. My name is Shiho. I'm the assistant to Director Tatewaki-sama. I suppose you're the boy Shimura-sama said he would bring." I asked him. "Yes, that's me," Naruto replied. "Interesting. I've never heard of a council member being so interested in a genin ninja," Shiho questioned, evaluating Naruto. "How do you know I'm a genin?" Naruto asked. "Well, you gained fame by defeating Sasuke Uchiha in the Chunin exams, so it's easy for me to identify you, but as I was saying, it's strange that someone like Danzo-sama would take you under his wing. Perhaps he sees something promising in you. Could it be your Jinchuriki status?" She questioned herself while giving him an evaluative look. How do you know about that?" Naruto asked, surprised and somewhat nervous. "Remember where we are?" he replied as if it were obvious. "That's right. The library, Tatewaki-san said that there was information here about active and inactive ninjas. Obviously there had to be a file on him with the information about him being the Kyuubi's vessel," he thought. "So, what do you think about that? Don't you feel uncomfortable or scared?" Naruto asked, expecting the same reactions from the villagers. "Of course not, I don't have to, do I?" she asked as she brought her face closer to Naruto's. "I can tell the difference between a prisoner and a jailer," she said, and then bringing her face even closer until her nose touched his. "Besides, it's interesting, you'll be a great source of research," she replied excitedly. "Hey, personal space," Naruto said nervously. "Oh, excuse me, it's just that I hardly interact with other people, and even less with people my age. I tend to be somewhat inquisitive, and I have trouble realizing when I make others uncomfortable." "I'm very strange," she replied, embarrassed, with her cheeks flushed. "Well, you are strange, but that's not a bad thing. I have a sort of friend. Her name is Hinata. She's a total weirdo, except she's shy and blushes all the time, but she's a good person." "I know you're a good person, so don't feel bad," Naruto replied, trying to cheer her up. This worked, as Shiho composed herself and once again looked at Naruto with interest. "Thank you for your words, Uzumaki-kun, but I still wonder what Danzo-sama's interest in you is." "Well, I don't know either. I was expecting him to be something like a sensei, teaching me jutsu and skills. Not that I'm complaining, he did give me entry to this place. It's just not what I expected," Naruto replied. "Oh, I understand, that's obvious," Shiho said. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, confused. "He's testing you," Shiho replied, as if it were obvious. "Testing? In what way?" Naruto asked again, genuinely intrigued. "Danzo-sama is a prominent and very well-connected man. Besides that he is a man skilled in ninja techniques, it is rumored that he has a clandestine group of ANBU who only answer to him," Shiho said. "In other words, he is a man capable of teaching as many skills and techniques as any elite jonin, or I would even say as the Sannin. If he is interested in you but doesn't train you, that's because," she tried to explain her point, "because he's waiting for me to prove I'm worthy of that training," Naruto deduced, taking in the situation. "I see, if he's not training me, it's because he's seeing how promising I can be. He's giving me the opportunity to prove myself and learn at my own pace and in my own way, so he can evaluate whether he should waste his time with me or not," Naruto thought, satisfied. "Exactly, that's quite clever of Danzo-sama, and it also says a lot about the trust he places in you. But well, now that that's settled, what are you looking for, Uzumaki-kun?" "When I found you, I saw that you were looking for some information. I could help you if you wish," Shiho offered. "Really?" he smiled. "Thank you. Your help would be greatly appreciated," Naruto said. "Great. Now with Shiho's help it will be easier to find him, and at the same time, I can concentrate on finding information for my training," he thought. "I'm looking for information on Uzushioga or the Uzumaki clan." "Oh, I didn't know we had information about a nation known as Uzushioga or a clan like the Uzumaki," Shiho replied, intrigued. "I think almost no one knows about that information," Naruto said, turning his back on Shiho and looking around the library. "I understand that the Hokage and the council sealed that information and turned it into secret knowledge," he revealed. "Secret knowledge?" Shiho repeated in a sepulchral voice from behind Naruto. When he turned around, he saw a red aura surrounding the girl, and her hair covered her eyes. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked, confused. "Are you telling me that there is secret information in this place that few people know about?" Shiho repeated as her shoulders moved up and down as if her breathing were heavy. A maniacal laugh burst from Shiho, and suddenly her head lifted and her eyes were full of stars. "Secret knowledge. I must investigate it." Naruto repeated again, confused. Shiho grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and began to shake him vigorously. "Let me help you, Uzumaki-kun. I will find the information you seek. I will not rest until I find it. That will be my mission," she said almost hysterically. "Ito, if it's okay, just don't put pressure on yourself." Naruto replied, already feeling dizzy. Shiho then released Naruto and turned her back on him. She had a determined look with fire in her eyes and raised her fist in a sign of defiance and an aura around her. Meanwhile, Naruto, with a bead of sweat on his forehead, said, "Hey, if you find any information about taijutsu or elemental jutsu, you'd be doing me a favor." Shiho turned around, adjusted her glasses as an arrogant smile appeared on her face. "You can count on it, Uzumaki-kun. I'm the best at what I do." Her smile widened. "Now I'll go investigate." And without another word, she dashed deeper into the library, leaving a cloud of dust. Naruto had a drop of sweat on his head. All the women in this village are crazy, especially the ones around me. Thinking of Sakura, Ino, Anko, Irisa, and now Shiho. "Well, I think I'm done for today. I need to see who the guy is who will be my guard during my training," he said. Naruto left the building promising to return tomorrow. When he was outside, he looked around hoping to find the person Danzo had told him about. According to Danzo, he'd be out here, he told himself. Suddenly, he detected a source of chakra behind him. Although he knew it was not a threat, he turned around quickly anyway. "Uzumaki-san, I've been waiting for you. I'll be the one with you during your training in the forest," the boy said. "And who are you?" Naruto asked the newcomer. "Me? Well, you can call me Sai," I reply.
Hey, if you end this video, just go to the comments and ask for the second season and give me a like, please, for more.